Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41, Greased Lightning. The year was 1978. The season was summer. A young girl from New York sat in a movie theater watching a bunch of actors and actresses too old to be in high school portraying high schoolers singing a song called Summer Nights. The girl, with her big round eyeglasses, blonde hair, and pristine school uniform, watched the movie with enthusiasm all the way to its conclusion. In the final scene, the lead heroine dressed up in leather, looking like a total badass with curly hair, smoking a cigarette. The young girl, barely 11, watched her as she clutched at the empty bag of popcorn to her chest with eyes of wonder. Only one thought crossed her mind. I want to be just like that when I grow up. The sound of glass shattering on the nearby wall drove an otherwise calm Candace Catnip out of her daydreaming. Hey! She shouted as the orange juice from a screwdriver dripped down the wall. Can't a girl relax at a bar in peace? The man at the other side of the bar gave a silent apology by bowing and holding up his hand sideways. He then scolded his buddies for throwing drinks and breaking glasses. "TCH, Candace said, curling her lip. Idiotic men are all the same." She then downed the whiskey on the rocks sitting on the table of the curved booth she was sitting at. "What the fuck is taking our ribs so damn long?" "It's only been like a few minutes," Jade told her. "You know, we could just talk like normal people." Candace glanced at Jade in utter disbelief. "Oh, if looks could kill." Jade shrank to the other side of the booth. "And never mind." Candace then went back to gnawing on a toothpick as she drummed her nails on the table. She'd sworn off cigarettes ever since joining the Van Den Reich. Besides, the toothpick was always more badass looking in her opinion. You could even spit one out without causing a fire hazard and, in an emergency, she could spit someone's eye out. Jade watched her thinking about the relationship she had with the green-haired Quincy. It had been 1 whole month since they started traveling together and, while Candace was distant and seemingly uninterested in Jade as a person, Jade felt close to her in a weird way. If Candace really didn't like her, Jade knew Candace could rob their tent, what little money they had, and the clothes off Jade's back in her sleep. She was abrasive and foul-mouthed, but no more irritating than the worst of anyone from Chicken Fangs. The ribs still hadn't arrived when Candace took another look around the bar. While she'd been daydreaming, new people had arrived and one of them caught her attention enough that she gasped. Huh. The toothpick dangled out of her lip and she shuffled closer to Jade. "Yo, Jade, who's the cutie?" Jade did her best to narrow in on Candace's line of sight, happening upon 3 men that were new to the bar scene in the last few minutes, 2 older men and 1 younger man, probably a teenager. One of the older men had purple hair and the other had light brown hair styled in a pompadour. She couldn't get a good look at the younger guy between them, so she assumed Candace meant one of the older men. "Which one? The one with the pompadour or the one with purple hair?" Jade asked curiously. "What? Ew. Screw those old farts." She grabbed Jade by the back of the head and jammed it in the direction of the younger man. "I'm talking about the guy with the skunk hair and the ponytail." Said guy was slumped over the bar looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, while the 2 men on either side of him looked like they didn't want to be anywhere else. "Dunno," Jade said. "Lemme guess, you're trying to get some action." "Damn straight," Candace exclaimed shamelessly. Jade sighed. It wouldn't be the first time Candace tried to drag a guy to a no-tell-motel and made Jade stay out of town in the tent for a night to conserve money. The sad part was that her success rate wasn't just above 0%, it was above 50%. Jade, being a virgin, and yes, that came with no fair shortage of teasing from Candace, resented the situation every time. "Really? Don't you have standards?" Jade asked. "Look, he's cute. And judging by his expression, he probably got dragged here. Hell, he might be a newbie." Candace licked her lips and bopped the front of her hat with the back of her hand. "And I love me some cherry pie." Jade was about to object when the waiter came by with the ribs. "Fresh off the grill, ladies." "Ah, sweet food," Candace exclaimed, neatly taking off her gloves and folding them to the side. Jade sighed in relief, only to growl in frustration when she noticed Candace keeping a sharp eye on her mark, as she referred to it while eating. Candace swallowed the meat in her mouth. "What's the matter?" she asked, licking the sauce off the now picked clean rib. "Nothing," Jade said, picking up a rib with a glum expression. "Absolutely nothing." As Jade and Candace had their dinner, Totomaru, the guy Candace had been eyeing up, was being celebrated by his fellow fairy tale wizards, Mikau and Wakaba, on a job well done. The young man had just completed a very difficult A-class mission and Wakaba decided he and Mikau would take the boy out for some drinks and a free dinner. They knew the place well, so despite Totomaru's age, they could get the bartender to stay quiet as long as word didn't get out. Totomaru, for his part, was happy to be treated out. He was trying to get to know Fairy Tail better little by little. He'd come to know Natsu quite well and Elfman was almost like a regular best friend he could count on. He figured maybe Wakaba and Mikau could be good for surrogate parenting. He was quickly realizing this was the worst decision he ever made. The two were getting drunk fast and they were already talking about how Totomaru could get any woman he wanted in this bar and maybe they could all get a little lucky. It became increasingly clear to Totomaru that this whole thing was an excuse for Wakaba and Mikau to get drunk and try and get laid. And he was having none of it. "This is why you two are divorced," Totomaru said grumpily without thinking. His companions were too drunk to take his insult seriously. Well, Mikau was. Wakaba instead cried into his beer mug for his wife to come back, prompting Mikau to order him another beer. This is stupid, Totomaru thought. However, before he could get up, Wakaba, after getting a bit more booze in him, tapped him on the shoulder. "Yo, Fireboy, check it out." "What?" Totomaru asked in irritation as Wakaba nudged his shoulder. He then caught Candace's eye. No sooner had he that Candace sucked off the remaining meat from the rib she was eating and then pulled the bone out of her mouth slowly, resulting in what would have been an audible popping sound if the bar wasn't so noisy. Wakaba pat Totomaru's shoulder. "She is totally checking you out." "Don't be absurd," Totomaru said, freeing his shoulder. "Nonsense, go over and say hello," Mikau said, flush with drunkenness. "And hey, if it's not you she's staring at, tell her she doesn't have to be shy and can sit in my lap." He then broke out into a fit of laughter. Having reached his breaking point, Totomaru simply chugged his glass and slammed it on the table. He then promptly marched outside. He wasn't going to skip town. Urza would have his head for abandoning fellow guild members, but he wasn't going to be stuck in that situation for one more goddamn second. Inside the bar, Jade said to Candace, "Aren't you gonna follow him?" "Nah, he clearly knows those two farts," she replied. "He won't go too far so I can always follow them later to get to him. Hunting is all about patience." "Oh, right, you wouldn't know that, would you, my chocolate cherry girl?" "Stop calling me that," Jade said. She hated that nickname. Ever since Candace found out she was a virgin, the green-haired Quincy would always call her that when the subject came up. "I will when you goddamn grow a pair and let a guy pound your." "Don't!" Jade exclaimed, flush in the face. She took a deep breath. "Don't finish that sentence," she said with gritted teeth. "Then the nickname stays," Candace said and downed another glass of whiskey. "Bartender! Another round!" she exclaimed, holding up her empty glass. "How do you not get drunk?" Jade asked. "You have like 10 drinks every time we go out and you're always fine." "Fuck if I know," Candace said. "Jealous. As if. And you know damn well why," Jade exclaimed, flustered. Candace laughed. Does Whittle Jady Wadey want me to save her from the evil garden hose again? Maybe next time he'll bring his friends the trowel of doom and the garden rake of misfortune." "It's not funny," Jade shouted, rising to her feet. "I beg to differ," Candace chuckled. She recalled, briefly, how she and Jade first met. Both were loners and staying at the same hotel. They were getting separate rooms, checking in at the same time. They saw each other at the bar, but hadn't talked. At least, not until Jade was clearly acting like a total nanny goose. On the other side of the bar, Candace watched this dark-skinned, green-haired girl making a fool of herself after her third drink, swaying like windshield wipers and singing a song only she seemed to be able to hear the melody of. Candace found it amusing, but she knew drinking like that when she saw it. Someone's life had come crashing down around them and booze was the only way to nurse it. She ordered herself another drink and took a seat closer to the action. She didn't want to miss this. The dark-skinned girl got another drink and then began dancing like she was the only person in the whole bar, liquid going everywhere. It was funny at first, but then the bozos at the bar started acting as if the words fresh meat were printed like a tramp stamp on the girl's backside. At the time, Jade was completely oblivious to Candace's interference, dancing and singing with her eyes closed as the Quincy fought like a master martial artist to fend off anyone and everyone who thought Jade and, eventually, Candace looked like a good 30 minutes of heaven. By the time the rowdy patrons of the bar had been knocked clean out, Jade had twirled herself out into the hall of the hotel, still acting like she hadn't a care in the world. Candace, now somewhat invested, followed her, and then watched the girl trip into the outdoor pool and drag the whole garden hose into the pool with her, getting tangled by it. Candace began laughing her ass off, especially since Jade was flailing around, clearly having sobered up from the sudden plunge. "Help! Someone help! There's a snake in the water!" Jade exclaimed. "I'm stuck. It's got me strangled." Candace, barely able to contain her laughter, grabbed part of the hose that was within reach from the edge and pulled Jade to the shallow end. "This what you're so freaked out about?" she asked Jade, holding up one end of the hose, wagging it back and forth. Eyes adjusting to the darkness, Jade saw that she was soaking wet and entangled by a garden hose. She turned bright red, the color of her cheeks matching her eyes. "You got spare clothes or will we have to get those laundered and send you around in your birthday suit?" Candace chuckled. "I'll be fine," Jade said, trying to get untangled, but quickly realizing how badly she'd screwed herself up. "Here, let me," Candace said, helping get it off. "Why are you helping me?" Jade asked. "Did you push me in?" "Wow, were you blackout drunk or something?" "You tripped cause you were so drunk you couldn't tell your ass from your head," Candace said. "As for why, I dunno. I just wanna." "You just want to?" Jade asked. "What? You got a fucking problem with that," Candace said, down at the girl's ankles, finishing getting the hose untangled. She got to her feet. "I'm Candace. Don't tell me your name, don't particularly care. But, I'll tell you what, you pay for my food and lodging and we can travel together." Why? I know when someone's reached rock bottom. You don't have to tell me about it, but you watch my back, I watch yours till we get bored of each other." Candace gave her hand for Jade to shake. "Deal." Jade's gaze narrowed. She thought to swat Candace's hand away and tell her where to go, but Candace had helped her out and she didn't seem to want much in return. "Fine, deal," Jade said, shaking her hand. Candace laughed again as she downed more whiskey. "We should really find you a drink you can handle. Otherwise, next time you might think the pizza oven is a toasty place to sleep." "You're not funny," Jade said, irritated. "I beg to differ," Candace repeated, chuckling. The two continued to eat until the situation in the bar started to get rowdy. Like a professional bar crawler, Candace knew the safest option was to tuck your head in and try not to get involved. It worked for a bit, then a beer bottle shattered against her head, the liquid and glass dripping down her face. Jade immediately got as far away from Candace as the booth would allow. "And now, Candace. Candy, gal pal, sweetie. Deep breath." "My hair," Candace said, stunned. "Candy nice, deep breath," Jade said, clenching her eyes. "He ruined my hair." Sighing, Jade swiped the plate of ribs off the table as Candace literally flipped it. "Who wants to go, huh? I'll turn you into a corpse so charred they won't be able to identify you except for your dental records." Jade sighed. "Candace, please." "Please nothing," Candace exclaimed, rolling up her sleeve. "Do you know how hard booze is to wash out of your hair?" "No, and I don't particularly care," Jade said with a dull expression. "Please fix the table." Wakaba then got flung by the booth and landed face up near Jade on his back. "Hey there, cutie. You single, love the look." "That natural," he said interrogatively, stroking her leg, "or just a suntan?" Jade stomped on his face, breaking his nose. "I take it back," she said, twitching. "Make them bleed Totomaru had been outside on top of a building opposite the bar, stargazing, when lightning exploded up from within the bar like an upside-down lollipop. The roof had been completely blown off and all the windows had been shattered. Totomaru had even been blown off his butt and almost off the roof from the shockwave. Quickly getting his bearings, he jumped off the roof and ran into the dust to see what the hell was going on. "Macau. Wakaba!" he exclaimed. "You okay?" He coughed, getting a breath full of dust. Unbeknownst to him, the bar had been completely wrecked and Jade was already stuffing her wallet full of money from the cash register. She and Candace had already gone this far over the line. Petty thievery couldn't really be much worse at this point. "Happy now?" she asked, zipping up her wallet. "You wrecked the bar and dinner is inedible." "I feel great," Candace said with a sigh. "I'll need a shower in the next town over in the morning, but man that felt cathartic." "Hey!" Totomaru barked, the dust completely settling. Jade, thinking that she and Candace should duck out and fast began to cast an illusion, but Candace put her hand, fingers spread, down and to the side. "Hold it," she said, her ability to sense spikes in Ryotsu uncanny as ever. "What up, hot stuff?" she asked, putting her hands behind her back and shaking her hips, puffing out her chest, trying to look sexy. "I don't suppose you could look the other way over this." "You? This is your doing." "Aww, baby, don't be like that. Come on, I can be your 30 minutes of heaven for one night only. Don't you just wanna squeeze these perky tits of mine and plow my tight ass? Or heck, you can have the front door if you want." Jade gazed at Candace with a glazed look. Her tent mate truly had no shame. "Oh my god, are you serious?" "Time and place, Candy. Time and place." Totomaru blushed, starting and stopping his sentence again, multiple times. Well, I am flattered, really, I. He mentally slapped his cheeks. That's beside the point, he said, bending his knees, throwing one arm out and up, fist clenched, holding the other out in front of him, palm towards the ground, ready to cast a fire spell at a moment's notice. With a deep breath, he then bellowed, "I am Totomaru, A-class member of Fairy Tail and former S-class member of Phantom Lord. Surrender now, or prepare to feel the wrath of my flames." Jade swallowed. "Fairy Tail and former Phantom Lord? See Candy, maybe we should back off." Candace, however, only cracked her knuckles, smiling wide. "You sure you wanna do this, buddy? I make a better lover than a fighter for guys like you. Come on, you can tell your guild it was like this when you got here. As much as I really didn't have a good time here, I can't let you get away with hurting the good people of this bar." "Good is pushing it, but I get your point," Candace said, licking her upper teeth bewitchingly, winking. "Gonna be honest, I don't like to tussle with cute guys unless it's a roll in the hay, but a fight's a fight. I won't show mercy if you really want to go there. Last chance," she said as she drew a finger from in between her legs over her shorts and up towards her breasts. "This could all be yours for one night. You sure you want to turn me down, baby?" she asked, cupping her breasts and leaning forward. "Don't drop your guard, Candy. You don't know what you're up against," Jade thought. Totomaru, having made his point clear and more than willing to take on a seemingly off-guard Candace, got behind her as quickly as possible and swung at her with his katana, the blade aflame. However, just before he took his outward swing, he was startled by Candace's head and gaze following his movement as she turned and blocked his swing with her bare arm. There were red lines running up her arm as his blade couldn't penetrate even the first layer of skin. Totomaru's eyes widened in surprise. That technique, her clothes. Turning her body, Candace went to backhand Totomaru in the cheek, but he ducked under it and pelted her with fireballs, but he completely missed as Candace disappeared from view. "You call that speed?" Candace asked out in the middle of town by the building Totomaru had previously been on top of. "Let me show you speed." Disappearing and reappearing like a flash of lightning, Candace began firing arrow after arrow at Totomaru all around in a circle. He was just barely able to keep up with the attacks, deflecting them all with his fiery sword. That's not even half her top speed, Jade thought. You can't toy with him, Candy. Jade, however, was just as surprised as Totomaru when Candace got right in Totomaru's guard and delivered a high kick to his chin and then drove her elbow into his chest with barely a spark of her electrifying power. "Come on, buddy," Candace said, bouncing on her feet, fists raised. "I really don't like roughing up the cute ones, plus I'm all dusty and dirty. Wouldn't you rather come with me to a hotel? We could have a nice steamy shower and—" Candace dodged to one side as a fireball was launched her way. She sighed, shaking her head. "Let me guess, you're a virgin." Totomaru froze, blushing. What concern is that of yours?" "Ha." Candace laughed briefly, clutching her chest. "You cherry boys are all the same. Never can tell when there's plenty of fun right in front of you. Don't worry, handsome. I ain't gonna hold it against ya, but I can tell when I've gone up to bat and struck out." Candace crouched low into a three-point stance, hand behind her, fingers clutching like a professional pitcher about to throw his fastest ball. Hand on the ground and feet sparking with lightning. "Time to switch sides. And I'm gonna strike you out. Ain't nothing personal, but you started this fight." Totomaru was barely prepared when a baseball-sized bolt of lightning nearly pelted him in the chest. He just narrowly got out of the way, and by that point, Candace was already behind him. Grabbing him by the shoulder, she got a firm grip on his shirt and flung him down the roadside, causing him to crash hard on his arm. Totomaru rolled over and prepared to get to his feet, but there was already a lightning bolt raining down from above. He hadn't the time nor the energy to get entirely out of the way and got hit just as he was getting to his knees. Stunned from the electricity, Totomaru's legs refused to get him to his feet in time for Candace to drive forward and drive a big ball of electricity, the size of her body, into his chest and sent him flying down the road. Between the force and the electrical current, he was totally knocked out. "Who?" Candace said, dusting her hands off. "Definitely worked up a sweat that time." Jade stared. She gazed over at Totomaru. He definitely looked like he was out cold. Sure, Candace had taken out some tough nuts to crack in the last month, but a fairy tale wizard? Candace stretched her hands above her head. "Ugh, yo, Jade. Let's get a move on. If we get to the bike quick enough, we can get to the next town over before the sweat stench settles in." "Alright," Jade said as she and Candace headed for the latter's motorbike with attached sidecar for Jade. Jade glanced back at Totomaru one last time. Hey, is he?" "Pretty sure he's not dead," Candace said, turning on her ride as it vibrated. "Trust me, if I wanted to, I could have vaporized him like that vampire from the other night. But I wasn't known as one of the fastest Quincy's in all of the Vandenrijk for nothing." Candace sat on the bike and tossed Jade her helmet as she strapped on her lacrima-infused goggles and switched them to night vision mode. "Let's ride." The duo and their bike then tore off into the moonlight. It was late August, 1978, a week before 6th grade began. A young blonde girl sat in front of her vanity table, staring at her thick, round glasses, perfectly straight hair and the crucified Jesus necklace dangling from her neck in the mirror. She was never one for makeup except for church on Sundays, but she needed a new look. Her braces would be coming off in a couple of months, not to mention puberty would be reaching soon. Her nipples had already started to itch once or twice a week. Taking off her eyeglasses, the girl reached for the shiniest pink lip gloss she could find and took off the cap. This year would be the mark of a brand new her. And no one would tell her how to behave. She would be her own woman. Candace woke up in the bed of a 5-star hotel with a jolt, Jade snoring in the nearby bed, but not too loud. The sun was barely up, but Candace knew she had rise. She stripped, went into the bathroom and began showering, feeling the beloved curves of her body, making sure the suds got everywhere throughout her green hair. She double-checked the mirror and made sure that, aside from her head, she was clean-shaven everywhere else as smooth as a baby's bottom. Her hair took extra special attention, as it always did, making sure it had that edgy flair to it. Then, applying eyeliner and lipstick, Candace then blew a kiss at the mirror before packing up her makeup bag. She headed down the stairs to the dining hall to get some breakfast, met by Jade as she lazily munched on some cereal with milk, daydreaming as usual. "Hey, morning roomie," Jade said. Candace said. "You okay?" Jade asked. "Had a weird dream," Candace said. I'll be fine once we hit the road. Okay, Jade knew better by now than to inquire further. Candace didn't like to talk about herself. Mind if I ask something? Just don't be surprised if I don't answer, Candace replied. Jade stuttered. How strong are you exactly? Candace looked at Jade in slight surprise, raising an eyebrow. It's just, that guy was from Fairy Tale. They're supposed to be the best guild out there and he used to be part of Phantom Lord, the other best guild. And you treated him like he was just a nuisance and you said you were holding back. Candace grinned, coming out of her doldrums. Course I fucking did. No one tells me what to do or how to behave. I'm my own boss. I don't care if he was one of those wizard saints you keep yammering about. I'll fight anyone that tries to push me around. Now get some food and let's hit the road. We're headed southwest, right? Yes, Jade nodded. Works for me, Candace said. Go and help yourself. Jade nodded and then made for the pastries. Oh, and Jade. Yeah. Don't change who you are for anyone else but yourself. Free life advice. Jade turned. Are you feeling okay? Candace shrugged. I told you I'd be fine in a bit. Just having a weird morning. Jade sighed. Whatever, Candy. Lucy. Bambietta exclaimed, bursting into the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Great. You haven't left on a job yet. Bambi, what's this about so early? Lucy asked. Bambietta held up 2 tickets. You know that mail-in contest you said I was crazy for entering. You mean the one that the grand prize was a weekend getaway to the most tropical resort in Salem? Bambietta nodded. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't win the grand prize, but look what I did win. She held up 2 theater tickets a little bit higher. Lucy saw the logo and nearly freaked out. Oh my god. Those tickets are impossible to get. First place. Bambietta laughed. Told you it was worth it. Lucy snatched a ticket from Bambietta's hand. And these are front row seats. Oh my gosh. I haven't been to a musical in ages. Okay, I'll bite, Levy said with a glazed look, subbing for the currently out-of-town Lil Tato. Who did you beat up to get those? Bambietta gasped in mock offense. Levy, I'm wounded that you think I would dare rob someone of their hard-earned raffle prize just to impress my girlfriend. Levy raised her eyebrow and folded her arms, not buying it. Bambietta laughed while Lucy showed off to Myra Jane behind her. I'm just messing with you. Honest to the gods, I got this fair and square. Levy dropped the suspicious act and smiled. Well, I'm really happy for you too. Oil Groove is supposed to be an amazing show. Yeah. Wait, what's it called? I just saw the words big, professional theater and knew Lucy would like it. Levy gasped. You've never heard of it? It's a classic running for 30 years now. It's about a summer romance between a boy and a girl and the boy thinks he's going to never see her again cause her dad's moving to a different guild, but then it turns out. Wait, Bambietta said, stopping Levy. It's called Oil Groove, you're sure? Cause the story sounds awfully a lot like. Bambietta was cut off by Lucy hugging her from behind, head squarely against the back of her shoulder. Bambietta was placated by the soft sensation of Lucy's boobs in her back. Thanks, Bambi, really. I'm happy we get to go see it. Oh hell, I can't make the joke like this, Bambietta thought. Bambietta was about to turn around and continue bathing in Lucy's clear exuberance over the situation when the front door was thrown open by Urza Scarlet. She was dragging a flatbed of an injured Macau in Wakaba. And, with her free arm, helping an unsteady Totomaru stumble into the guild. Oh my gosh, are you guys okay? Levy asked. Well, shhhhhhh, Bambietta noticed Wendy looking at the job board, shut the front door. There goes my morning. So, she said as Lucy let go of her and the two stood side by side, got any other rival guilds I should know about? Who was it this time? Ghost King? Boggart Prince? Poltergeist Dukes? Lucy sighed. Totomaru sat down while Urza dragged Macau and Wakaba up the stairs by their coats. What happened to them? Lucy asked. They started it, Totomaru said, rubbing his sore neck. They're being punished. Levy, being courteous, scribbled the word relief on the back of his neck. Thanks. No problem. Mind telling us what happened? Levy asked as she, Bambietta, and Lucy sat down. Natsu, sensing something interesting happening, sat on his knees on the floor and poked his head above the table from the nose up. Happy lay on his stomach on Natsu's head, also listening intently. So, the old geezers thought they could use me to get drunk and try and play hide the sausage. Why would you want to hide a sausage? Natsu asked. I'd rather eat one. The others looked at him and decided it was best not to comment. So many jokes I could make, Bambietta thought, but it's hardly appropriate right now. I walked out cause I wasn't feeling the bar scene, and the next thing I know the whole place goes sky high with an explosion. It wasn't me. Bambietta exclaimed, getting defensive. No, I know, Totomaru said. But I think you might know the person that it was. How do you figure? Bambietta asked. White clothes, he said. Very similar outfit. Reminded me a bit of you too. Not a whole lot to go on. What about her other features? Lucy asked. It was dark. Couldn't really make much out. But she soundly kicked my ass. She was flirting with me the whole time too. Did she have lightning magic? Bambietta suddenly asked. Huh? Did she have lightning magic? Bambietta asked again, slower. I think that's what she was using, Totomaru asked. Why? Bambietta bit her lower lip. Someone from your old guild, Bambi? Lucy asked. I need to go back home for a bit, Bambietta said, slowly getting up from the table. I have a pillow I need to scream and angst into. Bambi? Levy asked in concern, but Bambietta was already walking out of the guild. Lucy followed her. Bambi, please. What's wrong? She threw her arms out. If you know something, please talk to us, or at least to me. Do you remember how I said I was betrayed by my friends from my old guild? Bambietta asked. Lucy recoiled, holding her hands by her chin, arms pressed against her chest. Don't tell me. I can't be certain, but it might be Candace. If it is, tell me, Lucy, have you ever had a best friend? Like, a real, long-time best friend you still talk to today? No, I can't say that I have. Bambietta took a deep breath. Candace and I were, what you would call best friends. You know, photo ops, mall crawls, stealing each other's food, the works. She's also one of the few girls I was with before you. Oh. It's not what you think. It wasn't a deep relationship, not in bed anyway, but, of all people. Bambietta clenched her fists and grinded her teeth. Of all the people I knew, I always thought she would be the last one to betray me. Tears started to fall from Bambietta's face. I mean, I never thought any of them would, but Candace was the one I trusted the most. She knew more about me than any of the others. We were almost like sisters. We were the type of close where we could make fun of each other and we'd both know it was just a joke. We even used to fool the others with it by making them think we were having a fight. Lucy gave Bambietta a hug from behind, tenderly. You know that none of us would ever betray you, right? I know. Bambietta said, choked up. But, I patched things up with Lil. What if it's all just some big misunderstanding? What if Candace regrets it too? Damn it, Lucy. Ever since I came to Fairy Tale, everything I thought I knew has been turned on its head and challenged. Bambietta put her hands over her eyes. Because, after everything with Lil, she sniffed. I know, somewhere deep inside me, that if Candy is really sorry. She sank to her knees, Lucy going with her, arms around Bambietta's stomach. God damn it, I want my friend back. Do you want to go see her? Lucy asked. Bambietta put her hands on the hems of her skirt. I can't, and that's the worst part of it. If I saw her, I'd probably yell at her, accuse her of all kinds of things. Bambietta swallowed. And what if I open up my heart to her and she acts like it was all just some big prank and thinks it's funny? That's sick. You don't know Candy's humor like I do. We could really hit each other where it hurts, and if that was a joke to her, that's too far. Despite dripping with tears, Bambietta's eyes reflected rage. And I'll never ever forgive her for that. Bambi. Bambietta looked over her shoulder, hoping her tears were dry as she saw Wendy behind her. And she wasn't alone. Urza was standing nearby. Everything all right? Urza asked her. Aye. Bambietta looked at all three wizard girls. No, it's okay. I have them now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be fine. Are you sure? You looked like you were crying, Wendy said. Bambietta deflected Wendy's concern with a big smile and a firm head pat. Don't worry your silly little head over it. I'm made of sterner stuff than a Decepticon. She made her free hand into a fist and smacked the side of it into her chest. I'll take care of it if she's not, Lucy said, jumping to Bambietta's defense. She then noticed the scroll in Urza's hand. Are you two going somewhere? A small bandit raid, Urza said with a faint smile. They're a weak group, so Wendy wanted to do it herself, but asked me to help her out if it gets too hard. I don't want you to worry about me, okay? Wendy asked, smiling at Bambietta. You and Lucy have that show you're going to tomorrow, right? Just leave today's earnings to me and just have some fun. You deserve it. You're always working so hard. Bambietta sighed and wiped a real tear from her eye, but only because it was lingering from earlier. Lucy, our little girl is growing up. Soon we'll be planning her sweet 16. Lucy sighed, rolling her eyes, smiling. You two have fun now. I'd say, be sure to bring her back safe, but I know you'd never let anything happen to her, Urza. Urza nodded. We'll be back by dark. And with that, Lucy and Bambietta went one way and Urza and Wendy went another. Today looked like it was just going to be yet another ordinary day in Fairy Tale. The year was 1981, a blonde teenager walked into school dressed with long, wavy, far from straight hair. She had sunglasses pulled down ever so slightly as she pushed open both of the front doors with full force, striding in her black high heels, leather jacket, and dark violet top hugging to her curves. A few juniors saw her, staring at her mouth's agape. The girl winked at them, tugging on her sunglasses as she strode forward into the school. Despite high school being brand new to her and the title of Queen of the Castle far beyond her reach, this newbie to the last school of primary education walked through the halls to her locker with zero fucks given, striding with her newly bloomed sex appeal, fresh contact lenses in her eyes. No more glasses. No more long flowing locks, she thought as she gathered her belongings from the locker, slamming it shut and kicking it as she turned away, walking with her head held high like a brand new woman. She wasn't a mousy little girl anymore. She'd grown up and in. Gone was her grade school pudge, replaced with a flat stomach, killer curves, and an ass that would not quit. Hello to all the looks from jocks. As she strode in the bathroom, she reapplied lipstick and smacked her lips. Look at me, she said, taking her lipstick and graffitiing the mirror with it, making the shape of a heart. I'm fantasy. Goodbye, she said, taking the stick and placing it in her pocket. Miss Sandra, she then took her old eyeglasses and dropped them on the ground deliberately before stomping on the lens with her heels, completely breaking her glasses. That's it, Candace said, tugging on her glove as she stood among a gaggle of groaning bodies. Bag em and tag em. She swayed her hips to one side and put her knuckles on them. Okay, well, not really, but check em for valuables and let's blow it. You got it, Candy, Jade said, going through everyone's pockets. Candace laughed. Man, no matter how many times I do this, it never gets old. What do you mean? Jade asked. This is the first time we've raided bandits. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Just, something from when I was younger. The sound of screeching tires and the sound of metal crashing into metal inside Candace's head soon found the Quincy violently shaking it. Never you mind that. Get what they got and let's go. Right, Jade said, looting the bandits. Hold it right there. Candace turned to see a redhead dressed like a knight with a small preteen blue-haired girl walking up the road. In the name of fairy tale? The redhead started to say, only to take a look at the situation. I think we're too late, Urza. Those two girls must have taken the bandits out already, Wendy said. Fairy tale again. Candace thought. The redhead, Urza, sized up Candace and Jade. White clothes, peaked cap, is this the girl Totomaru fought the night before? You there? Urza barked at her. Huh? Yeah, what do ya want? Candace asked. We were sent here to defeat these bandits as per a job request. What guild do you hail from? Guild? Candace asked. I'm my own person. Jade here's kind of like a hangers-on. Look, if you ain't with the Rune Knights, Candace said, scratching her head. I didn't see you, you didn't see me? Deal. Urza noticed how Jade was pickpocketing the unconscious bandits, stuffing the gold and jewelry into what seemed like a very fat purse. Stealing stolen goods doesn't make them yours, Urza stated. Pfft, screw that. Finders keepers. What? You expect me to track down the original owners? Haven't you ever played a video game before? Candace asked only to swear under her breath. Shit. Right. Different time and place. If you hand over the gold and valuables to me, I can at least turn them over to the authorities. Yeah, how about no? I play by my own rules. If you got a problem with that, you can suck my bright, pink, well, you know how that sentence ends, Candace said with a wicked grin. Urza gave a stern, scary glare at Candace. Wait a sec, red hair, and her name is Urza. Jade swallowed and then pulled on Candace's arm. Candy, we should go. Again with this. Candace sighed. No, you don't understand. That's Urza Scarlet. She's the strongest woman in all of fairy tale, Jade stated. Strongest woman, huh? Candace asked, pushing Jade back by the shoulder. You don't say. Candace. Bite me, Jade, Candace said. Listen, Miss Two Twizzler colored to be a proper ginger, I already clapped one of your boys the night before. Unless you want to meet the same fate as him, I suggest you back off if you know what's good for you. Jade's dark skin almost turned pale. That's it. We are dead. We are both dead. Dead women be we. A cornucopia of pain and despair is coming our way to ensure our demise. We are so many levels of dead. Why? Why in all the world did I get paired off with the most obstinate and thick-headed bimbo in all of wizardry? Urza glared harder. So it was the same woman. Wendy, take a few steps back. Wendy backed up about 5 steps. There's fine. Urza threw her arm out wide and manifested a sword. She then swung it out in front of her. Then, pushing off with her back foot, she charged at Candace without another word. Bring it on, bitch, Candace thought, and the fight began. Candace dodged the attack easily, sliding along Urza's right side. She's fast. Urza gasped. She barely had time to react to Candace's next attack as the Quincy brought her foot up and planted it towards Urza's hip. Urza was able to turn and block with the flat side of her blade, but she got pushed back, the electrical energy from Candace's strike launching her across the plane. Don't blink! Candace exclaimed and pitched a blast of lightning the size of a beach ball at Urza. Gasping, Urza dropped flat to the ground, fighting against the wind current. Instinctively, she rolled out of the way. Good thing too. Candace was launching arrow after arrow after arrow at Urza from afar, and the blasts were curving into the ground and causing it to rupture. Urza eventually gained enough momentum that she was able to get to her feet and switched to her non-indicatively named flight armor. With her cheetah print armor, Urza now had 2 swords and was charging towards Candace at blinding speed. Whoa! Candace thought as she leapt out of the way of Urza's incoming strike. Urza swung with 2 blades out wide, first crossing them in front of her body and then swinging her arms as wide out as she could. Candace barely avoided the pressure from the swing as she dodged to one side. She could feel Urza's swing cut through her riot so temporarily as the spiritual barrier around her body reformed. Fast and strong. I really can't underestimate her, Candace thought. Let's kick it into high gear. Lightning bursting out from her center of mass, Candace's eyes sparked as her feet and hands glowed with lightning. I've never seen her use that technique before. Jade gasped. With furious speed, Candace began delivering punches and kicks too fast for Wendy or Jade to follow. Urza could follow them though. Her reflexes were just sharp enough to block the incoming strikes, but the blows were putting burns into the metal of her sword. "Take this!" Candace exclaimed and brought her fists down like a hammer. Urza blocked with both blades in an X pattern, but the damaged weapons shattered under the force of the blow. Fortunately, Urza was able to move with the momentum of Candace's swing and get some distance. Changing armors on a dime, Urza put on her Heaven's Wheel armor and sent multiple weapons flying at Candace from multiple angles. "Blood Vene!" Candace exclaimed, covering her entire body with the technique, blades snapping and shattering on impact as she swat the ground and let out a burst of lightning that spread out in multiple bolts in a circle. Incredible, she might be near the same level as Bambietta, Urza thought. Drawing her bow, Candace doubled the knocked arrow in size, imbuing it with her shrift. "Take this!" she shouted, feeding the riot so she was using to conjure blood vene into the arrow. The explosion consumed Urza's entire body. "How's that?" Candace asked with a grin, giving Urza a thumbs down. However, her grin faded when she saw a spear tip poking through the dust, sparking with lightning. Urza was now garbed in a golden and baby blue armor, wielding an impressive-looking spear. "I must say, I'm impressed by your power. Your lightning abilities would certainly be impressive if put to the right use." What can I say? I'm a natural," Candace said. "However, your power has a crippling weakness. You may be able to conjure lightning, but you are not resistant to it." "Say what now?" Candace blinked, eyes shrinking in. "Lucky for me," Urza said, twirling the spear under her arm as the ribbons on it waved in the wind. "My Lightning Empress armor provides me both." Lightning beam. A powerful bolt of lightning burst forth from the spear and blazed its way towards Candace. Using blood vene, Candace was able to protect herself, but Urza was already on top of her, having anticipated her actions. With a series of swift jabs, she jammed her weapon as Candace's skin, forcing the girl to use more and more riot so to keep blood vene protecting her under such a flurry of attacks. Eventually, Urza broke through Candace's guard hard enough to send her flying, but not enough to injure her. Turning her body like an acrobat, Candace palmed the ground and righted herself, firing an arrow at Urza, but the redhead was already flanking Candace's right. Is she anticipating my movements? It has to be. She's slower than before. Urza approached Candace in close quarters and began to thrust the spear as Candace used Hiran Kyaku to get behind her, only to watch the spear turn in a beam of lightning fired from the tip behind Urza. Candace had to use Hiran Kyaku to put a massive amount of distance between her and Urza. Surprised? Urza asked. I've seen your techniques before. Not from you, but from a friend. Hiran Kyaku, Hiling Feel, Blood Vene, Blood Artery, I've seen them all and studied them. Urza turned and aimed her spear in Candace's direction, both hands on the weapon's handle. If lightning is your specialty, then my Lightning Empress armor will counter it. I will take you down. Urza declared. Candace grimaced. Shit, if I still could use my Volstandig, I could wipe that self-assured glare right off her stupid face. Jade was right. Retreat was probably the best option for now. Tell me one thing, Twizzler. That friend of yours, what's their name? What uses that knowledge to you? Urza inquired. Candace let out a growling sigh. Geez, you are one stubborn bitch. Look, I know some people, okay? Gotta keep my head out of my ass by knowing who's where and what's what. You get me? Miss Quincy? Wendy asked, since Candace hadn't given her proper name. Do you know Bambi? Wendy, Urza gasped, slightly alarmed at Wendy's innocent naivete. Ah. Sorry, was that wrong? Wendy gasped, covering her mouth. For pity's sake, child, Carla said. You know how Bambietta was earlier. What if this is one of her? Hold the fucking phone, you two know Bambi? She's here. Candace asked, eyes wide with surprise. Urza sighed. We know Bambietta, yes. She's a member of our guild. I see. Is she doing well? Last time I saw her, well, you'd know if she was okay or not. She's fine, Urza responded, staring. Apparently no thanks to you from what I gathered. Context? Jade asked. Candace sighed, ignoring Jade's outburst. Damn, so that's what she's been thinking. Fuck. Well, I can't exactly go and beat up one of her friends, but I don't exactly wanna come with you either, Suu. Candace gave a peace sign to Urza with a shit-eating grin. Bye. Then, with a thunderclap, accompanied by a bolt of lightning, Candace was just gone. Jade asked. Wait, did she just? Where'd she go? Wendy asked. Not sure, Urza said. But, we can still take her accomplice with us. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Jade thought. She cast an illusion doppelganger of herself that was backing away slowly while she herself was running back towards the nearest town. Candace and her had a system in place. If the two got separated and couldn't find each other, meet by the bike. Unfortunately, Urza pounced on the unsuspecting Jade while her back was turned, pinning her to the ground. What? You should know better than to turn your back on an enemy, Urza said. Wah, but I cast an illusion. How did you? Oh? Did you? Illusions don't work on me, Urza said, switching back to her Heart Cruise armor, pinning Jade down by her back and then got out some rope. You're coming with us, she said, glaring. Oh like hell. Jade yelled out as she pulled out her pistols. She knew that she likely stood no chance against Urza, but she wouldn't go down without a fight. She began to fire her shots at Urza, but her eyes widened in shock as Urza casually deflected them away. Urza rushed forward and as she did, Jade began to change the appearance of her weapon from pistols to karma. She began to swing them at Urza as she wielded her blades, her body moving as if it was in some sort of dance. Urza began to dodge and weave, and one of her attacks managed to graze Urza's face, giving it a small cut. I hurt her. I can do this, I can win. Jade thought to herself as she continued to wield her blades in rapid succession. Most of her attacks were dodged, but Jade occasionally still found herself landing blows. Come on, fall damn you. Jade thought to herself. Urza however, now getting a read on her opponent's fighting style began to start deflecting Jade's attacks more and more, slowly closing the gap between them. She's rather skilled. Urza thought as she continued to block and evade Jade's wild strikes. Almost good enough to be one of our class mages, but it's about time I finished this. Urza then rushed forward and disappeared before Jade's eyes. Wondering where she went, Jade soon found herself on the ground as she felt a powerful blow to her head. She turned around to see none other than Urza Scarlet looking down at her, her sword pointing at Jade's head. Now, you're coming with me? Jade screamed as Urza promptly subdued her. The year was 1983, the middle of spring. A blonde girl with streaks of green dye in her hair, stood leaned against the banister of her house's main staircase, lollipop dangling from her mouth. She was dressed in her leather jacket, a black, cotton tube top and tight spandex. Her parents were dressed in their Sunday best, ready for church. What do you mean you're not going to church? Her mother asked. I mean, I'm not going to fucking church, the girl stated. Honey, today's Easter, her father said. Please, of all days. I said I'm not fucking going. The girl shouted, flipping her father off. She leaned back. Chuck's taking me uptown to a rad party with some college students. I'm gonna dip my face in a chocolate fountain and have a blast. And you can't stop me. Cassandra, as long as you live under this house, you will live by our rules. Her mother shouted. No. Cassandra shouted. Because your rules said I had to wear stupid, thick glasses and keep my hair nice and straight. I'm tired of being picked on and I'm tired of listening to you two telling me what's best for me. You fail as Quincy's. You fail as parents and just fuck both of you. Young lady. Talk to the hand, pop, cause the ears ain't listening, Cassandra said and marched up the stairs. Her mother was in tears, crying against her husband's shoulder. Cassandra's father pat her hands. Easy, Betty. It's just a phase. She'll regret it. I have faith in her. But it wasn't a phase. Cassandra went to that party and she had a blast. She left with chocolate staining her jacket and hair, and one of the guys laundered it for her in exchange for being able to give her a smack on the bottom. From there, she only became more degenerate, including skipping classes and smoking cigarettes on school grounds. The year was 1984, summer was almost on the horizon. Prom was nearing for the seniors as Cassandra stood in front of the schoolyard, smoking and reapplying nail polish. Hey, Candy. It was a nickname she'd started to get called because the boys thought she looked sweet like candy. Cassandra stuck with it. She turned her green and blonde hair towards the boy approaching her. He looked nervous, wearing a polo shirt and knee-length shorts with thick glasses and lotion covering up some acne. He looked barely 140 pounds of pure scrawniness. Candy inhaled her cigarette and gave his body her full attention with her eyes and head, but said nothing. I don't know if you remember me. We went to elementary school together. I skipped a grade in the 4th grade. Candy smoked more, turning her head a little, losing interest fast. You got a point, Poindexter. Well, senior prom is coming up and... Fuck off, Candy said before he'd finished his sentence. Huh. You're thinking of asking me to come with you, right? She asked and then gave him the finger. Not interested. Gain maybe 20 pounds of muscle, then we'll talk. But. Look buddy, I don't need a boy in my life, I need a man. Cassandra, he said, calling her by her full name. What's happened to you? I always thought you were so cute when we were kids. I got sexy, Candy responded. You got a fuck to give with that. You call this sexy? He asked, getting angry. Every other word out of your mouth is a sacrilege against the Bible and you reek of smoke. The only reason you haven't been thrown out of school yet is because the football team always goes to bat for you. And that's not all, I've heard your grades have been slipping too. You used to be a B student and now you're getting CS. Not to mention the rumors. 9 guys, Candy responded, smirking. It feels fucking great. She took another whiff of her cigarette and blew it in her nuisance's face. But. He stuttered again. Don't you care about yourself anymore? Course I do. That's why I'm doing this. I live for me. I don't need anyone, Candy answered, taking another puff. Least of all my cuckold folks. The boy was about to respond when he got pushed aside by 2 bigger guys. One side, Shrimp. They were members of the football team and they stood on either side of Candy. Looking good, sexy, one of them said, reaching for the cigarette in her hand. You want it? Take it. It's half gone anyway, Candy responded, handing it to him. Yo, word is Jack's gonna ask you to prom. When he asks, try to act surprised. Candy laughed. If he actually has the stones to say it to my face, we'll see what happens. The glasses-wearing boy ran away crying, the metaphorical glass shattering before his eyes. The girl he knew growing up was gone. Later that summer, Candy got her license, but rather than get a car like everyone else, she had the boys that admire her pony up the cash so she could get her dream ride, a smooth, sleek, black motorbike. The engine purred like a cougar and roared like a lion as the vibrations hummed between her legs. However, as the boys clamored to try and get on the bike with her, Candy leaked out her riot so. Sorry, boys, but this kitty cat rides solo. See you later, losers. Woohoo. Like a chariot racing out of hell down a straight path, Candy blazed out of the parking lot and onto the streets. Helmet secured, sunglasses on underneath, Candy zoomed out onto the highway, headed west. 'Cause she was on her way out of New York and she wasn't ever coming back. As Candace slowed her pace into town, she found her bike at the edge, sidecar still attached. It wasn't her original ride, but it got the job done. The engine didn't purr or roar like her old bike, but it was far more monstrous looking and far more stylish. Kinda wish I had the money to upgrade the thing, Candace thought. She sighed and then got some tools out of the sidecar, making sure the bike was in tip-top shape, careful not to get her hair dirty. When she was done, she wiped her brow. She looked around. When she didn't spot Jade or Urza, she used Hiran Kyaku to get to the top of the tallest building in the town. Still no sign of them. Jade's Ryotsu was also pretty far, too far to even pinpoint. Candace sighed. Really? She got captured? She thought. Well, fuck her. Not like I need her. I've always been the lone wolf. Don't need no one. Screw her and screw Bambi. I'll be fine, Candace thought, powering up the bike as she detached the sidecar, by myself. She then took off into the sunset. But, no matter what she forced herself to think, or how angry she was, and no matter how far she rode, one thing a person could never escape from was the truth. The sun had almost completely set when Urza and Wendy arrived back in Magnolia with Jade being dragged behind them like a corpse. Okay. Could we please stop with the dragging? Jade snapped. I'm pretty sure I have at least 3 rocks up my ass and one somewhere else uncomfortable. I'll let you get to your feet, but if you try anything, Urza said, glaring. You'll regret it. Wendy, help her up. Wendy helped Jade stand upright, but the rope stayed bound tight. So, what do you plan to do with me now? Hand me over to the Rune Knights. Jade asked her captor. Not just yet, Urza said. You'll be much more useful to us trying to track down your partner in crime. Jade's blood ran cold. She was going to be bait for Candace. What do you plan to do to Candace? She asked, spooked. Wendy looked up at Urza, just as curious. A close friend of mine seems to have been rather hurt by your friend's actions. I think it's about time we put an end to this before it leads to something rather tragic. Tragic? Jade asked. I can't really give specifics, Urza said. But as long as you behave yourself, I'll give you food and water and lodging. I suppose I'll have to be spoon-fed. I doubt you plan to loosen the ropes. You catch on quick, Urza responded. Jade sighed. Fine. But mark my words, you will regret this. Candace will come back for me. We'll see about that, Urza said and led Jade away. Off the side of the interstate in 1985, a loud motorbike pulled into a parking lot and was promptly chained to the bike rack of a nearby dive restaurant. A young woman with green hair strolled into a bar with cuts and bruises on her arms, but otherwise no worse for wear. She sat down at the bar and looked surly, tilting down her sunglasses. What'll it be, sweet cheeks? Get me a screwdriver, virgin, she answered. Comin' right up, the bartender said. As he fixed the girl a drink, a scruffy college student wearing a biker jacket sat down next to the leather-bound lime-haired girl. Virgin? Your stomach not hard enough for the real thing? He asked. Fuck you, I'm underage and I need to tuck my head in from the cops, the woman responded, punching his arm, but not too hard. Oh, you're a feisty one. I like that. Name's Cameron, Cameron King, you. Candace, the woman responded. Candace Catnip. She smiled at him, winking. But the cute ones call me, Candy. Aha, I see, he said, nodding his head. Candy, I like it. Where ya from, Candy? New York. I split the moment I got my bike. She's out front. Nice. I walked here. College is about a half an hour trek from here. Ah, a university boy, huh? Candace asked. You a sports guy? You look like one. Yup, center for the Cougars. How'd you know? Candace swayed in her chair, smiling. I've been with enough football players to know them at a glance, she said and ran her hand up Cameron's arm, clasping her hand on his shoulder and she smacked the side of her head against it. Buy my drink for me, handsome. Yo, Sammy, gimme one of what she's having. I'll pay for both. Your parents are gonna kill me, Cameron, Sammy said, sliding down the glasses. Hey, I'm a responsible drinker, Cameron said, holding up the drink he knew wasn't the virgin one. Bottoms up. He threw back his head and downed half the glass. Candace then sipped her drink slowly. Ah, she said, feeling refreshed. Can't wait till I'm 21. I've had alcohol before when it's been snuck to me. You been drunk before? A few times, Candace responded. She moaned seductively. I just love alcohol. She unzipped her jacket. Makes me hoo-hoo-good. Candace's new mark, as she called them, was already with wood in his pants and she knew it. Leaning back onto his shoulder, she spread her hand on his chest. How about after this we go back to your place for a good time? Cameron gave a thumbs up to his buddies at another part of the bar with a wink. Candace saw this and purred. Oh, I'm in for a good night. The chirping of birds woke Candace up that morning as she disassembled the tent and loaded it into the big, clunky, metal crate she had secured to the back of her bike, which carried all the supplies. Man, it has been too long since I had sex, she thought as she turned her bike on. She shook her head and let the wind carry her hair. Okay, next stop, a hotel. Gotta clean my hair out. After that, she shrugged. She then rode off with her back to the sunrise. When Bambietta got to Fairy Tale that morning, she noticed Urza coming up from the basement with a used bowl, a tray, and a spoon. Curious, but not wanting to make Urza aware of her interest, Bambietta stole into the basement when Urza wasn't watching the entrance and trekked down the stairs to find Jade tied up on the far wall, leaned over to one side. "Oh my," Bambietta said upon seeing her. She then turned her head and thought. Wow, I knew Urza was into some kinky stuff, but, then I'm not one to judge, I'm into the same thing, but, questions for later. Hey, are you that Bambietta person that Urza and Wendy were talking about? Jade asked. Oh, she speaks. I half assumed Urza was breaking the Geneva Convention. But that's me though. Bambietta's the name, kicking ass is my game. So, are you like, Urza's new pet gimp or something? Or is some weird initiation ritual to the guild I was never made privy to? Wow, even your brand of humor is the same, Jade said with a glazed look. Bambietta knew that Urza and Wendy's sense of humor didn't match hers, which only begged the question, who was this chick talking about? Matches, who exactly? I don't suppose the name Candace means anything to you? Jade asked. Bambietta's eyes narrowed as she frowned extremely hard. Yeah. It rings a bell. You know the bitch. Traveled with her until just yesterday when she ran off and left me at Urza's mercy. Suppose she wasn't kidding when she said, travel until we get tired of each other. Really hope that's not the case though. I kind of. Jade was cut off by the sound of creepy laughter and it was coming from Bambietta. She sounded like an asylum patient as she threw her head back and slapped her hand over her forehead. She didn't learn. She doesn't give a flying fuck about me. Bambietta laughed harder. She went and abandoned someone again. Why am I not surprised? That's just who you are, isn't it, Candace? All you do is lie, steal, cheat and fuck people to get your way, both in bed and in the back. Jade wanted to draw question to Bambietta's sanity, but thought anything further might just mean the death of her. Oh, well, when I see her, Bambietta chuckled. When I see her, I'm going to make sure that she never does this to anyone ever again. Bambietta's riot surged as empty boxes started to burst. I'm gonna beat her black and blue, I'm gonna drag her by that hair she's so goddamn proud of and then I'm gonna choke the life out of. You're wrong. Fuck you. You barely knew her a month. Bambietta exclaimed, flipping Jade off. I knew her for years. She was almost like a sister to me. But she was just laughing at my back the whole time. Always jealous that I was the leader. That I got to call the shots. And when I needed her the most, all she did was stab me in the back. Jade stared at Bambietta and said calmly. Look, I don't know what she did to you, but let me tell you something. About 3 months ago, I lost someone very important to me and I wandered this country with nowhere to go. When she found me, I had practically hit rock bottom. I was being a stupid, drunken, bimbo at a bar. And some guys were going to take advantage of me. She didn't have to help me. She didn't have to do anything. And when I asked her why, she just said she did it 'cause she wanted to. Sure, she's crass, sure she's rude, sure she can be extremely annoying at times, but she's had my back more times than I can count on my own 2 hands and I know I've done the same. And yet, look where we both ended up, betrayed and sold out to the enemy. She'll come back for me, I know she will. Jade shouted and then looked desperate. She cares about me. I know she cares about me. Someone has to care about. Bambietta gave Jade a slow clap. Brilliant defense. You're a regular Perry Mason. But you want to know something, mint chocolate? I know Candace is a lying, thieving backstabber. Because there I was, lying in a pool of my own blood after getting my ass kicked, what was the most humiliating defeat in my career. And she just stood by and watched as one of my other friends murdered me right in front of her. And she just stood there watching. Her and all the others. Jade was shocked at this. Candace didn't seem the type. Why yeah, well. She stuttered, trying to rationalize what Bambietta was saying and her own memories. Why, you must have done something to deserve it. Jade suddenly found Bambietta pressing a blade to her throat. Deserve it? No one deserves what I went through, Bambietta said coldly. You think she gives that much of a damn about you? She asked. Jade could practically see the darkness in Bambietta's eyes. You think she cares about you and your friendship more than she did about me and mine? Then about we test that little theory of yours. You wouldn't dare. Your fairy tale. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Bambietta said with a wicked smile. She made to press the sword into Jade's neck, but something froze her body with tremendous effort. A glowing emblem appeared on the back of her hand. Bambietta thought her hesitance was just caused by her time spent in fairy tale, though that was only a subconscious excuse. Consciously, she wanted nothing more than to rip off this bitch's head and feed it to the maggots and then. Bambietta based her bine. Bambietta dropped her sword and froze. Hey, Urza, I was just. She looked at the sword on the ground and the cut on Jade's neck. Oh my fuck, what the hell was I about to do? She thought, staring at the ground in horror like all the times she was about to be lectured or punished by Hashwalth. Urza grabbed Bambietta by the shoulder, squeezing tightly, so tightly Bambietta thought Urza was going to break her shoulder. With the presence of an angry demon the size of the room, Urza whispered in Bambietta's ear, "Come with me, right now." "Why yes, ma'am." Urza then dragged Bambietta up to the ground floor by her cape, almost choking Bambietta and continuing to drag her until Bambietta was thrown against the base of the desk in Makarov's office. Urza slammed the door. "What the hell were you doing just now?" Bambietta began, only to stop. She really had no idea. I don't know. That's it? I don't know. I catch you in the middle of about to kill someone and all you can give me is I don't know. I wanted to see what was going on downstairs and then she told me she met her, and, everything after that is a blank. Oh my god. Bambietta started to cold sweat and felt like she was about to puke. I was going to tell you about Jade later today, Urza said. Not only did you go behind my back, but you nearly did something so stupid I would have had no choice but to throw you out of fairy tale. Bambietta shook, sitting on her hands and knees. Urza, what kind of person am I? Perhaps you can reflect on that while you're home for the day, Urza said, turning around, speaking contemptuously. I'm suspending your activities in the guild for the next 2 days. You're not to take missions and you're not to leave Magnolia. If you sneak out, I will let Master know about what happened. Or maybe you'd like me to have Wendy heal Jade's wound and tell her exactly what you did. Bambietta shook like a frightened child. No, please don't bring Wendy into this, I understand. Then you're dismissed. You're not to enter the guild hall until 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Am I understood? Yes, Urza. Good, now go, Urza said, opening the door. Bambietta shambled out of fairy tale shamefully like she was a convicted criminal walking to a noose. Levy had spotted her walking out and ran up to her. Bambi, everything all right? Urza didn't throw you out, did she? She asked frantically. No, I don't know why she didn't, but no. I'm just suspended for 2 days. I'm such an idiot. The whole guild hall heard her shouting, but we don't know what happened. Everyone's worried. I made a mistake, Levy. I almost. Bambietta started only to sigh. No, I don't want to say it. Levy pat Bambietta on the shoulder. I know I've never seen Urza get that mad before, but she runs a tight ship around here. She laughed. But wow, suspension. I can't remember the last time anyone got suspended around here. How can you laugh about this? Bambietta asked, looking pale. If Urza's mad enough to yell at you like that, it's because she cares. You probably really hurt her more than you know with whatever you did. I'm sure when your suspension's lifted, everything will be back to normal. Just apologize to Urza, she'll probably whack you on the head for being stupid and life will carry on. Can you really think it's that easy? Even if I almost. Levi stood in front of Bambietta and sandwiched Bambietta's hands in between hers. Whatever it was, you know that you're sorry. I'll talk to Urza if you want. Maybe I can smooth it over a little. Why? Bambietta asked, gasping. Well, I mean, because we're friends, Levi said with a smile. Bambietta started to choke on tears and then hugged Levi. Thank you. Levi pat Bambietta's back. It's okay. That's what friends are for. When Candace met Cameron, she had no idea he was part of a gang outside of school activities. She became one of the gang as a result. She smoked, drank, and hung out with the boys like she was one of them. Chug. 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 They were chanting at her as she downed a whole bottle of brandy. Then, she put the empty bottle on the ground and took a bow. They cheered. How ya feelin' sexy? Cameron asked. Ugh, tipsy. You guys got rubbers? I'm already lubricated. Her life had devolved into one of debauchery, drugs, alcohol, and reckless abandon. And she loved every minute of it because it was her choice. It was to the point that it was often joked that Candace couldn't lie on her back without putting her legs up over her head. It wasn't true, but it spoke volumes about her behavior. She didn't care, of course. She felt like a queen, like she was on top of the world. Cameron would eventually graduate and then fail to get drafted into the Chicago Bears. Then, unemployed, he and Candace, along with others from the gang, evolved their activities. Oof. A big burly guy exclaimed as Candace punched him in the face hard. She pulled on her bloodied glove, looking at the damage she and the other boys had done. Putting one foot on a crate, Candace declared. You fuckers got it? This area's now the property of the Royal Thunder. Now get your asses out of here before we pop caps in M. By day, she and the others would steal, assault, eat and ride. By night, she'd let Cameron slam her harder than the bars on a closing cell door. After their latest romp, each one smoking a cigarette, naked under the covers of a cheap motel, Candace looked at him. She wondered, was she in love? You know, baby, she said, my birthday's coming up. We doing anything special? Maybe, Cameron answered. But for today, I got you something special. Ah, baby, you know how to spoil me. What'll get me? Cameron reached for his pants on the floor and put something in Candace's hand. It was a silver ring with tiny rhinestones in it. I stole this the other day when you weren't looking. See, Cameron, Candace blushed. Is this? Will you be my woman forever, Candy? Candace made out with her lover. Her answer was as crystal clear as those rhinestones. The sound of a truck horn woke Candace up with a jolt, but the sound was only in her mind. She panted like she'd run a marathon and clutched at herself. A dream, just a dream, she panted. She then clutched her head, the sore feeling settling in. Ugh, hangover. Fuck. She slipped out of bed and into the shower, sitting down with her legs outstretched as much as she could, head tilted down as she turned the water on. She did not making it warm until she felt relieved from the cold liquid splashing her naked body. She looked at her left hand. Like an amputated limb, the wind around her barren ring finger was like a constant reminder of something she lost. Cameron, she mumbled. When it came to Bambietta's suspension, Lucy took it well. She said she'd try doubly hard for both of them and told Bambietta not to worry about it. Lucy said that Bambietta could do the household chores in the meantime. Bambietta thought this was a fair trade-off. So, for the next 2 days, when she wasn't cleaning or cooking, or bored out of her skull, Bambietta found herself reading. Since she wasn't under house arrest, she'd had the chance to really poke around Magnolia and happened upon a quaint little comic shop she'd never been in before. So, there she was, reading a graphic novel about the Ishgar fictional heroine Colonel Knightley. The novel was about her finding a kitty cat from outer space. Its name was Porg. Bambietta thought it would be a cat like Happy, but the cat in the comic was a plain orange tabby cat, with the exception that it was also part full-hu monster. I feel like I've read this before. Have I read this before? Bambietta had wondered. She, of course, had to put the novel down when reading it reminded her too much of Menina's. Great. As if she needed to be reminded of another backstabber. Absent-mindedly, she'd left the comic on the coffee table and Wendy had snatched it up after dinner. Bambi would later find herself reading the comic to Wendy and tucking the blue-haired dragon slayer into bed for the night. Lucy spotted her tiptoeing out of Wendy's room towards the couch, smiling. What? Bambietta asked her. Just admiring that you haven't lost your soft spot, Lucy said with a smile. Yeah, well, maybe I need to get more in touch with that side, Bambietta responded, blushing. Lucy kissed her on the cheek. You're plenty in touch with that side. You just need to show it more. Bambietta bristled across her whole body. Get some sleep, Bambi. Tomorrow's a new day and your suspension's over, Lucy reminded her. Yeah, I guess that's true, Bambietta said with a smile. Oh, and Lucy. Bambietta smacked Lucy swiftly and sexually on the butt. Thanks. Lucy blushed. Hey now, let's not get carried away. Not apologizing for that one, Bambietta snickered. Lucy pouted. Oh come on, it was just a slap. Lucy gave Bambietta a wry smile. Gotcha. Clever girl. But that's all you're getting for now. Just don't press your luck any other time. Got it, Bambietta said, hands behind her back, hands to myself. Night, Lucy. Night. Lucy then went into her room and shut the door. Before going to the couch, Bambietta took one last peek into Wendy's room, looking at the girl curled up with the comic book like it was a teddy bear. The Quincy smiled, then she shut the door again and flopped onto the couch, quickly falling asleep. Come on, slowpoke, are you a king or a pauper? Candace shouted back at Cameron. The two were biking on a bridge in the middle of a massive thunderstorm. Candy, slow down. I can barely see straight. Cameron called to her. Don't be a pussy. This was your idea. I'm having a blast. Candace exclaimed. Chickening out? That means I win and you know what that means. Cameron sped up to match Candace's pace. Candy, really, maybe we should call the whole thing off. The two suddenly parted from each other as a lightning bolt struck the bridge. Hey, are you my fiancé or a limp dick? Candace asked. 'Cause I'm calling it off if you go soft on me, and I ain't talking about making the bed rock. Candace then sped up, going 80 on the bridge into oncoming traffic. The two had made the bet to cross the entire bridge going the wrong way in the middle of the storm. Whoever made it over the bridge first to the awning at the dollar store on the other side, past the entrance exit for them had to buy the beer for the ride back for restocking. Candace felt in her element. The rain upon her face, the tumultuous wind in her hair, no cars or cops on the road due to the weather. It was entertaining. It was empowering. It was liberating. Yeah! Candace shouted at the top of her lungs, charging through the rain like a madwoman as she vaulted over a construction ramp. Cameron figured he'd hang back and let Candace win. Happy wife. Happy life. Wasn't that how the saying went? Sure, they weren't married yet, but still, if she fell off her bike for being reckless, he'd win by default. That was when he saw it, a pair of headlights in the distance, and they were getting bigger and brighter. Screeching his tires as he pulled over, he shouted as loud as he could, Candy, watch out. A thunderclap drowned him out. Candace looked behind her rather than looking ahead, and by the time she looked the right way, her entire vision was engulfed by the truck's headlights and her eardrums by its very loud horn. Candy. When Candace came to, she was on the bridge. The storm wasn't coming down as hard, but it was still pouring out. She sat up, quickly finding herself dressed in all white, lying on the cold wet ground, which for some reason she could barely feel. Ugh, what happened? She groaned, rubbing her head. She looked over and saw Cameron hunched over. Flashing cop lights were all around. What? There was a body in Cameron's arms. Candace didn't know what was going on at first, but then she saw a familiar head of green hair, and it was wearing her clothes. "No, that's not me," Candace hyperventilated. "That's not me. I'm not dead. That's not me. Cameron. Cameron over here." Candace waved her arms excessively back and forth trying to catch his attention, but he couldn't see her. No one on that bridge could, not anymore. Of course, Candace didn't know that or care. She saw Cameron get to his feet and saw her bloodied face in the darkness as her body hung loosely in his arms. She saw an ambulance wheel out the gurney to put her on. "Cameron, you stupid sack of shit." Darting over to her boyfriend, Candace pushed his shoulder, tears streaming down her face. "I'm right here, you dumbass." As if the impact with the truck, which hadn't settled in her brain yet, hadn't been enough, her impulsiveness caused an even greater tragedy. The force of her push, combined with Cameron's weak knees, caused him to lose his balance. Not realizing he'd been pushed, since no one could see Candace at all, cops and even the paramedics tried to grab him, but Cameron dropped Candace's live body, the other men and brave women tripping over it and the spirit Candace's ankles as Cameron pivoted and tumbled off the bridge. "Cameron!" Candace screamed, watching her boyfriend fall into the river below, lost forever. "I want to wake up," Candace thought, the urge to vomit rising. "I want to wake up in my nice warm bed and be okay. It's not real," she thought, panicking, backing up. "It's not real." She stumbled towards the other end of the bridge. "It's not," she tripped over the other side, "real?" The second time Candace woke up it was to heaving seawater out of her lungs on a sandy shore too small to be considered a beach. She could still see the bridge she fell off of and see the flashing lights, and it was still the dead of night. Grinding her fists into the sand, Candace pounded her right hand on the shore and howled, loudly. She'd been on top of the world. She'd had everything. She'd had the high life in her eyes. Shit, she was about to be married. And now, even though the storm was letting up, the ground beneath Candace's eyes was wetting with her tears. Now it's all gone. Candace hunched over onto the ground and just started weeping into it. She was dead. Her mortality had finally caught up to her brain. Mom, Dad. No high school diploma. No big acting career. She would never get to meet Olivia Newton-John. She wouldn't be the housewife to a big football player. The big road of life she rode that once stretched out in a million directions had incinerated to a crisp. Candace eventually stopped crying and remained on all fours. What do I do now? She thought. What's life after death, for someone like me? My, how tragic. For one so young to have met her end so early on in her life. Candace turned around, pivoting on her hands and knees, spotting a man in a tattered black cloak with a mustache so bushy he could, in her mind, make the best porn star. Wait, hold on a sec. You can see me? Candace asked, surprised, still on all fours. Can I see you? Whack chuckled. Why my dear, Cassandra Catnip, oh, I'm sorry, you go by Candace now. Of course I can see you. Candace's eyes shook. Who are you? I'm not surprised you weren't aware. Your parents were such failures they likely never told you anything about me, or maybe they did and you were just too stubborn to listen. Candace winced at the too stubborn to listen part. Every dumb decision she'd ever made in her life was now coming back to really bite her. I am the father of all Quincy's. The prognosticator of all my children. I am Whack. And this is the end of your road, it seems. I don't want to be dead, Candace said miserably. Please, can't I be alive? You're like some magical sorcerer or god or something, aren't you? Make me alive again. She pleaded. Make it so tonight never happened. Please. I'll do anything. Whack reached out and ruffled Candace's perfect hair. My dear Candace, while I am indeed very powerful, reversing time is an ability that even I do not have. I am sorry, but the life you once had, that with your parents and that with your former lover, are over. Candace rubbed her nose in the sand, crying more. It really was over, wasn't it? It unfortunately seems to be a trend these last 200 years. The Quincy race has been dealing with many misfortunes, either due to being cast out by humanity for their strange powers, being persecuted by soul reapers, or hunted down by hollows. I will give you something to bring you peace, child. Despite your reckless behavior, you extended your life by a fair few years. Your parents have already met their gruesome end. Candace gasped. What? It was the soul reapers, like many. And you went so far away from them, you escaped their wrath, but you ended up causing your own tragedy. I always thought you would be one of the many that was hardly worth my attention, but you were fated to die with them, yet you defied your fate through your own pride and will. A true shame to see your life end so miserably. What do I do now? Candace asked. Before you lie three paths. If you stay in the world of the living, you will undoubtedly be eaten by a hollow, truly the most miserable end. The second, though hardly any better, would be being found by the soul reapers, or, worse, being taken to their research lab and become their lab rat. You would meet a much more slow and painful end. The third, he said with a smile, is one I think you'll find quite more to your liking. I have created a society where Quincy's can come together, an army that will one day overtake the Soul Society and overthrow the Soul King. And what's in it for me? I either die to the Hollows, die to the Soul Reapers in a lab, or die to them fighting for you and your stupid holy war. I know I made some dumb decisions, she said, getting snappy, but one thing I'll never ever regret is taking life by the horns and putting my fate in my own two hands. So tell me, mutton chops, why should I give two flying fucks about your offer? Whack looked at Candace oddly. He started to snicker and then it graduated into full-blown laughter. No Quincy before, and, from his visions, in the years to come either, ever dared talk back to him with that kind of vulgarity. He knew Candace was feisty, but this went beyond his wildest expectations. It amused him greatly. Fire like that was useful to him. No, not fire, more like the reckless power of lightning. Well, Miss Catnip, allow me to make this clear. You must be thinking that under my care, you'd have to follow a strict set of rules. But our goals align. I want nothing more than the liberation for Quincy's to use their powers without fear of oppression. In life, you fought against the system and lived your life to the fullest. In death, not much will change. But, instead of breaking bottles over heads and punching out jaws with your fists, you will explode the bodies of hollows with your bow and protect those too weak to fend off that which means harm to you and your fellow neighbor. So, what, do you hand me some kind of contract and I just sign on the dotted line with the blood pouring out of my thumb or something? Whack chuckled. Hardly. Now hold still. Candace felt a rush of power go through her body as Whack's hand pressed firmly onto her head. The rush was so intense that it was actually painful. Her body tensed with vibration so forcefully that Candace screamed in pain, but, when the pain subsided, she felt so strong that she felt being on her hands and knees for a second longer would be an insult to her strength. When she stood, she looked at her reflection in the water. Open shirt, tight shorts, and one stylish-looking peaked cap, complete with knee-high boots. Welcome to the Van Den Rijk, Miss Catnip. I hope you will enjoy your stay. Candace snapped back to reality, remembering it all as she rode her bike slowly as she came upon the next town. She recalled how she lost her life, how she met Whack and became a true Quincy. Cassandra Catnip died ages ago and she was proud of that fact. What she wasn't proud of was that she let her freedom go to her head. She'd learned that lesson well. And Hashwalth had drilled into her just how dangerous her drinking and drug abuse had been. But she was proud of who she was, and though she never saw Cameron again, those years would be the most precious to her. She'd had flings in the Van Den Rijk, of course. Heck, she even learned she was bisexual through it. And who could forget that one time she bit off Baz's zipper during their first 69 and put it out in Giselle's eye when the dumbass interrupted them. Good times. However, in her heart, she knew that was all pain clouding. In her heart, she knew she was just really looking for that right guy, just like her Cameron. As the motorbike stalled, a big "Welcome to Magnolia" sign was filling Candace's vision. This is the place, she thought. She parked the bike next to the side of a building and strolled in casually like the world's most nonchalant tourist. She looked around. So, this is where Bambi calls home, huh? She could sense Bambietta's riots so scattered throughout the city. More importantly, she could sense Jade's. Okay, long as the redhead and the twerp don't spot me, if I tuck my Ryatsu in, I should be able to grab her and go. She sighed as she strolled into the town, getting looks from guys. Normally she'd wink and give a smile, but she was in a mood. Why the hell am I even doing this? She thought. Screw Bambi. It's her dumb fault, she sighed. No, it's my fault. Pivoting and leaning against the wall of a building, Candace laughed to herself joylessly. Fuck me, I guess no matter what, I can't stand you, but I can't live without you. You've always been my best friend. And best friends don't quit on each other. Not now, Candace pushed off the wall. Not ever. Now, while Ryatsu hiding was a very useful technique, it could never stop anyone from actually directly seeing the person. And, as Candace strolled into the residential district of Magnolia, she strolled in right into Bambietta's line of sight as the brunette was coming out her apartment, along with the blue-haired twerp, a busty blonde and, what the fuck was that Shinigami bitch doing here? Well, fuck, Candace thought. Bambietta balled her fist. Candace, she said with gritted teeth. Candace gave Bambietta a dull stare. Bambietta. Lucy, Rukia, and Wendy decided it was a good idea to back away as the two Quincy's stared each other down, Ryatsu surging a little. Why don't we take this out of town? Bambietta requested calmly. Never stopped you before, Candace said. I live here, Bambietta responded. And, I've changed, but I can see you clearly haven't. You're still the same vulgar Byeeth. She remembered Wendy was behind her. Big piece of trash you've always been. Candace grinned. Aww, is Whittle Bambi going soft that she's watching her language around 4-year-olds? I'm 12, Wendy whined. As me if I fucking care, Candace said. Bambi, what does fucking mean? Wendy asked. Bambietta leaned forward, the sound of a creaking hinge playing in her mind, followed by the pin of a grenade being pulled, followed by the explosion to end all explosions. All her hard work to set a good example in front of Wendy and not have her learn bad words, gone up the road to fair middling foobar. Well, you see, the thing is, Bambietta stuttered, sweating as she turned towards Wendy. When a male Soul Reaper and a female Quincy love each other very much. Bambietta trailed off and then shook her head. You know what, Candace? She asked, turning towards Candace and sucker punched the lime-haired girl in the stomach, sending her flying over the event horizon. She then turned towards Lucy, Rukia, and Carla, smiling in a way that, unknowingly to her, that matched the Soul Reaper Captain Anohana. Lucy, Rukia, Carla, you guys got this right. She clapped her hands. I'm going jogging. Bye. She then vanished with Hiran Kyaku. Carla sighed. I swear. That woman is incorrigible. Well, Rukia, I guess. Lucy started, only to notice Rukia had also vanished from sight. Lucy sighed. Why me? Wendy, let's go back inside. I'm going to give you a speech your mom was going to save for when you got to be my age. Okay, Wendy said awkwardly as Lucy shuffled her inside. As she got Wendy in the door, Lucy looked out at the horizon. Please don't do anything stupid, Bambi. When Candace finally landed, it was on her feet, tearing up the terra firma with the solace of her shoes. Bambietta caught up with her with Hiran Kyaku. What? You didn't want to repeat what Ichigo did to Aizen? Candace asked. What little respect I have left for you stopped me, Bambietta stated. Because if I fuck up your hair by making a crater, you will not be rational. Right, cause you're totally being rational right now. Candace, you have no idea how hard I've worked to preserve Wendy's innocence. Candace blew a raspberry. Man, fuck innocence, she said, giving a thumbs down. Take the girl to a dash. Nope, nope, nope. The land of 10,000 nopes. Bambietta said, not wanting to have any idea what she would suggest. Not everyone needs to turn out like you. Bambietta exclaimed. So, is this about me or is this about what happened with Giselle? I got the impression you were really upset by DHA. An arrow went flying by Candace's face, deliberately missing her hair, blowing up the nearest tree behind her, as well as the trees surrounding it. Oh, trust me, I'm livid. I'm going to pound you and that hair you love so much into next week. Do I get a chance to explain myself? Candace asked. I don't want to hear your excuses. Bambietta shouted. Yup, same old Bambi, Candace chuckled. Na. Fuck you too, Bambietta stated. She and Candace both drew their bows on each other. Candace grinned. Boy, does this bring back memories. Locked in stalemate, both girls shared a trip down memory lane to the day they first met. Through the halls of the Ashwallen, Bambietta Basterbine walked with her head held high, feeling super important and like nothing could get her down today. Ah, Miss Basterbine. I was looking for you. And there went her smile. Oh sweet merciful heaven, what did I do or not do now? Bambietta thought, massaging her brow. She turned to face Hashwalth. Whatever it was, I swear I'm not guilty. Hashwalth shook his head slightly. Ever with the guilty conscience, but no, you're not in trouble. Oh thank God. So, what is it? Bambietta asked, folding her arms. A mission? Rare for you to come straight to me. Usually I get my debriefings from Robert. This is a special case. Robert is off with far more important matters. He handed Bambietta a whistle. Congratulations. You're being promoted to drill sergeant duty. Excuse you? Bambietta asked flatly, flabbergasted. There's a troublesome squadron in our ranks with the new recruits. I need you to make them or break them. I'm going to break them. You didn't just wake up this morning and pop stupid pills, right? I don't know the meaning of the word restraint. Bambietta stated. Hashwalth didn't dignify Bambietta's insult with a response. Instead, he turned around and said, follow me. Bambietta sighed. Sir, yes, sir. However, as she followed him, hanging the whistle around her neck, she said, but, why me? Because, I've lost 3 drill sergeants already to this group. One of the recruits seems to be taking the, if they're not fit for boot camp they're not fit to live, motto that His Majesty said a bit too far. Oh, so we got a smart ass in the group with a trigger finger, neat. Again, why me, though? Why not Meninas if you need to punish one greenhorn whose head's too big for their hat? Because you don't pull your punches when someone stands up to you, Hashwalth said. I don't know whether to feel complimented, or insulted, Bambietta said. Feel however, Hashwalth said as the two finally made it to the training ground where a lime-haired well-endowed Quincy girl was standing atop a mass of groaning Quincy recruits. Come on, you fuckwads, get up. She shouted. If you don't, you're gonna end up like our last 3 drill sergeants. If you ain't fit for boot camp, you ain't fit to live. Oh, Bambietta's eyes lit up. It's a she. I can see why you want me to take care of it, Bambietta said. The Quincy girl looked up at the battlements where Bambietta and Hashwalth had entered. Hey up there, sorry about the mess, it's just I got so bored waiting for training to start, had to flex some muscle. Oh God, she's like me, Bambietta thought, sweating slightly. Miss Catnip, this is your new drill sergeant, Bambietta Basterbine, Hashwalth said. Oh, another one, huh? Well, hopefully the females of your ranks have pussies smaller than your men. Bambietta suddenly found herself laughing. Oh, I like her. You sure we can't just let her graduate? Hashwalth gave her a stern look. Fie Ian, she said, handing him her cape and her hat. Hold my things and watch this. She began for the battlements to jump off. Ah, Miss Basterbine, Hashwalth called out to her. What now? Bambietta asked, 1 foot already up on the ledge. No Volstandig. No shrift. But why? Bambietta complained. I want her broken, not disintegrated. Come down to her level and teach her a lesson. You can do that, right? Heh, leave it to me boss, Bambietta said with a smirk and then leapt down and used Hiran Kyaku to reach the ground as the rowdy recruit slid down her mountain of code classmates. So, we gonna fight or? Training begins now. Bambietta exclaimed as she swatted the lime-haired Quincy in the cheek with the back of the flat of her hand, sending her flying into the wall. You weren't ready. You think so? The trainee asked. As the dust settled, there was indeed a crater in the wall, but her subordinate was completely fine. Bambietta then saw the red lines running up her arms all the way to her shoulders. I'd say I'm more than ready. Blood Vene? How long have you been in boot camp? 2 out of the 6 years, the green-haired Quincy responded. It's getting pretty boring. Yeah, boot camp sucks, but everyone's gotta take their lumps like a champion. Pfft, fuck that. I want in on the hollow stomping action. I'm stronger now than I ever was when I was alive, and boy do I feel alive when I'm on a rush of adrenaline. I'm like the lightning, reckless and powerful. Bambietta laughed. You know what? I like you. Name's Bambietta Basterbine. She got out her Heilig Bogen and knocked an arrow. What's your name, soldier? Name's Candace Catnip, but you can call me mistress when this is over, Candace replied, doing the same. Bambietta chuckled. Oh, I am going to have fun kicking your ass. That was my line, shorty, Candace said, being several inches taller than the brunette. Her arrow grew in size. And what makes you think you can? Me, 'cause I'm the boss. Bambietta stated, and, surprisingly, so did Candace. How did you know I was going to say that? Bambietta asked, surprised. Lucky guess. I guess you kinda remind me of me, Candace chuckled. You know, I was just thinking that, Bambietta said. All right, no more talk. Mommy's here, Bambietta said, flaring her riot so, and it's time for your spanking. It's just like back then, 20 feet apart, bows drawn, and you want to teach me a lesson about something, Candace chuckled. Yeah, but the difference is that at the time I actually thought you were kind of neat, Bambietta responded. Now? I utterly hate you. Don't hate me 'cause I'm beautiful, Candace chuckled. Screaming angrily, Bambietta began launching arrow after arrow after arrow at the lime-haired Quincy. Candace responded in kind, shooting Bambietta's arrows out of the air. Come on, Bambi, you know better than anyone you can't outfire me, Candace chuckled. I can do this all day. I don't fucking care. Bambietta shouted, eyes filled with rage. What you did to me? She exclaimed, arrows becoming bigger as she fed more riotsu into them. What you let Giselle do to me? I'll never ever forgive you. Bambietta and Candace began pelting arrows at each other from their bows, the attacking colliding with impunity. The two began to run sideways, shooting arrows, never really gaining ground until Candace used Hiran Kyaku to get to Bambietta's left. Bambietta turned and fired an arrow back, but Candace suddenly charged on her, forcing Bambietta to draw her sword. Candace fired an arrow at point-blank range, dodging when Bambi swung vertically and down at her charge. The arrow hit Bambietta in the shoulder, doing minimal damage thanks to her riotsu. She lurched forward a little as Candace hit her in the back, needling her with small attacks as she Hiran-kyoked around Bambietta in a circle too fast to deflect and too close to shoot back. Candace's speed advantage was clear. Cut it out! Bambietta exclaimed, flaring her riotsu and destroying the ground beneath her feet. Swatting at the ground, she used her shrift to blow up the ground in a massive upheaval. Candace jumped back to avoid the immediate blast zone and then put up Blood Vene to guard the rest. That was just what Bambietta needed. With Blood Vene activated, Candace's tremendous speed would be cut, allowing her to go on the offensive. She began swinging wildly at Candace, the lime-haired lightning girl doing her best to block against Bambietta's ferocious swings, but she was getting small cuts up and down her arms. Bambietta's riotsu was incredible, even against Candace's Blood Vene. However, there was one small flaw in Bambietta's strategy. You're always like this, Candace thought. You go all out right at the beginning and that makes it easy for you to burn out, she thought as she switched off Blood Vene, correctly predicting the angle of the swing of Bambietta's next attack. She then switched to Blood Artery on a dime, leaving you open to counter-attack. Kapow! Bambietta had been smacked hard into the dirt by a fearsome Blood Artery-powered punch from Candace. Impressive, Hashwalth thought. To think Miss Catnip was this strong already. Hashwalth. Hashwalth turned his head right to see Menina's bounding down the battlement perch. Oh, Miss McAllan. I see you're as chipper as always. She saluted to him. Good to see you, sir. What's the occasion? Hashwalth lowered his palm toward the ground, indicating for Meninas to cease her salute. He then took a step towards the ledge and peered down. Bambietta had already gotten up and she and Candace were now engaged in steel-to-steel combat. Bambietta's Deo blade was colliding with Candace's twin short swords. Bambietta currently had her blade positioned just right to block both of Candace's strikes. "Oh, is that the recruit everyone keeps talking about?" Meninas asked. "Yes, Candace Catnip. Supposedly she was recruited directly by His Majesty." Candace swung down with both swords as Bambietta leapt back. Then she swung her blades out wide in an arc, but Bambietta also dodged that as well, leaping back further. "Why are she and Bambi fighting?" Meninas wanted to know. "Discipline," Hashwalth said. "Even if His Majesty thinks well of her, I can't have that one getting her head too big." "But her head seems normal-sized," Meninas said, not understanding the metaphor. "She's too arrogant," Hashwalth said. "Ah," Meninas said, understanding. Hashwalth took a step closer to the edge. "This is a lesson in humility." Bambietta dodged a few of Candace's attacks and then let loose an arrow, which the trainee swatted away with her spirit weapon. "Bambi looks like she's struggling," Meninas said. "I specifically told her not to use her shrift or her Volstanding. Not only do I want Miss Catnip alive, but this is a test for Miss Basterbine as well." "A test? What kind of test?" Meninas asked. She gasped. "Is it a secret test of friendship?" "Something like that," Hashwalth said and kept watching them. He knew just how potent Candace could be if she learned the right way, and sometimes when you mixed two volatile substances together, they cancelled each other out. If the two learned camaraderie through battle, they could form an amazing duo if they saw the potential he saw in them. However, as they both fired enormous arrows at each other, blowing away the other unconscious recruits, Hashwalth sighed. "This is getting out of hand. Heaven help me, I pray I don't have to stop them myself." Just like in their first fight all those years ago, Bambietta and Candace were locked twin short swords to Deo broadsword. It had been Candace to make the attack, swinging her swords down on Bambietta's horizontally turned weapon. Angry, and willing to gain any kind of advantage, Bambietta placed her shrift into her sword. She could always make another one. The blast sent her and Candace flying, both using blood venet to minimize the damage. However, Candace's generally lower overall ritiso made it more difficult for her to gain her footing, and Bambietta was already rushing in with an angry fist to the face, powered by blood artery and the momentum of Hirenkyaku. Candace dodged to one side and blasted Bambietta in the shoulder with a bolt from her shrift. Bambietta stumbled back, a nasty burn now in her torso. "I trusted you," she shouted, tempering her Ryotsu as she swung furiously with a newly made sword. Every swing was like a small explosion of its own with the amount of power behind it. If the swing didn't hit Candace directly, the shockwave sure did. Candace had no choice but to put blood venet up and temper her own Ryotsu. However, every mighty blow broke right through her guarded stance and, sometimes, even left damage. "I trusted you and you left me to die. You watched her kill me," Bambietta shouted. "You abandoned me when I needed you the most." As Bambietta's blade collided into the ground, Candace was to her right. The faster Quincy planted the sole of her foot into Bambietta's cheek and knocked her back. Keeping up blood venet as she swung, Candace watched Bambietta raise her sword to block as Candace switched to blood artery at the last second and swung through her sword, shattering the blade. Then she jammed her skull into Bambietta's chin, knocking her back. Candace then thrust forward with one sword and unleashed a beam of lightning into Bambietta's chest. Ryotsu minimized the damage as it chewed through Bambietta's clothes, but now there was a crippling burn mark along the inside edges of Bambietta's breasts. With one bad arm and now fighting with a seared chest, Bambietta knew that Candace had just gained a huge advantage, despite the differences in Ryotsu. And yet still, Bambietta made another sword and did not let go of it, gripping it hard. She then saw Candace stand with her swords swung out at her side. "I know what's coming," Bambietta thought. First, she'll charge. Candace darted towards Bambietta at the front, swords out behind her. She wants me to think she's going to swing, so I'll crouch low, but in reality. Bambietta crouched low and, at the opportune moment, pivoted to block Candace's double-handed swing from behind, blocking both blades with her own. I know all your techniques and tricks, Bambietta spat. You can't surprise me anymore, Candace. Don't talk to me like you're my Obi-Wan Kenobi or something. You were my equal for far longer than you were my instructor. And the student, Candace said as she swung her arms up, has long since surpassed the master. Jamming her swords into the ground, Candace blew Bambietta away with a massive blast of lightning concentrated around Candace and expanding outward rapidly. With so much Ryotsu used up already, Candace knew even Blood Vene wouldn't be able to fully protect Bambietta in time. While Bambietta was still twitchy from the lightning, Candace charged, one blade up to guard, the other out behind her. Swinging at Bambietta's bum shoulder, she left a gash from shoulder towards the center of her chest. Candace then began furiously swinging at Bambietta, putting her on the defensive as Bambietta used Blood Vene and her sword to stop her former friend's attacks. You know, Candace, you're a strong warrior, but... Bambietta said, gripping her bad arm as she tempered it into a ball of pure Ryotsu. You've always been all stamina and no substance. Bambietta blasted Candace with a huge burst of Ryotsu right into her stomach. Even Blood Vene couldn't protect Candace that well as she went hurtling back. Bambietta then knocked a big, powerful arrow and aimed it at Candace, who was still hurtling through the air. This is for making Wendy curse, you bitch. Bambietta exclaimed and let the arrow fly, scoring a direct hit. Candace was blasted through the wall by Bambietta's arrow. How's that? All tuckered out? Bambietta asked, smirking. Her response was a massive arrow that she was forced to dodge. You! Candace exclaimed, eyes filled with rage. There was debris and dirt all over her gorgeous hair. Do you know how early I get up in the morning to make sure my hair is perfect? And you've gone and covered my beautiful, wonderful hair in dirt and debris. I'm gonna fucking kill you! Candace shouted, temper triggered. Oh, it was on now. If Bambietta, who definitely knew about how much she loved her hair, didn't give a damn about pissing her off, then Candace wasn't going to show any mercy. Candace tensed up her body, trying to use her Vollständig, but it was clear that there was something clearly forcing her not to use it, no matter how much she wanted to. Screw whatever it is you are. This is my life and I make my own rules. Screaming, Candace's Ryotsu surged. And while she didn't quite get what she wanted, she managed to ignite something else. Lightning coursed all around her body, lightning bolt tattoos running up her body like Blood Vene and Blood Artery put together. What? Bambietta thought. I've never seen that before. You know what I hate about you, Bambietta Basturbine? Candace asked as her short swords transformed and took the appearance of bolts of lightning. She charged Bambietta way faster than the latter could react. You're selfish. You're loud. You're annoying. You snore loud enough to wake up a parallel universe. With each enunciation, Candace swung against Bambietta, each attack hitting home, Bambietta figuring she might even need to use Ranso Tenge until she got Wendy to heal her later. You have more Ryotsu. You constantly make jokes before I can, and you had the nerve to ruin one of my best pranks in the history of our friendship. Candace shouted, swinging with both blades. And to top it all off, she said as her lightning Ryotsu surged. You ruined my hair. Bambietta was blown back by a powerful lightning blast as Candace's tattoos dissipated and the Quincy seemed to wobble on her feet, losing control of whatever power just awakened within her. But the damage was done. Bambietta lay on the ground, battered, bruised, clothes tattered. But, that's why she was saving her trump card. She activated Ranso Tenge, getting to her feet. And you know what I hate about you, Candace Catnip? Bambietta asked. With both of her arms working, Bambietta drew her bow and began firing arrow after arrow as fast as she could, making them just big enough so that Candace couldn't dodge effectively. Whatever that power was a second ago, it was clear it had taken a lot out of her. You're impulsive. You never shut up. You fuck like a rabbit. And you never watch your goddamn fucking language. Candace now was activating Ranso Tenge herself, body just as beat up as Bambietta's from that assault. You betrayed me when I needed you the most. And I'll never forgive you. This is all your fault. Candace and Bambietta shouted at each other. Candace combined her two short swords into one big claymore and rushed down to meet Bambietta's blade, which she was currently preparing to swing with both hands. "They're going to kill each other," Meninas exclaimed, gasping, watching Bambietta and Candace charge at each other, riot so mostly depleted, eyes filled with rage and anger. "Hashwalth, what do we?" Meninas then noticed that Hashwalth was no longer atop the battlements and already falling down to intercept the two attacks. Enough. Bambietta and Candace let go of their rage momentarily when they saw a newcomer poised in between them. She was pushing against their weapons with her bare hands. At first, Bambietta thought it was Urza come to intervene, but it wasn't her, and it wasn't Wendy or Lucy either. It was Lil Tato, blood venet active. "I can't believe the two of you right now. You're supposed to be friends." Lil Tato's eyes were shut tight, trying to fight tears. "I was always jealous of how close you two were. Hell, I've been jealous this whole time," she shouted, looking at Bambietta. "Because no matter how many times we hung out, I know you really missed her. And I know I could never compare to the bond you two share." Bambietta turned her head away, refusing to look at Lil Tato or Candace. "And you?" Lil Tato shouted, staring at Candace. "Don't even get me started. If this was over your hair, I swear I'm going to take a bite out of it so big, it'll never grow back the right way." She stood in front of Bambietta, throwing her arms out wide. "Bambi's hurt by what happened far worse than I think you realize, and you're fighting her like you're trying to kill her. I've always hated that about both of you." She grew out one side of her mouth and smacked both Bambietta and Candace in the cheek with her cheek like it was some kind of mallet. "You get so blinded by rage and anger that you stop thinking rationally. Now put down your weapons, or you're both going to have to deal with me, and I just got back from a power nap on the train, so I'm at full strength. And unlike either of you, I could use my Volstandig." She knew that if Candace had hers, she would have already used it and be winning so hard Bambietta may as well have been biting a cobblestone. Bambietta let out a growling sigh. Lil Tato was right. She sat down on the ground, letting go of Ranso Tenge. Candace did the same, but took a knee instead. "Both of you wait here. I'm getting Wendy. You're not to move from that spot until I get back." Lil Tato then left using Hirenkyaku. Bambietta and Candace then lay flat on the ground face up. "Well, that's the end of that, I guess," Candace said, laying in spread eagle position. Bambietta said. "If that had kept going though, I totally would have won." "Fuck you." Candace cackled, knowing she'd managed to do one last bit of damage post-combat. "Okay, that's enough. Both of you," Hashwalth said calmly. "Miss Catnip, it's clear your skills far exceed that of a regular recruit. Finally, some goddamn recognition around here. Miss Basterbine, I want you to keep an eye on Miss Catnip around here. Take her under your wing, show her what it means to be part of the Vandenreich, and in 4 months' time, report back to me." Hashwalth stood up from his knelt position and put his sword away. "I believe we might have found a new candidate for the Sternritter." "I don't know," Bambietta said, putting her weapon away, smirking. "The dust bunnies in my room might have something to say about that." "Your dust bunnies can go fuck themselves," Candace said dryly. Bambietta laughed and laughed. "I like her. So, what did you say your name was? Candace, I think." "Yeah, but for you," she said, giving Bambietta her hand to shake. "Candy. All my friends call me it." "Then, to you, it's Bambi," Bambietta said, shaking her hand. "On the battlements," Menina sniffed. "I just love happy endings." "And that should do it, you're all healed up," Wendy said, having finished patching both Bambietta and Candace as the two were now sitting up in the field they wrecked. "Man, is this what the Soul Reapers always got? This fucking rules," Candace exclaimed, kissing her bicep. "Okay, healthcare jokes aside, don't you have something to say to Bambi, Candace?" Lil Tato asked. Candace took a deep breath as she and Bambietta stood up. "I'm sorry, okay? What happened with Giselle? It's partly my fault." "You." Bambietta growled. "Let her finish before you fly off the handle again," Lil Tato said, elbowing Bambietta in the stomach. I thought it would be funny if we acted like we were sleeping or something when you were fighting the dog captain. You were like, oh, I can handle a captain. Look at me, I'm Bambietta Basterbine. I fart rainbows so much that my feet don't touch the ground and light shines out of my vagina. Candace exclaimed in a mocking tone. She then dropped it and spoke normally. I thought it would be hilarious. You'd finish your fight, then you'd find us napping on the job. We'd play it off as a big joke, congratulate you on the big win, and then go back to kicking Soul Reaper ass. Candace looked guilty. It never crossed my mind that you'd actually lose, that you'd be. Candace clenched her teeth and gripped at her shirt. I tried to think of a way to apologize, a way to maybe fix it without relying on Giselle. But, I couldn't come up with anything in time. You get it now? Lil Toto asked. None of us were happy about what happened. I can speak for Meninas, Candace said. She actually changed her wish to try and save you, and I was considering the same. Lil Toto snickered. If I kill Ichigo Kurosaki, His Majesty will grant all of my wishes. Candace blushed. What the, fuck you? She doesn't need to know that part. You said that? Bambietta asked. Candace was in the middle of pulling on Lil Toto's cheeks for opening her mouth when she turned to look at Bambietta. She was going to answer, but there were tears forming in the corners of her eyes. You actually cared. All this time, I just thought you wanted to take over as leader. Bambietta sniffed. I thought none of you really liked me when that happened. I thought the only friends I ever had never really liked me, and I just. Bambietta started to get choked up a bit. Candace chose that moment to interrupt. Of course I care. We fought together for over a decade. You think I'm gonna give you up for something shallow like leadership? Fuck that. I was mostly a loner before I got to the Vandenreich. Other than my ex, I never really felt close to anyone, even his dude brothers. But you can't go through life by yourself. You gotta always have someone watching your back. Candace reached into her pocket and held up a metal bead necklace. Dangling from one end of it was half of a metal pin taking up half of the letter X, painted yellow. You taught me that. Bambietta gasped, thinking she was going to lose it. You kept that? You said it was stupid and dorky. I thought you threw it away when I wasn't looking. Course it's dorky, but the sentiment stands. You still have yours, right? Bambietta patted down her pockets. She hadn't even considered that items might have come with her from the war. And there, in one of her jacket pockets, there was a pendant on a chain, matching her friend's. Bambietta wiped her eyes as the two put the two halves together, fusing them like magnets. What is that? Wendy asked. Bambietta was holding back tears too much for words, so Candace explained. Before I was the bombshell, lightning-throwing beauty everyone knew and loved, I was Bambi's misbehaving sidekick. Got myself in over my head against 30 hollows and ran out of riot, so to maintain my bow so I resorted to brute forcing it with my fists and blood artery. Most dumbass idea I had at the time. I got clawed up and nearly got my head bitten off. Bambi saved my bacon. Patched up with bandages and sitting on a rock, brooding, Candace sat with her back to Bambi. I don't need you to baby me, I could handle that myself. Handle, huh? Would that have been before or after your head was digested? Candace only gave a silent middle finger to Bambietta without turning around to look at her. Bambietta gave her a glazed look. Look, you're not as strong as you think you are. And even if you were, you can't go through life by yourself. Mimi's been watching my back for years. Maybe I should watch yours. And you watch hers. TCH. Bambietta sighed and then dangled half of a yellow X on a chain in front of Candace. Here. The fuck is this? It's a friendship pendant. I hear it's the latest fad in the world of the living. Go on, take it. It looks broken, Candace said. It comes like that, Bambietta replied. She got in front of Candace and held up her half. See? We match. It's supposed to be a testament of our friendship that we'll always be friends, even if we fight, argue, or live thousands of miles from each other, or so the shopkeeper said. That sounds stupid and really dorky, Candace said, stuffing the keepsake into one of her pockets. Even dorkier than your space opera. Bambietta gasped in mock offense. How dare you? George Lucas is a national treasure. How can you not like Star Wars? Because I'm a woman of wealth and taste. Blasphemy! Bambietta exclaimed. And wrong. I could say the same about Top Gun and Indiana Jones. Candace stood up. Fuck you. Harrison Ford and Tom Cruise are amazing and 10 times better than Mark Hamill. Fight me. Harrison Ford was in Star Wars. He played Han Solo. Bambietta shouted. Proof that good actors can be in bad films, Candace smirked. Why you? Candace laughed and turned around. Haha, you lose. I win. I got you mad. Let's get some food. Near-death experiences make a girl hungry. And, that was that. We headed back and had dinner and then we were friends like always. Bambietta was fighting tears so hard, snot was starting to dribble. That's such a cute story, Wendy said, smiling. Candy. Bambi hiccuped. Pure and utter relief, knowing that all the months of thinking that her friend never liked her at all was like a 10-ton weight off her shoulders. The fractured memories of her past with her friends were made whole again, like a shattered mirror put back together piece by piece. She'd been the one mistaken. She'd been the one with the chip on her shoulder. They'd tried to fix her. They regretted it. All of it. It was just another one of Candace's stupid pranks and she fucked up the punchline by losing because both of them didn't think she could lose. Candace had faith in her. No matter how many times they argued, no matter how many times they fought, no matter how many times they fucked up royally, they were always friends at the end of the day. They laughed it off like it was a botched mission, a food fight, property damage, or the hour after Hashwaltha's latest lecture. Bambietta didn't even realize she was hugging and crying into Candace until about 5 seconds later. You sound like a baby with a dirty diaper, Candace chuckled. Shut the fuck up and let me have this, you stupid bitch, Bambietta stated, clutching her more tightly. Candace pat her shoulder. Good to see you again, Bambi. I'm glad we're still friends. After Bambietta calmed down, the 4 girls were headed back for Magnolia when Bambietta pierced the silence. So, now that we're on speaking terms and friends again, why did you come to Magnolia? Candace slapped her forehead. Oh fuck. Jade. First of all, Bambietta said, holding Wendy's ears, language. Don't make me start a swear jar. Second of all, what's the deal with you two? She was kind of your substitute at first if she could manage it, but she's kinda neat. I'd like to have her back now that we've smoothed things over. She's kinda been paying for all my food lately. You really never change, do you? Lil Toto asked with a glazed look. Wow, you actually care about, oh, fudgeasicles. What? Candace asked Bambietta. I might've, let's just say I'll vouch for you. It was probably my fault anyway, Candace said, ruffling Bambietta's hair. Mind lending a girl money for a hotel? I need a shower pronto. I'm all sweaty, she said, tugging on her shirt, looking at the sweat stains in front of her boobs. Bambi. Lil. There you two are. Bambietta and Lil Toto stopped in their tracks as Candace kept going a couple paces before she noticed Urza farther down the road. Yo, what's up, Twizzler? Candace asked, raising a hand up in a friendly fashion. Do you have a death wish? Bambietta exclaimed, throwing her arms down and to the side towards Candace in an overdramatic fashion. Lil pushed past Candace and Bambietta and saluted to Urza. Situation under control, she said. They're friends again. Are they now? Urza asked. Lil dropped her arm and nodded. Yup. I smoothed things over. Candace leaned on Bambi's shoulder, smiling. Sorry about yesterday. Huge misunderstanding it turns out. It happens. Well, I'm glad you two managed to patch things up, but we still need to discuss the matter of what transpired the other day. Why? Candace asked. Money's gone. I used it on a hotel. Bambietta slapped her own forehead at the sign of Candace digging her own grave. Candace, you need to understand something. Say hello to my new Hashwalth. And I mean that in every sense of the comparison other than gender, appearance, and hour-long boring lectures. Normally I'd send you back to the Magic Council for punishment. No doubt they'd want to see you behind bars for your crimes. Candace chuckled. Haha, story of my life. She could sense a but coming. And, if she was wrong, well, her bike was within mounting distance. But, Urza said before sighing, well, I have an offer to make you. Are you interested, Candace? I'm listening, Candace stated. If you continue to go down the road of vigilantism, no doubt the Magic Council will start to send bounty hunters after you, not the least of which may eventually be Bambietta or myself. If you don't want a life of running all over creation from the law. No, I getcha. And I'm so fucking done with those days. Candace. Bite me, shorty, Candace said, knowing that was about the use of the F word, and started again, so, if you want me around this neck of the woods, who am I to say no? She put an arm around Bambietta's shoulders and pulled her in so that Bambietta's head was in collision with Candace's shoulder. Got my best friend here after all. We're like sisters from different moms and dads. I just have two conditions. I'm listening, Urza said. First, I hear you got my new friend captured. Set her free, maybe let her join the guild. Done, Urza stated. What else? No way. Bambietta exclaimed. Why did things always have to go so perfect for Candace? Even back in the Van Den Reich, the indie films at least only got one bad sequel, and it would be nearly a decade after the last one. Second, you let the matter of my thievery and whatnot go, and the next time I screw up you can punish me double. There's no way that's going to. Done, Urza replied. Why? Bambietta thought, crying comedically. So unfair. I'll speak with Master about making the arrangements. He got called to the capital for a sick friend in the hospital and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. If not, I have another contact in the Wizard Saints more than happy to file the paperwork and send it to him. Sweet. Sign my ass up. I'm a guild mage. Candace exclaimed, grinning as she punched one hand into the other. However, Urza continued. If you dare do anything that will sully Fairy Tale's reputation and turn to your old ways, you will be swiftly punished. Why yeah, I get it. Birut, pretty sure you don't have to worry about me on that front. Heh. The gears in Candace's head started to turn. Ah, wait, she turned to Bambietta. Did you tell them about what you did to the last guy that shared your... Bambietta slapped her hand over Candace's mouth. Ah da da da. We do not speak of that. Ever. Well, Urza smirked. The past is the past. If you proved that you've changed, I expect good things from you. Having a lightning user that can get along with the rest of the guild might be a good change of pace. Yeah, be a nice change from dealing with that one jackass that's always like, look at me. I'm S-class. I've got a weird-looking lightning scar on my face. Nee. We talking Bazby type of jackass, or? Candace trailed off. Worse. So, much worse, Bambietta said. It's like Quilge with all the muscle of Gerardo. Oh come on, he can't be that bad, Candace chuckled. Kendi, no. Don't make me get a squirt bottle, Lil Tato said with a glazed look. So he's hot, Candace chuckled. Bambietta groaned. Look what you've started. Lil Tato just sighed. Whatever. Your womb to do with what you please. Candace wants to be a mommy. Wendy asked, gasping. Candace burst out laughing. Lil Tato thought she was going to fall over from laughing so hard. Bambietta looked thunder-shocked. Wendy, where did you learn about that? Lucy, she said. She explained to me where babies come from. Bambietta twitched more. Oh, did she now? That's wonderful. Heh. It was followed up with sarcastic, yay. Well, at least I didn't have to be the one to explain it. Small victories? Lucy. Candace scratched her head. Oh. Is that hot blonde you were with? She is, why? Sweet, she good in bed? Oh no. That is mine. Bambietta exclaimed, turning around and wagging a finger in Candace's face. I worked blood, sweat, and tears into that relationship and I haven't even gotten any, she said, poking her palm with her finger. Damn, sounds like a waste of time. I'll help you relax if you're needy. Waste of? Bambietta boiled over. She had a right might to rip her head off her head and bite it. Don't you get it? She's my girlfriend. Girlfriend, she repeated more exaggeratingly. As in, my squeeze, my boo, my bosom girl, my exclusive shoulder pillow. Candace snickered and then started to laugh her ass off. She eventually calmed down and said, panting, ah, wow. Oh wow. You got me good. Good joke, she said wiping a tear from her eye. Bambietta glared at Candace, fists balled, blushing. Oh wait. You're serious? Let me laugh even harder. Urza, Wendy, and Lil Tato had no idea what to do as Candace doubled over and laughed obnoxiously, snorting on occasion. Candace, Bambietta said. I know you don't know what it means to have a relationship that isn't built on sex, but, it's nice. Hard as it is to believe, I know. You can make fun of me all you want, but let me tell you right now. With her, I'm happier than I've ever been. Wendy cooed. Well shit, Candace said. 25 joules, Bambietta frowned. Shut up, Candace retorted. Like I was going to say, and here I thought Meninas would be the first one to settle down with someone special. You were the last person after me I figured would go for the stable relationship life. But, you know what? She smacked her hand on Bambietta's hat. I'm proud of you. Good for you. Wait, what? What? I know what we did was skin deep. I'm not gonna go cry into a tub of ice cream over this. Besides, that lightning guy you mentioned can't be the only hot guy around here. I'll find someone to make the bed creak and the walls shake. Lil Tato groaned and palmed her face. Okay, Twizzler, lead the way, Candace said, snapping her fingers into the air. I wanna see Jade out of ropes and check out the sausage party. Please, stop calling her that. What? Candace said, violating Urza's personal space as she held up a lock of Urza's hair. You both can't tell me her hair isn't the exact same color as a Twizzler. What is this, Twizzler? Urza asked. Bambi, where's the nearest candy shop? They don't have any, I checked, Bambietta said. Damn. It's like a long piece of twisted licorice, Candace said, making a narrow, rectangle shape with her fingers. Not the worst comparison I've heard. Certainly more creative than anything Evergreen's ever said. You can't possibly be okay with this, Bambietta complained. I've never really cared what other people called me. Besides, nicknames are a sign of friendship, right? Damn straight. Candace exclaimed, slapping her on the shoulder. This is so not fair. Bambietta exclaimed. If you clean the dishes afterwards, I'll have Myra fix you a cake, on me, Urza said. Sweet. Make it 2 for me and Jade and I'll clean all the dishes for the day. Community service and shit like that. Bambietta opened her mouth to speak, only to stop. Instead, she said. Wendy, don't grow up to be like her. Okay, Wendy responded. Deal, Urza said. Wait. I want cake. Lil Tato stuttered. 400 joules, Urza responded as she and Candace walked away. She's strapped for cash. It's a one-time deal. But, sisters, Lil Tato said. Urza seemingly ignored her. Wendy then noticed how angry Bambietta looked, eyes welled with tears of fury, face redder than a tomato. Bambi. Arrgh. This is so unfair. Why does everything always go so perfect for her? Damn it, Candace. I am gonna mess you up one of these days. Why is there screaming? Lucy exclaimed, poking her head out of the bathroom window in a towel. Lucy. Bambietta exclaimed, bounding up to her. I need to motorboat you. What? Lucy blushed, covering her towel-covered chest. What are you saying? You're the only thing I have that Candace doesn't. Don't leave the bathroom. Bambietta shouted. Bambi, no. The Quincy was already inside. Bambi, yes. Lil Toto and Wendy both let out a sigh as Lil Toto headed into the apartment to make sure Bambietta didn't do anything she would regret. Jade was looking down to the floor, downtrodden as she contemplated what she should do. Escape was all but impossible. Even if she could somehow remove the sealstone cuffs sealing her magic, the chances of her being able to escape undetected were little to none. The only chance she had would be when Urza herself left the guild. Otherwise, any and all illusionary tricks she would pull to escape would be useless. It had been over 2 days since she had been captured, and she was starting to lose hope. How had it come to this? Damn it all, this was all because she went on that long-term A class back when she was a member of Chicken Fangs. When she had returned, Lady Emberella was long gone, her plan to take over the guild having totally failed. She was everything to Jade. If not for her, she was certain she would have perished long ago. She had ran away from the dilapidated orphanage her parents had left her at when she was just 9 years old. When she had run into some hungry wolves, more than eager to tear a young child like her apart, it had only been Lady Emberella's interference that had saved her life. With nowhere else to go, she was more than willing to do whatever it took to become useful to her savior. With her gone, she had nothing. She left the Chicken Fangs Guild. Jade was more than positive that they would have tossed her out for her attachment to Lady Emberella. With nowhere to call home, she wandered the wilderness and towns of Fiore with no goal other than finding her. But then, she found Candace. I thought you were different. Jade thought to herself regarding her green-haired traveling companion. Someone I could trust. Rely on. I honestly thought I found someone who really cared about me. First my parents when they left me for dead, then Lady Emberella when she left Chicken Fangs, now you. Tears began to fall down her eyes as she gave into sorrow. What's the point of even going on anymore? All that's left is for me now is to rot awa. Yo, tent mate. You down there? A voice called out to her from down below. Instantly, Jade's eyes widened with hope. She knew that voice. Candy? Is that you? The one and only, Candace said as she casually walked down the stairs. Sorry it took me so long. I had to get some things sorted out. To say that Jade felt a sense of relief was an understatement, the green-haired mage smiling wider than she could ever remember. Candy, you do care. It's fine now that you're here, Jade said before smirking. Now come on, let's get out of here before that psycho brunette shows up. You wouldn't believe what she was saying about you. Jade looked at Candace as she approached. The green-haired Quincy looked oddly serious, an expression Jade had never seen on her before. Candy? She asked with concern. Candace sighed as she knelt down and began to untie her friend. Yeah, about that. Jade, we need to talk. Bambietta looked at Jade and Candace both, stopping in her tracks. Oh, hello there. Jade stared at Bambietta, unsure of what to say, or to do, when she felt Candace push her forward. Knowing what she did now, Jade looked uncomfortably at the Quincy. Hey. She said, finding it hard to make eye contact with her. Bambietta was no less comfortable. Right before her was a clear reminder that she had a long way to go. She had thought she had fought past her darker impulses during the Phantom Lord battles, but now it was clear that a sufficient prodding of what had happened to her at the hands of Giselle Guel was enough to rekindle the killer inside her. Look, Words failed Bambietta as they were prone to do. I'm sorry. They both said at the same time. The two of them blinked as they looked at one another. You first. Jade said, not sure how she should move forward at the moment. She hadn't expected the woman who had threatened to take her life a mere 2 days ago to start apologizing. Look, Bambietta fidgeted, a hand reaching up so as to allow its index finger to play with her hair. Dark locks began to curl around the material of her glove, Bambietta unable to make eye contact. See Candace, I'm no good at this and you know it. Bambietta's voice had raised for a moment, the Quincy knowing that Urza was expecting better of her. I'm so sorry for what I almost did, Bambietta whispered as she finally forced herself to make proper eye contact with Jade. Nothing I can say justifies how I acted. And I dash. Hey, look, it's fine. Jade said, interrupting Bambietta. Well, okay, saying it's fine is pushing it a bit, but, Candy filled me in on what happened. All of it. Jade said before she looked down. You went through something really terrible. I can't even begin to pretend to know what it feels like to be made into somebody's undead slave. She then looked at Bambietta. But being abandoned? Betrayed by people you trust, no, I know that feeling all too well. She said as she got closer to Bambietta. I practically took the band-aid on the wound of yours and just ripped it off without a care in the world. I can't say I'm really cushier with the death threat, but I can't say I don't know how that all feels. I still should have been the better person, Bambietta replied. Even if all you did was rip the band-aid off, you didn't make it necessary in the first place. And I'm no better than I ever was. I wouldn't say that. Jade said before smiling. It's not the first time someone's tried to kill me before. You tend to deal with a lot of shady types when you need to steal to survive like I did. Trust me, it's nothing new. She then placed a hand on the Quincy's shoulder. But let me tell you something. In all the years I've spent out in the ghettos, the bars and all the other places I've gone through in life, I've learned to tell when someone's lying or just trying to sweeten me up for a favor or some crap. So trust me when I say this, I know you mean it. Bambietta was quiet for a moment before tentatively bringing a hand up and placing it atop Jade's own. She spoke in a hushed whisper then, the corner of her lips faintly pulling up. Thank you. Hey, think nothing of it. Yesterday's enemy can be the next day's friend back where I was from. Besides, Candace said if I shape up I can join you guys, and I don't think holding a grudge against one of its stronger members really isn't going to do me any favors. So. She then smiled at Bambietta. Friends. Bambietta nodded. Yeah. Friends. Being the type who always wore her emotions on her sleeves for good or for ill, Bambietta acted on impulse once again. This time not from a place of anger but from a place of comfort. She hugged Jade then and there. And I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Works for me. For now, let's get those guild emblems on, I have an idea where I want mine. Jade said before she looked at Bambietta once more. Oh hey, one more thing, what was with the weird red mark appearing on your hand? That's a good question actually. Bambietta said, the Quincy not thinking about it at all with her mind so preoccupied with guilt. Why do you ask? Because, I noticed when you left, my hand had it too. Jade said. I thought it was just some kind of security measure fairy tale used to keep things under control, but if you don't know what it is, then I guess not. Look, whatever the case is, we'll figure it out later. Candace said before she put a hand around Jade's waist. Come on, let's stop wasting time and get this all over with. Watching her old friend taking her newest one away, Bambietta couldn't help but smile. She was so glad that everything was going as smoothly as it was, but even so, now that she was thinking about it, that mark on her hand did seem a bit familiar. I can't be sure on this, but the energy I was feeling back then, it felt just like yours still feel. After resolving the misunderstanding and letting Jade free, she and Candace put themselves up in a hotel for a single night, agreeing to make some good money the next day and find a place to stay. The goal was to get their own separate rooms at Fairy Hills. After a bit of boring paperwork and some questions, Candace and Jade were both given their guild tattoos. Jade decided to have hers printed to the right side of her abdomen, nice and visible in green ink to match her hair. Anyone who saw her would instantly know where she was from and it might intimidate them. Candace took a similar approach. She had her mark planted right above her chest, in between her neck and sternum. However, hers had the added benefit of being a distraction to perverts. So, what pays the most around here, Twizzler? Monster hunting typically, Urza said. Bandit raids are also popular for more combat-oriented mages. Considering how we met, you already have experience. Urza then glared at Candace. Just don't steal anything. Their ill-gotten gains are to be turned over to the Rune Knights. Why yeah, you got it. As Candace inspected the job board, swaying her hips as she held one hand over the side of her butt, Loke walked in, yawning. Up late last night with the ladies. Wakaba joked at him. Not quite, Loke said, stretching. Terrible night's sleep. Random fit of insomnia. Probably gonna take it easy too. Loke's gaze traveled towards Candace's ass as saxophone music only he seemed to be able to hear, accompanied it. Dai. Hello. Bambietta pulled a recording scroll out of her pocket. Oh intuition, I love you. Bambi, why do you have that? Lucy asked, slightly afraid. Just watch, this could get us on Fiore's funniest recordings. We could win 17,000 jewels and a free t-shirt. What's so funny about Candace getting hit on? Jade asked, sitting down at the table. She at least knows better than to do it in the middle of a busy area. You must watch, Bambietta snickered. I don't like the sound of that laugh, Lucy said nervously. Jade watched on curiously, having no idea what was about to go down. As Loke slid up along the wall by the job board, Lil Tato noticed this and saw Bambietta with the recording scroll. She sighed deeply. I'll get Urza, she thought as she trudged up the stairs. Hey yi there, beautiful. I didn't realize I'd died last night cause there's an angel standing in front of me. Candace rolled her eyes. Oh my god. Okay, I know I'm pretty easy, but cheesy one-liners. She trailed off as her eyes met Loke. You. Loke started to sweat. Lucy never thought she'd see a man cry so loud or jump so high as Candace tried to shoot him with her bow as she put a hole in the wall. Hold still and let me shoot you, Ichigo Kurosaki. Candace shouted as she took target practice at Loke in a case of mistaken identity. Lil Tato guided her surrogate big sister by the hand across the hall and pointed at Candace's rampage. Would you like me to stop her? No, Urza said. I think maybe this will teach him a valuable lesson not to hit on every woman he sees. However, she took a deep breath and called. Candace. Yeah. Candace looked up at Urza. Urza pointed to the door. Take it outside. And you'll be paying for the holes. Candace snickered. Hear that, punk? No mercy. Candace chased Loke outside with her bow. Are you sure we should just let her do that? Rukia asked from the breakfast table. Are you kidding me? This is way too funny, Bambietta chuckled. Lucy sighed, and not in a good way. Sometimes Bambietta could be truly heartless. From outside, most of the guild heard Loke shout, seriously, who the hell is Ichigo Kurosaki? Chapter 42, Little Misunderstood. Just as Fairy Tail was happily welcoming its newest members, a situation of another kind regarding the guild was taking place in Era, the headquarters of the Magic Council to be more precise. Most of its members were busy with business that had to be personally dealt with, leaving only 3 members in attendance for this meeting. I can't believe this. Org, the vice chairman of the Magic Council, shouted out in frustration as he threw down a stack of papers to the floor. Does Fairy Tail seriously expect us to just let these 2 criminals join their guild and just sweep their crimes under the rug? It's ludicrous. I agree. Said Leiji, another member of the Magic Council said as he frowned. Fairy Tail has some nerve thinking that we'll just go along with whatever they ask. Why, they still owe quite the bit in property damage last I checked. Not to mention the fact that it's only been 1 year since we allowed them to take in Moulin Rouge into their ranks despite the chaos she caused. Belno said with disdain. Master Makarov had to use his Wizard Saint status to give her a pardon. All Wizard Saints had the ability to pardon any wizards that they saw particular potential in, so long as they hadn't committed any major crime. Many famous wizards in the past had been given this second chance, and became respectable members of society. However, a Wizard Saint could only use it for a single incident every 5 years to prevent a potential abuse of power. But unfortunately for him, he won't be able to use his pardon. Org said as he looked over to his fellow council members. So I think it's safe to say that we will be rejecting his request. That won't be necessary, ORG. A voice called out to the Magic Council as the sound of footsteps could be heard. Turning their heads, the 3 of them saw none other than Mifone Long. I'll be using my pardon on the both of them. Miss Long, this is a private meeting. Org yelled out at the woman. Even despite your status as a Wizard Saint, you can't just come in here unannounced. I was granted permission by Yamaji. Mifone said as she began to approach the council. He told me that this would be a matter that I would be rather invested in, and it seems that he was right. Bah! The only reason Yamaji let you in was to assist your former guild. Leiji said in disgust. Honestly, you two are far too attached to your old guild for my liking. While I admit it's rather coincidental, my being here has nothing to do with fairy tale. Mifone said as she now stood amongst the council. I simply see mages that could do much more good for Fiori if they were allowed to use their powers in the right way, and fairy tale seems to be the best place for them to do it. She then smiled at them all as she continued. It would be such a shame to simply put them behind bars for such minor incidents. Minor incidents? Those two destroyed an entire bar, injuring everyone inside and stole countless jewel and belongings that belong to innocent civilians of this country. And I've taken steps to see that all those involved have received compensation for their actions. Mifone spoke with confidence. Medical bills, property damage, and stolen goods. It's all been taken care of. All I asked for them in exchange was to not press charges. You're just misusing your family fortune to help out fairy tale. Leiji accused Mifone. I don't care if you're the heiress to one of the 10 richest families in all of Ishgar, this is Dash. The only reason you're all so upset is because of fairy tale's involvement. Mifone interrupted them. I seem to recall you letting Jura allow several wizards to join Lamina Scale despite their crimes on Galuna Island being far more severe. She smirked as she continued. Attempted murder of an entire village and the release of a demon made by Ziref. Yes, surely what they did wasn't anywhere near as horrible as theft and property damage. So please, by all means, tell me I'm abusing my power when it's so clear that all you're doing is holding a grudge. Silence fell amongst the council, none of the wizards having anything they could say to counter her argument. With no one bothering to speak up, she continued. I'll take full responsibility of the actions Candace Catnip and Jade Lodro if they misbehave. Now, are you going to continue bickering with me? Or can we move on and focus on actual problems that need to be dealt with? Very well. Org said as he signed the papers for their pardon. As he did, the other members of the council took their leave, walking behind Mifone though not without giving the saint a few glares as they did. She didn't bother to look back at them however. They weren't worth the effort. I thank you for being so reasonable, ORG. Mifone said with sincerity. Just know that you're starting to get on thin ice with us Mifone. Org said as he finished his paperwork. He began to take his leave before he turned around to face her one last time. Did you truly do this for a reason other than to help out that insufferable old guild of yours? I swear to you on my honor as a wizard saint that it had nothing to do with fairy tale. Mifone replied. My reasons are entirely my own and for the good of Fiori. Seemingly accepting her answer, Org began to take his leave. Mifone sighed as she took a moment to sit down in one of the council's chairs. Thank goodness that went as well as it did. I don't have patience with dealing with such fools. To lose even one of our warriors before the war begins could have disastrous consequences. After all, in a game of chess, to lose even one pawn piece before the game began, would result in a huge disadvantage. Though she believed the two she helped today to be far more valuable than mere pawns. I can't thank you enough for stepping in for them Mifone. A voice said to her before the wizard saint slowly turned around to face the direction it was coming from. Think nothing of it, Lady Sylphia. With a flash of light, the goddess of camaraderie appeared before the wizard saint. Mifone quickly got to her knees and bowed. You honor me with your presence. Mifone, don't be that way. I have no desire for my own daughter to view me as her superior. Please, be at ease. Mifone couldn't help but chuckle at her mother's choice of words. The two were not related by blood, but as far as the goddess was concerned, she viewed Mifone, as well as the others she had brought over from other universes as her own adopted children. The daughters of Sylphia was what she chose to call them. As far as Mifone was aware, only 3 existed currently. Herself, Jade Lodro and Bambietta Basterbine. Very well, but I do have some questions I need to ask. Is it about Jade? I believe you know that she's in fairy tale now, just as you and I always desired. Sylphia had brought Jade into this world for reasons that Mifone had yet to figure out. Every time she asked, she was simply told, there is no reason. With a smile on Sylvia's face, but she knew her mother better than that. Everything she did was for a reason. For Bambietta and herself, it was to be used for the war despite her kind intentions of giving them a second chance. However, unlike her and Bambietta, she had made no effort at all to confront her second child. She had a hands-off approach to Jade, telling Miphone that, "I want to see if she'll make the right choice this time," and forbade her from getting personally involved. Not wanting to press the issue further, Miphone never brought it up again, though she often wondered about it in her off time. "No, not that, I wish to ask you about this," Miphone said as she raised her right hand. "A few days ago, my hand glowed with a mysterious symbol, one that was made by your power, I might add. I could sense a connection with Bambietta and Jade. Care to explain?" Sylvia sighed before she sat down in the nearest chair. "I have lived for a very long time, Miphone, and in that time, I've gone through many hardships. But nothing will ever surpass the pain of watching my own children murdering each other. It's a pain that I never wish to experience again, so I simply took precautions to ensure that would never happen again." "You placed command seals on us," Miphone said matter-of-factually. "Yes. They will only activate when one of you has any intentions to harm the other with ill intentions. I'm afraid yours activated because I made the seals a bit too strong and sensitive than necessary. You'll have to forgive me, but I wasn't willing to take any chances of any of you being able to break the seal. Well, just so long as I'm aware as to why it happened, I won't take it personally," Miphone said before narrowing her eyes. "Still, the fact that Miss Basterbine even came so close to killing Jade in the first place, are you sure she was the right choice to give the power of Distruttori del Divino? With that power she could easily dash." "I have no doubt that she is the one," Sylvia said, interrupting her daughter. "Bambietta may have almost made a terrible mistake, but I can sense her true feelings. She feels genuine guilt over what she did. She's come a long way from the person that she used to be. If you insist, but, to entrust her with such power she is worthy of it," Sylvia said with confidence. "Once Bambietta unlocks the true capabilities of her shrift, and gains control of the divine power I've placed within her soul, she'll become a being capable of changing the tide of this war. I have no doubt that the gods on the opposing side have already chosen their champion piece. She will be ours. I see, with your permission, I wish to meet Bambietta myself to determine if she is worthy of such power," Miphone said as she raised from her seat. "Besides, I haven't seen Jade since I left the orphanage 13 years ago." "I'll allow it," Sylvia told Miphone. "You may doubt her now, but I can guarantee she'll be able to reach your expectations." "We'll see about that," Miphone thought to herself. "Well, I must be off to Celestial Blade, but I must ask, have you found the Quincy Kaiser?" Miphone hadn't bothered to ask the goddess about the traitor within the Magic Council. Her mother was forbidden to give her such information. Mortals had to deal with mortal problems on their own as the gods had decreed many eons ago. The only reason she was told about Irene and Urza's connection by her mother when she looked into Urza's past after Elizabeth told her how much Urza reminded her of her old friend, was simple due to Irene's connection to Zeref, who had connections to the divine realm. Being Cyplothea's daughter had given her access to that information, though she herself was forbidden to share it with anyone. Wywak, however, was considered a deity-level threat from what she had been told and thus was allowed to inquire about the situation. "I'm afraid not. The man seems to phase in and out of existence. Any time he appears within Fiori, or Ishgar for that matter, he seems to vanish into thin air when he finishes whatever his goal is. The only thing I can say for certain is that he resides within Bosco. Of all the places in Ishgar, he just had to choose Bosco," Miphone said. This complicated things immensely. Bosco, formerly a nation of peace and prosperity, was now infamous for being a rather ruthless nation run by a tyrannical king for the past 7 years. A powerful nation that had tried to invade Fiori more than once, it was also the new home of the goddess of despair, a god who was banished from their holy realm for attempting to send the human world into chaos. She had since placed a barrier around the country, preventing any gods from entering or looking in with magic. So in other words, the gods won't be able to find him until he wishes to make his presence known. He's more than just powerful, he's clearly a man with great strategical ability. Miffone thought to herself. I have no idea how he managed to figure out Bosco was our blind spot. Sylvia said. It is at this point irreverent. All I can tell you is this, be wary of his approach, Miffone. He is a wild card that could easily disrupt the balance of all the realms. Miffone nodded, clearly in agreement. Sylvia smiled as she got up from the chair and gave her a hug. I'm afraid I must take my leave now. Take care, and give Bambietta my regards. Then with a flash of light, she was gone, no doubt returning to her realm. Miffone began to turn around and head for her airship, but as she did, her mind wandered to think about her future encounter. I'll see you soon, Miss Basterbine. For humanity's sake, I can only pray she's right about you. It was a morning like any other in fairy tale. Even though Candace and Jade had been members of the guild for a little over a week, they seemed to fit right in, leaving the guild as noisy as ever. At present, only Jade was in the hall itself right now, sitting down and eating breakfast at the same table as Bambietta, Lucy, Rukia, and Wendy. Where's your partner? Bambietta teased. What are we, joined at the hip? Jade asked dryly. We have separate rooms, you know. Sorry, Bambietta smirked. It's just too easy. Following her statement, Loke strolled in, hair a mess, biggest smile on his face. Oh, I know that look, Kana called from across the room. How'd it go? What can I say? I'm a walking magnet for the ladies, Loke said with a shrug. Bambietta, Jade, and Lucy all shot glazed looks at Loke from their seats, not that he noticed. About 10 minutes later, someone else walked in, Candace. Her hair was perfect, as always, except Bambietta could smell the perfume. Oh no, she only wears that much perfume when. Aha, there's the finest woman in town, Loke said, winking at Candace. Candace winked, pointed her index finger at him in the shape of a gun and made a clicking noise with her teeth to show she appreciated the compliment and thought he was pretty good looking himself. Bambietta groaned. Wait, are Candace and Loke dating? Wendy asked. No, Wendy, no they are not, Bambietta said, massaging her forehead with her palms. What the since when? Kana suddenly shouted. Last night, Candace chuckled. What's the matter, Kana? You gel. Look, I know what we did wasn't exactly everlasting, but you jumped to Loke like that. Kana asked, snapping her fingers. I wouldn't say jump, more like a healthy rotation, Candace chuckled. Besides, you still got him beat in pie eating. Wendy sat at the table blushing as hard as Lucy. Hasn't it only been a week? Jade asked. Welcome to consistent life with Candace, Bambietta said. She will sleep with anything that suits her fancy if it doesn't say no. Jade smacked her forehead into the table. Lil Otto was passing by the table with her dishes and noticed the argument Loke and Kana were getting into. She also took note of the mischievous look on Candace's face as she downed her shake while whispering things to Myra Jane. She works fast, Lil Otto said with a glazed look. You think she'll go for a full rotation? Bambi asked her. Look, as long as she stays away from Natsu, I don't care what she does, Lil Otto responded. She tried already, said he was too dumb for her, but they're still sort of chummy. Totomaru already gave her a hard veto and she's got zero interest in Macau, Jet, Troy, and Wakaba, Bambietta said. Well, at least she has standards, Jade and Lil Otto said at the same time. Bambi, isn't it wrong for a girl to be with so many people at once? Wendy asked. Bambietta tried to think of a PG way to explain this to Wendy. It's not wrong per se, Lucy stated. But unlike the stable relationship Bambietta and I have, Candace and the people she's with are like Think of it like renting a house, Lil Otto suddenly said. You don't own the house, but you're borrowing it. Then, when you leave the house, it's available for the next person. Poor house, Wendy said, looking sad. I'd rather own it than leave it all alone. Bambietta's eyes looked somewhere between trying not to laugh, mortified, and utterly grateful. I don't know if I should thank Lil for explaining that so perfectly or be upset that she just made Wendy feel bad for apartments everywhere. Her face returned to normal. Still, at least I don't have to worry about Wendy turning out like. She watched Candace belch loudly from the bar stool. That. After finishing her shake, Candace strolled across the room after zeroing in on a new target, Outsack Connell. Totomaru noticed as Bisksa gripped the wooden table so hard with her fingernails, she cracked it. "Hey there, trick shot," Candace said, calling Outsack by a nickname. "You got time later to show me your white bullets?" Outsack blushed brightly as Candace leaned in towards him, fingertips standing up on the nearby table, trying to give him a nice view down her shirt. Bisksa was ready to march over there and go full Moulin Rouge on Candace. For a second, Totomaru thought he was looking at Urza instead of the normally chipper Bisksa Moulin. "See Candy, I appreciate the offer, but I. He tensed up, eyes shut tight and then loudly announced, "I'm already dating Bisksa." Totomaru had never seen such a 180 personality change in a woman as Bisksa blushed brightly. Candace grinned. "That's so?" Jade winced while Bambietta looked on with interest. Outsack shook and sweated, refusing to open his eyes. He was surprised when he felt Candace's firm hand patting him on the inside of his left shoulder right by his neck. "Well, don't mind me then. True love conquers all. Go on and grab a mission and get on out of here with the woman you love." "Wah, really?" Outsack looked back at Candace like she had two heads. "What? I got something between my teeth?" "Grab her and go," Candace insisted. Outsack was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by Bisksa. "Come on, Outsack, we can go monster hunting together. I hear there's something called a Goreclaw out to the northwest." She began pulling on his wrist. "I don't know what a Goreclaw is, but we should get a train ticket and go kill it." "Why yeah, sure, Allah." He shuffled away from Bisksa. "I'll go get the mission scroll." As he stumbled away, Bisksa looked at Candace, the latter still grinning. Her gaze narrowed. "You know we're not actually dating, don't you?" Candace nodded. "Yup." Bisksa eyed Candace suspiciously. "You knew about how he felt, didn't you?" Kinda," Candace shrugged. Bisksa nodded firmly. "I owe you a drink. Doesn't matter if it's got alcohol in it or not as long as it's on the rocks, now go get sunshine." Bisksa smiled and then walked away to go talk to Outsack. "What just happened?" Jade asked. "I'm not sure," Bambietta said. "She totally set them up," Lil Tato said. Bambietta responded. "You think she did it on purpose?" Lil Tato asked as she and Bambietta watched Candace sit down and order another milkshake. "Aren't you two supposed to have known her a long time?" Jade asked. "Look, when it came to romance the Van Denrijk was pretty frigid," Bambietta said. "Just look at me. I'm still getting used to the whole relationship thing." Lucy did her best not to snicker at the truth. It was of course now dawning on Bambietta as to Candace's behavior after she told the lime-haired Quincy that she was dating Lucy. Candace had sounded pretty proud of her. She looked at Candace now more intently. She didn't even seem bothered by getting shot down by Outsack as she ordered another milkshake and continued to chat with Myra Jane about only gods knew what. "I didn't know Candace was a regular Cupid," Lil Tato said. "She always struck me as the uncaring type. Shouldn't be that big of a surprise." "We do wield bows and arrows," Bambietta chuckled. Lil Tato frowned. Lil Tato decided to stop holding her tray and bring it to the back to be washed. As she passed by the bar the second time, she decided to stand near Candace. "Hey," she said. "What's up, Lil?" Candace asked. Myra Jane was presently down at the other side of the bar. "That was a really good thing you did, Candy," Lil Tato said. "Huh? Oh. You mean setting up Bonnie and Clyde earlier?" Candace asked and slurped her milkshake. "What can I say? I've got a gift." "Yeah, but..." Lil Tato tried to find the right words to ask Candace how she managed it and why she even bothered. Fortunately, Candace seemed to get exactly what was on Lil Tato's mind. When you spend 30 years after death, you get a lot of time to reflect on your life and the mistakes you've made. I might be younger than Meanie and Bambi, but I feel like I had more hard life experience than all three of you combined. Just look at Bambi and her struggling relationship with Lucy, Candace said. "I don't do the whole stable relationship thing," but if she ever came to me for pointers, I know enough to know how to keep them afloat. I've been nothing but a social girl all my life. I feel that, in some areas, it makes me a pretty wise woman. I might not know how to solve for X or how to translate Shakespeare into understandable modern language, but I can certainly turn a Sandra D into a Sandra Squee, you feel me? I think so. Lil Tato wasn't sure. Look, let me put it like this, Candace said, scratching the back of her head. I chose my lifestyle because it suits me as a person. If there's one thing I don't regret, ever, it's ditching the glasses and deciding to be the master of my own destiny. You used to wear glasses? Lil Tato asked. Focus, Lil, Candace said to her. Point is, I know that everyone is different. People want different things from other people when it comes to relationships and sex. And so long as I'm here in Fairy Tale, you can bet your ass I'm gonna use my knowledge to help some cute couples make a few babies and have a goddamn perfect wedding. There's few things that irritate me more than a limp dick who can't tell his woman how much he likes her or a princess who can't be bothered to be forward enough with a guy that's caught her eye. Being passive gets you nowhere. Otherwise, next thing you know is you're getting cooked when the person you were after is dating some asshole or bitch that's only into them for their wallet or the sex and you're completely fucked. I didn't realize you felt so strongly about this kind of thing, Lil Tato said. Candace sighed. Shit. Talking about this makes me want a cigarette all of a sudden. You smoke? Used to. Gave it up when Hashwalth drilled it into me how bad they are, and yet whenever I think about my younger years, muscle memory kicks in and I remember just how fucked up I was. I wouldn't say I've changed too much, but I was pretty awful at my lowest points. Candace grabbed her shake. Hey, when Meanie eventually gets here, let's all four of us go on a camping trip or something and spill our guts. I think we can all get closer if we don't keep secrets from each other. What about Giselle? Lil Tato asked. Cockroach can go fuck herself, Candace remarked. Lil Tato looked right with only her eyes. She really shouldn't have expected less. Candace scanned the guild. The atmosphere here is really different compared to the Vandenrijk. No one's being forced to hunt hollows or this world's equivalent of them. Morale is high. We're not training to fight some big army. We're just living our lives here, freely. A small smirk appeared on Candace's face. It's nice. Lil Tato smiled. Yeah. I hear you and Urza are close. That true? Candace asked. Lil Tato nodded. Keep an eye on her for me, would you? Candace asked. Huh. Urza's an enigma, Candace stated. Everyone else in this guild I can read at least the first chapters of them like they're open books. Urza on the other hand, she's difficult and almost next to impossible to read. What do you mean? Lil Tato asked. Urza seems pretty straightforward to me. That's just it. She's a paragon, Lil. The defining standard by which the rest of Fairy Tale seems to aspire to. You don't get that way overnight and no matter how many times I hang out with her, nothing brings me closer to answering the question, what makes Urza, well, Urza. Lil Tato stopped and realized that she never gave the question much thought. This isn't the Vandenrijk. I can't afford the luxury of not getting attached to this place. It's a second, well, third chance at life and I don't intend to fuck it up. Who else should I give my best for if not the people that gave me a real home? Everyone here is open to who I am. I can just be myself. I know that might be harder for you and Bambi in some circumstances, especially for Bambi, but I just feel free here and, well, look at all those smiles, Candace said and chuckled. I want to protect those smiles. You get me? Lil Tato smiled. That much I completely get. Candace ruffled Lil Tato's hair. Welp, I'd better stop drinking shakes and get a move on. If you see Twizzler, tell her I'm sorry I missed her this morning. Candace then grabbed a random job off the board and walked out. Lil Tato went back to the table Bambietta was at. So? Bambietta asked as though she was in high school and about to receive second-hand gossip. Seems there's a lot more to Candy than you or I ever gave her credit for, Lil Tato said, smiling. She said when Meanie gets here we should all hang out. Bambietta smiled. I'd like that. Lil Tato decided to keep the rest of what Candace said to herself for now. It had felt like Candace was laying bare a lot of her soul to her. Until Candace outright told Bambietta all about it, until that day that Candace mentioned when the four of them laid bare everything to each other, Candace's secrets were safe with Lil Tato. If Jade had been told 3 weeks ago that she would be teaming up with the same woman who had threatened to kill her, she would have called them nuts. As of now, however, she was more than willing to lend Bambietta and Rukia a hand when they had asked for her help back at the Guildhall for a mission, the former more than curious just to see what she was made of. Jade, needing the cash and wanting to get to know a friend of Candace's better, accepted on the spot. Bambietta was much friendlier and open than she first let on in their first encounter. With Bambietta's smile always present on her face, witty sense of humor, and overall friendly personality, she could see now why Candace and her got along so well. Her time in Fairy Tale had been brief, a mere 9 days, but it was one that Jade was already far preferring to her old life on the run. No longer did she have to constantly look over her back when she was alone in some bar or back alley, needing steel to survive. Now she could just take job requests off the board and feel safe whenever she wanted to stop for some food. She liked it. Her time in Chicken Fangs wasn't unpleasant by any means, but Lady Emberella had insisted on Jade not attached to anyone else, simply telling her that her time in the guild would be brief and make what would happen harder on her. Your path is one of darkness, Jade. Until we destroy the Magic Council for what they've done, a normal life is beyond the both of us. Just stick with me, and I promise everything will be fine. She still wondered where her adopted mother had run off to after all this time. It was the main reason she hadn't bothered to join any guilds, her search for Emberella taking priority above all else at the time. Emberella was the only person besides her best friend Miphone back in the orphanage that had ever shown her any sort of compassion. Emberella taught her how to fight, how to use magic, hell, she even gave her a basic education and was, quite frankly, the closest thing to family Jade ever had. Emberella loved her more than anyone ever did. But things changed for the mint-haired woman once she had met Candace. For the first time in over 9 years, she had someone else she could consider a friend. Sure, Candace often joked at her expense more times than she cared for, but she knew that it came from a good place. Meeting her had allowed Jade to put things into perspective. That she didn't have to spend her whole life on the run or looking for her mother figure. If Jade had to be honest, she still desperately wanted to find Emberella even now, but if she had to live the rest of her life as a member of this guild, she was more than fine with that. So, this is where they're held up, Bambietta said as the three of them looked down from a cliff. Below them lay a base of bandits and dark mages. With low wooden walls, several watchtowers, a considerable number of tents, a few cabins and a large stone building in the middle, it looked more like a fortress than a camp for bandits. For the past week, they had been plaguing the town of Sunflora with their theft and arson. Local law enforcements were beaten to a pulp and the squadron of Rune Knights sent in had also failed. Thus, they called out to Fairy Tale for assistance. They don't seem that tough to me, Bambietta said as she gauged the power of their targets. About 170 slightly empowered humans and 30 C-class mages. She then sighed. Here I was hoping for a challenge. Don't get too overconfident, Rukia said to Bambietta. Word is that they're being led by ex-dwarf gear mage Murasakindoku. He was in B-class who dash. Rukia, that's great and all, but B-class ain't got nothing on me, Bambietta told her. Our classes are practically everyone else's S-class and I was already at that level several months ago. So excuse me for not being super thrilled. Look, just because you're recommended for S-class doesn't mean that you should underestimate enemies on a lower rank than you. I knew a 5th seed who was on PAR with most lieutenants, Rukia scolded Bambietta. Yeah. I chose 5 because I don't like how 4 looks, guy. But he's, like, an exception to that rank stuff far as I'm concerned when it comes to you Soul Reapers, oh and Ikeku. That guy's Bankai was pretty kick-ass. Ikeku had a Bankai? Rukia asked, more than a little surprised. Oh, shit, that's right, he didn't want anyone knowing about that, did he? Oh well, cat's out of the bag now, Bambietta said before shrugging. Can we please focus? Jade said as she was the only one still looking down on the bandit camp. Oh, right. Sorry. Bambietta said before she pulled out her binoculars, a gift she had gotten from the little dragon slayer. As she looked around, she didn't see anything of concern, until something caused her to frown. Well, shit. What's the matter? Rukia said as she tried to see what Bambietta was looking at. Look over there, the building located in the middle of the base. Upper right window. Bambietta instructed the Reggae as she took her advice. Once she did, however, she frowned as well. Hostages. There were 4 women, all of them wearing rather revealing clothing in the room that they were looking into. None of them looked happy to say the least, the handcuffs on their hands more than enough evidence that they were prisoners of some kind. Those bastards must have nabbed some women in their last raid. Jade said with a growl. This complicates things. Rukia said. If we just go in guns blazing, we'll no doubt be putting them in danger. Gah. I suck at hostage situations. Bambietta yelled out in frustration. Kicking ass and taking names, I can do that all day, sneaking in behind enemy lines or negotiating. That's more Lil's forte than mine. With as many people as there are in the base, I doubt I could just make a run for it. Rukia said as she pondered. Not to mention they likely have guards inside that very room. One mistake could cost them their lives. Maybe we should come back and rethink dash. I'll go. Jade interrupted. Are you serious? Bambietta exclaimed. There are at least 200 people down there, you can't possibly think that you can just sneak in. Look, I know neither of me know me very well yet, but sneaking into places undetected is kinda my specialty. I can't begin to tell you how many bandit camps I raided before I met Candace when I was on the run. I'm the best shot we have at this. She insisted. No way, it's too dangerous. Rukia told her. If you go all by yourself, who knows what could happen? I could say the same when it comes to them. Jade said as she pointed at the window the 4 women were in. Anything could happen in the time we're gone. I know I can do this, so, please. Let me try. Bambietta stared at her for a moment before sighing. How sure are you about this? Bambi. Rukia protested. Enough that I'm willing to give it a shot. Jade told Bambietta. Look, I'm not going to try taking them on, I'm just going to sneak in and make sure the hostages are safe. I'll give you guys a single once they're safe. You have 30 minutes to get in and get them secure. Bambietta told her. If you take any longer than that, get out. Understood. Jade merely gave a cocky smirk in response. And here I thought you were gonna give me a tight time limit. Sneaking inside of the camp had been easy enough, the emerald-haired thief made use of the nearby trees to pass undetected. Dropping down below when she noticed her path was clear, she proceeded to move and sneakily made her way through the camp. She hugged near the walls whenever she could, and snuck to the shadows, making use of every trick in the book that Emberella had taught her. Her mother figure had been a former assassin. Emberella's whole family had in fact. They were used quite a bit by the council back in the day when assassination requests were still legal. However, one thing led to another and Emberella's family met a tragic end. The specifics were unknown to Jade, Emberella not liking to talk about her family much. All she knew was that Emberella placed the blame solely on the Magic Council. But because of Emberella's experience and training, Jade herself had become a rather skilled assassin, the woman often taking care of any individuals that Emberella wanted to disappear. In almost all cases these tended to be dark mages that couldn't follow orders properly or people who had threatened to overthrow her as the guild master of Phoniex's Talon, the dark guild that Emberella had grown over the years by accumulating smaller dark guilds into her own. Her talent in the art of killing, however, would be unhelpful to her now. Fairy Tale's no-killing policies were made very clear to her and Candace during their orientation to the guild. The only things she could kill now were monsters and demons. Human life could only be taken under the direst of circumstances. She doubted she would need to rely on such skills right now, however, most of the people in the camp incapable of being considered a threat as far as she was concerned. Ducking and weaving from the side of the watchtowers and making use of the wooden barrel she found to avoid detection from guard patrol, Jade found herself making steady progress. As she continued to make her way through the camp, she was able to see the entrance to the main building. A mere 4 men guarded the entrance, and while she had no doubt that she could easily take them on in a fight, confrontation needed to be used only as a last resort. She had yet to make use of her illusionary powers just yet, the magic putting quite a strain on her reserves if she used it for too long or on too many people at once. However, given the likely low intelligence of these bandits, she soon put a plan into motion. Throwing a rock at a distant window, the 4 men quickly rushed over to see the cause of the sound. Once they were out of sight, she opened the door and, seeing no one within, made her way inside. The interior was nothing special, looking fairly bland with a bunch of crates of likely stolen goods and the only sources of light coming from the torches that lit the inside. Guess I shouldn't expect more from a bunch of bandits, Jade thought to herself. She proceeded inside, making use of whatever furniture and crates she needed when a possible encounter with the occasional guard would occur. For a few minutes she even made use of a cardboard box to make her way in undetected. So far everything was going smoothly. Finally, she had made her way up to the 4th floor, the place where Bambietta had located the hostages. She was currently looking down below while she sat atop a wooden support beam. 5 men were guarding what appeared to be the only door in the room. No doubt this was where the women were being kept. While she could just use her illusions to get inside, Jade was aware that she may possibly need them to help the hostages escape when Bambietta and Rukia attacked. She would need as much of her magic as possible if she were to help them escape. Attaching a silencer to her revolver, Jade took aim and fired 2 shots. The 2 bullets hit their targets, and thanks to her use of rubber bullets, merely knocked them out, though they would undoubtedly be waking up with a concussion. "Hey! What just?" One of the guards yelled out before Jade jumped down and delivered a kick to his head, sending the man down to the floor where he lay still. The man behind her instantly drew his sword and attacked, but with a quick dodge to the left and a swift chop to the back of the neck, he soon joined his other comrades in the land of the unconscious. The last man standing began to channel what appeared to be fire in his hand, but Jade was more than ready. Changing her weapons forms from revolvers to kama scythes and swung them at her intended target. Wrapping around his body, she pulled them forward, sending the man flying right into her fist. The man groaned out and tried to get back up, but a rubber bullet to the head once her weapons changed forms once more ensured that he would stay down. She took a sigh of relief as she looked down at her defeated enemies. "Looks like I still got it," she thought with a smirk. Jade opened the door, and just as she suspected, this was indeed where the hostages were being held. She walked in slowly, making sure that no one else was inside. The women saw her as soon as she entered and looked at her with fear. Please, don't hurt us," one of them begged. "Oh come on, is that any way to treat the one who came to bail you out of here?" Jade said with a smile. Instantly, hope filled the eyes of the young women, eager to be free of this torment. "I just got to take care of one thing real quick," Jade said as she walked over to the window. She opened up and, after loading up a special flare round, fired it out to the sky. "There's the signal," Bambietta said with a grin as she got up. "Time to kick some ass." Nodding in agreement, Rukia joined Bambietta as the 2 fairy tale wizards rushed into the camp. Rukia making the first move. "Tsuji no mai, Hakuren." The gate and several of the bandits standing guard were instantly frozen, the few behind them lucky enough not to get caught up in the attack soon hit by Bambietta's arrows. "Oh, I've been waiting for this," Bambietta said as she rushed forward and began to take down bandits left and right with her bare hands. "Come on, come at me you bunch of jackasses," Rukia sighed as she watched on. "If you were a Soul Reaper, you would totally be part of Squad 11. She thought before rushing in with Shunpo to assist her friend. Well, she's having fun, Jade thought to herself as she watched Bambietta unleash chaos upon the bandits. "Okay, my friends are out there giving them hell, so I say now would be a good time for us to get go dash. What? And miss out on all the fun." Instantly, Jade froze as she turned around. Standing in the doorway was a young man with short purple hair and purple eyes, a smug look clear on his face. "And I was just thinking you would be perfect to add to my collection." "Murasaki-nuku," Jade said as she narrowed her eyes. "I heard about you, you were kicked out of Dwarf Gear for sexual harassment." "Oh, people just love to make big deals about the smallest of details." Murasaka said as he slowly walked inside. Honestly though, getting kicked out of dwarf gear was a blessing in disguise. If I had just stuck there, I would have just remained a run-of-the-mill mage, but here. Murasaka then sneered as he looked at Jade. I can do whatever the hell I damn well please. I don't have to be chained down by something as pathetic as laws or guild conduct. I follow my own damn rules. He slowly licked his lips as he eyed Jade. And I have a few ideas what I'll be doing once I take care of Dash. Yeah, how's about fuck off? Jade said. Candace is rubbing off too much on me. Murasaka narrowed his eyes. Looks like I'm going to need to put you in your place first. In that moment, Murasaka's arms began to change from that of a normal human's to looking like some sort of disgusting tentacle. We'll see how you like a taste of my takeover, worm soul. He lashed out his arms at Jade, the non-human appendages stretching out across the room. However, Jade was able to see the attack and flipped backwards, smirking as she landed. Really? Takeover, worm soul? And from the look of it, you can't even manage a full takeover. Oh yeah, I'm so impressed. She said sarcastically. Murasaka growled in anger as he continued to whip his long arms at Jade again and again, but it was of no use, the woman slowly making her way closer and closer to him as she moved forward, until she finally turned her guns into comma and sliced at his left arm, cutting off a good chunk of it. You dumb bitch. He yelled out as his arm slowly began to reform. His other arm began to glow purple before large needles began to fire from its flesh. Changing her right hand's weapon form once more, she fired her bullets in response, shooting the projectiles out of the air. I'm starting to see what Bambietta meant. Jade said as she cut his arm with her blade weapon in her right hand. You're a complete joke. Shut up damn you. Murasaka yelled out before more worm-like arms appeared from his back. He charged forward, eager to knock Jade down into submission, but his attacks were too slow and sluggish, the woman able to dodge them with ease. I'm going to make you regret looking down on me. As soon as I get my hands on you, I'm gonna dash. He never got a chance to finish his sentence, Jade slamming her right fist into his face. He groaned in pain, but before he could retaliate, Jade had proceeded to kick him right in the testicles before uppercutting him with her left hand. He fell to the ground, exhausted and groaning in pain. He slowly rose up, eager to continue, but just as he barely managed to get his head off the floor, his face made personal contact with Jade's heel, kicking him back to the wall. Murasaka slouched over, groaning in pain and seemingly unable to get up. Well, so much for that. Jade said as she looked outside the window. It seemed in the time she had dealt with Murasaka most of the bandits had been taken care of, only a few putting up a futile resistance against her comrades. This guy fought back a whole squadron of rune knights. Hardly much of a challenge, but then again, when have I said no to easy money? Jade thought before she walked over to the women. All right, time to get you back safe and so dash. Hee 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 hee, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Her thoughts were interrupted however as she began to hear Murasaka laugh in the corner, slowly getting back up. What? You a glutton for punishment? Jade asked as she got her comma weapons ready for more. Oh no, no no. Murasaka said as he chuckled in response. It's just, I wasn't expecting to have to use this again so soon. He continued to slowly get up, and as he did, Murasaka began to change form. His skin began to turn dark purple, his eyes turning completely yellow and his head began to grow 2 large pairs of horns. What the hell are you? Jade asked as he finished his transformation. He was now quite bulky and looked completely inhuman. Oh this? This was a gift from someone who offered me power when I left my guild. Murasaka said as he began to walk over her. A woman from Tartaros. Tartaros? Possibly the most powerful guild in the Balaam Alliance? Jade thought to herself as she prepared herself for combat. What did she do to you? She gave me the one thing I desired so I could do what I wanted. Power. Absolute power. With this form I was easily able to wipe out the rune knights that the council sent to stop us. Surely something like that comes with a price. Jade said. You got it from a dark guild. Tartaros of all places. There's no way this person just gave it to you out of the kindness of her heart. Oh, she didn't ask for much, Murasaki replied. She just wanted me to cause some chaos. Wanted to see what I could do with my new power. Though, I guess you could say it did come at a cost. You see, I'm no longer human. Rushing forward with speed far faster than most mages she knew, Jade was only barely able to raise up her kama to defend against one of his attacks. It did her no good, however, as she was sent flying through the room and onto a nearby coat rack, dropping one of her weapons as she did so. As she began to get up, however, Murasaki grabbed Jade by her hair and kicked her to the other side of the room. I'm a full-fledged demon now. What you dealt with before was just my human form. Jade groaned in pain as she slowly got up, the mage clearly hurt by his attack. What's wrong? Not feeling so tough against my real power now, are you? He asked her mockingly before he rushed forward and pinned Jade to the wall. Not so weak now, am I, bitch? He punched Jade right in the stomach and smirked when he felt something break, a loud crack being heard throughout the room. He grabbed her by the throat and pressed her even harder against the wall. You know, I first thought I'd just make you one of my little pets like those whores in the room, but I think I'll just enjoy eating you instead. She began to choke as he continued to squeeze her neck, the woman kicking in defiance as he strangled the life out of her, but Murasaki couldn't even feel them. Her eyes began to roll up in her head and her struggles weakened considerably. She struggled and kicked weakly at him, but it was clear that her efforts were fruitless. Gah, og, egg, I. She sputtered out. Ah, I almost feel sorry for you, he said as he looked into her eyes. He stopped choking her, if only so he could hear her speak. Please, please, I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill me, she begged. I'll do anything. Just, please. Oh, I'm afraid that I'm going to enjoy snuffing the life out of you too much to take that into consideration, he said as he enjoyed her look of pure despair. In just a moment, I'm going to eat you alive in front of your friends, so, any last words? Yeah, just one, Jade choked out. Gotcha. Then, she was gone. In her place, in Murasaki's hands, was nothing more than a coat rock, the bottom half of the thing being smashed to pieces while the other half remained tight in his grasp. What? He said in surprise. However, just as he was about to try to figure out just what had happened, he heard a loud bang and knelt over in pain. He turned around to see none other than Jade, holding her revolver at him with a look of extreme hatred. She fired more shots. One in his right knee, another in his left arm and several more in his chest. Murasaki groaned out in pain before he fell to the floor, his red blood slowly pouring out of his body. But how? He asked in disbelief as he looked up at the woman who had shot him whole of holes. Am I still alive? Jade asked, finishing his sentence as she walked over to him. Or how did some rubber bullets make you look like Swiss cheese? Well, the answer's simple. I specialize in illusions. So, when I saw you transform and you kicked me halfway through the room, I decided it was best not to take any chances and make you think that coat rack over there was me instead and did the classic switcheroo. As for the damage? Also simple. I replaced my rounds with special holy bullets while I begged for mercy. I don't leave home without them just in case for situations like these. Murasaki tried to get back up, groaning as he made the attempt but stopped when he thought better about it. If I make a wrong move against her, she'll just shoot me again. As I am right now, a straight-up fight isn't an option. However, if I can just get one of the hostages, I can bargain my way out of this. Now all that matters is how many. He heard Jade say before he slowly looked up at her again, freezing in place. Her red eyes staring right into his as she pointed the gun at him. I know what you're thinking. Did she fire 6 shots or only 5? Well, to tell you the truth, in all this excitement, I've kinda lost track myself. But being as this is a .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and would blow your head clean off, which I now have more than enough permission to do with you being a demon and all, you've got to ask yourself one question, do I feel lucky? She said before she took another step closer. Well, do ya, punk? Murasaki paused and seemed to think for a moment, before he tried to lunge forward for one of the girls. He just had to get her and then. Bang! Murasaka stopped dead in his tracks, literally. The round of the .44 leaving a nasty-looking hole in his head. Jade let out a sigh of relief as she looked down at him. Well, that's one way to start my time here at the guild. Jade thought to herself before Bambietta and Rukia came birding into the room. Don't worry Jade, I'm here to save Dash, Bambietta said before she looked around the room. Jade was fine and well, if a bit beaten up and the hostages safe and sound, much her confusion. We sensed some rather high spiritual pressure and came in here as fast as we could. Rukia informed Jade. Bambietta looked down at the ground, noticing the demonic-looking corpse. Yeesh, what happened to this thing? Hell, what is this thing? That would be Murasaka-nuku. Jade said as she went over to untie the women. Apparently he became one of Tartarosa's guinea pigs when he was kicked out of dwarf gear. She then looked at Bambietta. As you can see, he wasn't exactly human anymore. He tried to take one of them hostage and I put him down. Oh, that is hardcore. Bambietta said. Well, good work on the first day, assuming you didn't kill anyone else. No, that was the only one. Trust me, I wouldn't have killed him if he was human. Jade said in response. In any event, we should probably inform the Magic Council of this recent event. Rukia spoke up. Tartaros is considered by many to be the most dangerous of the Balaam Alliance since so little is known about them. The sooner they investigate this incident the better. Works for me. Bambietta said as she wrapped her hand around Jade's waist, smiling as she did. As for you, I think you're gonna fit right in. Welcome to Fairy Tale, and Team Bambi. Jade looked at Bambietta and smiled back. Yeah, I think you're right. It was dinner time when Candace finally made her way back to the guild with a job well done. She also instantly began chatting with Biskza to hear how things went. While it was too noisy for Bambietta to hear everything from her position, it seemed like, based on some hand gestures she could see, that things had gone positively. Maybe I should ask her for relationship advice, Bambietta pondered. She shook her head and rolled her eyes upward. What the hell am I thinking? What could Candy possibly know about a stable relationship? It was then she noticed that Candace was headed to her table with a tray of food and sat down. Sup, everyone. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you going home with your boy toy, look? Bambietta asked. Candace shrugged. If you have too much of a good thing too consistently it gets stale. She then quickly added. Besides, he's out of town overnight. So, what? Going home to a cold bed? Bambietta asked. Candace shrugged. It happens. That or I might patch things up with coconut. Kokon. Bambietta scratched at her head. Must you nickname everyone? What? It's fun, besides, it fits Kana. Look at what she's wearing. She looks like one of those hula girls. Not looking, Bambietta said, shutting her eyes. Stable relationship. Bambi, it's fine. She's just asking for an opinion, Lucy said as she held Bambietta's hand. Bambietta sighed and looked over Kana, all the while Lucy massaged the back of her hand with her thumb. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. She'd be a pretty drunk hula girl though, Bambietta said. Candace laughed. You know, I've never tried drinking her under the table, but I bet it would be hilarious to attempt. You'd lose, Bambietta, Lucy, Lil Tato, Rukia and Carla all said at the same time. Win or lose, doesn't matter as long as it's fun, Candace said. Life is just one big game to you, isn't it? Jade asked. Yup, with its good ol' pal the roulette wheel, Candace chuckled. Bambietta and Lil Tato both sighed. Just then the door to Fairy Tale opened as a loud voice announced, Manly. I forgot he's been out of town all week, Bambietta thought and then instantly saw the look on Candace's face. Candy, no. Candy, yes, Candace thought, drooling. Candace watched Elfman stroll into the guild, eyeing him like a piece of meat. He was carrying a written notice of completion from the client of the mission he was out on all week, but that was the last thing she noticed. He was shirtless, toned and buffer than any guy in the guild she'd met yet. Welcome back, Elfman, Myra Jane said. So, resounding success. Yup, you bet. I'm a man after all. Elfman said, slapping the success notice on the table. Great. Myra exclaimed. I'll add it to the report. Hungry. Full rack of ribs, Elfman said, pounding his fist on the table. Coming right up. Myra Jane exclaimed and headed into the back. That was when Candace made her move as she ran her hand up Elfman's back, sending a shiver up his spine. Hey there, big guy. Got room for a dinner mate? Elfman turned his head to see Candace behind him. She waggled her fingers at him. The first thing he noticed was her guild emblem, and the second thing he noticed was her very nice Valley of Two Mountains. He blushed and turned back around. The seat next to me isn't taken. Ah, how sweet of you to offer, Candace said and jumped onto it. Name's Candace Catnip. My friends call me Candy, but you can call me anytime, stud, she said. She ran her fingers up Elfman's arm. I bet you could carry me with one arm with those muscles. And those abs, I could iron laundry and grate cheese on them at the same time. Well, I'm a manly man, so. Candace chuckled. I can tell. So, you got a name handsome. Elfman. Elfman Strauss. Oh. Candace's eyebrows raised with interest. So, you're Myra's little bro. The way Sprinkles talked about you, I always assumed you were some scrawny nice guy, but she audibly licked her lips as she undid one button. All I see is a man. Elfman's heart began beating a mile a minute. Despite his size, he'd never been flirted with this thoroughly by someone before. Candace then tugged on her lapel. What do ya say, big guy? I'm all sweaty from my mission today. You wanna help me out of these clothes? Maybe go a few rounds at tonsil golf and a roll in the hay. Elfman's vision started to fog up mentally as he had a problem doing anything other than stare down Candace's shirt and breathe heavily. What's the matter? You're breathing so heavily. You're not sick, are you? Candace asked. She leaned over towards Hai, putting one hand on his leg and one on his arm, giving him a look like a concerned puppy. This is too easy. I hope his dick is as big as his muscles. Definitely a cherry boy, but goddammit, this is going to be so worth it. Oh, Elfman, I see you've met Candace. Mirajana's sudden appearance from the back broke the moment a moderate amount, but it didn't kill it completely. Sprinkles, you didn't tell me your bro was such a handsome, Candace said, rubbing her hand all over Elfman's chest, man of a man. Oh, taking interest in Elfman I see, Myra Jane said with a smile. What can I say? The big and hunky types have always been my favorite. The way you described him, I always thought he was like half the size he actually is. Your brother is a regular pound cake. Pound cake? Myra Jane inquired. Yeah, 'cause he can pound my cake anytime, Candace grinned. Elfman swallowed. Let me go check on those ribs, Myra Jane said and went to the back. Wait, Nei-chan, Elfman said, but she'd disappeared into the kitchen. So, Elfman, Candace said, tell me about yourself. Where have you been for the past week? Well, I was, Candace was sitting back and leaning back a little to give him a nice view of her tits. She also had a firm hand on the bottle she'd been drinking from, deliberately letting a tiny droplet run down her cheek and chest and straight into her cleavage. Candace looked down and with faux surprise said, oh darn. I dripped. She gave Elfman puppy eyes. Would you be a dear and clean that up for me? Clack. The sound of a tray of ribs hitting the bar table shocked both Elfman and Candace. Here. Ribs. Eat up. Myra Jane exclaimed, smiling ear to ear, eyes shut tight. You okay, Sprinkles? You seem a little stressed out. Nonsense, it must be your imagination, Myra Jane responded with a smile. Hey, Nei-chan, how did you describe me to Candace? Elfman asked. Did you make her think I wasn't a man? What? No. I said. She said you were a really nice guy with a heart as big as your muscles. I figured you were strong while looking like the gender-bent version of your sister, but boy was I off the mark. You're way better than what I was thinking. Like I said, I'm a man, right Nei-chan? Yup, manliest man in all of fairy tale. Was the only sound going through the former S-class wizard's mind. Lil. Bambietta said, watching the scene unfold. See, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't that smile remind you of? I know what you're about to say and I want to say I think you're imagining it, but... Yes it is, Rukia shivered. All three of them shuddered. So, Sprinkles, I know there's no men allowed in Fairy Hills, so what do you say we swap homes for the evening? You can have my place and I can have a night of passion with your stud of a younger brother here. Really? Myra Jane asked. What an offer. I don't suppose you'd like to put a ring on that finger, would you? Oh come on, Sprinkles. You should know me by now, Candace chuckled. I see, Myra Jane said, smiling straining with tension. Candace, could you come with me really quickly? Huh? Sure, Candace said. Myra Jane then walked around the bar and grabbed Candace by the wrist, escorting her to the nearest closet and shut the door behind them. Bambietta, Lil Tato, Rukia, Lucy, Elfman, Wendy, Carla, and Jade all had their eyes glued to the closet door for the solid minute or two that it was closed. And, shortly before it opened, everyone saw a purple shadow emerge on the front of the door with piercing red eyes and demonic-looking horns, fading just as quickly as it appeared, accompanied by a shriek of the damned. Elfman found himself short of breath, diving into his rib plate nervously, sweating profusely. Bambietta and Lil Tato felt shivers run up their spine. Wendy herself went so pale it was like her clothes had lost their colors as well. Lucy even used Bambietta as a shield. It's like Captain Anohana, Rukia thought, sweating. What the hell was that? Jade wondered. Seconds later, the door clicked open and Myra Jane skipped out of the closet and back into the kitchen with the sweetest smile on her face. The others eyed the door suspiciously, wondering when the hell Candace was going to emerge. They weren't waiting long as she bolted over to Elfman, standing, looking like she'd just seen a ghost or something worse. She then bowed over exaggeratingly to Elfman. I'm very sorry, she exclaimed, clearly rattled. I'm not in love with you, she said, bowing the same way again. Please forget we ever talked. She bowed one more time and then ran out of the guild faster than Bambietta had ever seen her use Hirenkyaku. What the hell just happened? Bambietta shouted. Oh, didn't you know? Urza asked, approaching the table. Myra Jane used to be an S-class mage. Wah, no, you're joking, Bambietta said, eye twitching, sweat forming. Urza shook her head. Nope. She used to be my rival too. Oh my gods, it really is just like Anohana, Bambietta thought. She shivered in her seat. Lucy had heard the story. Wait, you two didn't know? I learned about that from Myra a while ago. You, what? Bambietta asked. I thought you knew, Lucy said. No I didn't. Bambietta shouted. I heard she used to be good but not that. Why are you yelling? Lucy asked. I'm terrified. Bambietta shouted back. Terrified of what? Urza asked. Nothing is scarier than a woman who smiles while hiding a knife so sharp it could slice you up through your butt, Bambietta stated. Myra wouldn't do something like that, would she? Wendy asked. Gods, I hope not, Bambietta responded. Just stay on her good side, which is relatively easy to do these days, Urza said. Hopefully Candace will have learned her lesson about flirting with everyone she meets. It's more than flirting, Bambietta thought, but with Wendy there, she didn't feel like correcting Urza. The next morning, Bambietta was already at her usual table with breakfast when Candace walked in, looking normal. Being best friends, the brunette couldn't help but open with a verbal jab. So, how was sleeping alone, clutching a pillow and being afraid of demons? The Quincy snickered. Ha ha, very funny, Candace said, brushing it off. Whatever. So the older sister is super protective unless I'm serious about him. What else is new? You're taking it well, Jade stated. Well yeah, you think that's the first time I've ever fucked up trying to sleep with someone. Candace, Bambietta said, Wendy being not 2 feet from her. She then held up a jar with the words "swear jar" on it in big letters. 25 jewels. What the fuck? Now it's 50. You're not getting a note. Oh ho ho. On the contrary, I already spoke with Urza and she agrees with me that your mouth can be a bad influence on Wendy, Bambietta said, patting the small dragon slayer on the head. Pay up and shut up. Bambietta said, waving the empty jar. The tides have turned, princess. Not everything is gonna come up candy. So make with the cash, Bambietta said with a grin. Unless of course you want to invoke your oh-so-close friend's wrath. After what happened yesterday, Candace shuddered. She glared in annoyance. You sneaky bitch. 75. Fuck you. Now it's 100. Candace growled, but still pulled out a 100-jewel note and dropped it in the jar before walking away. I feel like we're taking advantage of her, Lucy said. Yeah? Well, I'm tired of everything going as perfect for her as they do for the AI in Mario Kart. Stupid blue shells. Right, Lucy said with an implied sigh, having no idea what Bambietta was talking about. Candace, of course, simply marched over to Myra Jane and waved. Morning, Sprinkles. Shake please. The usual. Sure thing, Myra said and got out the mixer. Thanks for understanding our little chat last night, Candy. Means a lot to me. Heh, well, you were pretty convincing, Candace said, adjusting her hat. Must, not, show, fear. Myra Jane just smiled and hummed as she worked on Candace's milkshake. While Candace watched, feeling like things had been patched over, she heard. Yo, Gray, where are you going? On a mission, duh. Dressed like that, dude. Gray looked down to see that he was in nothing but his underwear. Ah, damn it. Not again. Candace stared. It was rare she got to see a guy down in his underwear without her being the root cause unless she was at the beach. And she liked what she saw. Sure, she'd been around Gray for about a week now, but she'd yet to see him in all his almost naked glory by sheer coincidence. Yo, Ice Pop! Candace exclaimed. Gray turned around. Oh no, he looked at Candace. What do ya want, Candy? Ah, come on, she said all chipper with smiles. Don't be fussy. I must say though, I like the outfit. Very original. Gimme a break, Gray said. Oh, I'll give you more than that, Candace said, crossing the room. She put a hand flush against Gray's chest and breathed on his neck. How about a day off? You. Me. And some bedsheets. Gray's jaw hung open. He turned bright red as Candace pursed her lips. You see, the thing is, I forgot something at home. Gray sprinted out of the guild hall at top speed. He's shy. That's adorable, Candace laughed. Then, very carefully, she began scooping Gray's clothes off the floor and folding them neatly like they'd just come out of the wash. Juvia saw this and gasped like it was heresy. The way she folds my love's clothes is just perfect. It's like they were fresh out of the wash. I must do something. I can't have a new love rival so soon after ditching my last one. Juvia marched up to Candace, breathing heavily. Oh, hey Raindrop. Need something. I will not permit you to become my new love rival. Juvia exclaimed, arms flailing angrily like windmills and missing Candace deliberately. Stop flirting with my beloved Gray right now. Love rival. Whoa, okay. You and I need to have chat, Candace said and put her hand on Juvia's shoulder. Come on, my favorite diner is but a train ride away. Let's get you some booze and a nice hot sandwich. But I don't drink. Soda then, I'll have yours. Sprinkles, Candace said, snapping her fingers. Mightab. Got it, charging you. See you at dinner. Myra Jane exclaimed, waving. Bambietta gulped. Sylphia, are you there? It's me, Bambietta, Bambietta silently prayed. For all that is good and holy, I do not want to see Juvia go the way of Cana and Loke. Bambi, why are you sweating? Wendy asked. Lucy pat Wendy on the head. I think Bambi needs a moment. Let's go find a job for the two of us, Lucy said. Yeah. Bambietta twitched. I'll stay here. Make sure my understanding of existence doesn't implode. Lil Toto looked at Bambietta with a glazed look. She could be such a drama queen. After a train ride and a fair amount of walking, Candace took Juvia to her favorite diner and began ordering food as the two sat at a semi-circle booth with Candace putting one leg on the cushion as she opened a beer and started drinking. So, talk to me, Raindrop. You and Ice Pop. What's the story? Ice, Pop. Gray, Candace said. God, are my nicknames that difficult to comprehend? She took a swig of beer. Juvia began fidgeting in the seat. It was love at first sight, she said, blushing. Candace, being way older than Juvia, and hella jaded, replied with a dry, love at first sight is bullshit. Juvia gasped as though Candace had just spoke pure, unholy sacrilege. Love at first sight is not. It's the purest and most gentle love in the known universe. None can stop it. It's one-sided, misunderstood bullshit. Let me tell ya all about love at first sight, Raindrop. It's just a guy, or a girl, looking at another guy or girl of their choosing and getting so hard or wet that they think they're hard in love. Candace said as she finished off her bottle and then opened another one. Really though, it's just hormones going out of control. You just wanna fuck him. Not that I blame you. That's. Juvia blushed as she began fidgeting. Why, you're not exactly W wrong, B, but it's so much more than that. Let's see now. Look, if you don't want me to fuck him, just say so. You were here first, you get dibs. That's not it at all. Juvia exclaimed forcefully and began panting. She grabbed her soda and downed almost the whole glass that she began coughing it up. Easy there. Deep breaths, Candace said. She handed Juvia an extra napkin. Come on, talk to me. You've got more on your mind. I can practically feel it. Juvia stared at her panini, playing with her fingers. My darling Gray is truly amazing. He's been kind and gentle to me in ways no one else has. He saved me, and parted the rain for me and let me come to Fairy Tale. Well, yeah, based on what I know he'd do that for anyone. Fairy Tale is like that in general, Candace said. But, no other man makes my heart sing than when I look at him, clothes on or off, Juvia said. I've done so many things to make him notice me. She tilted her head back and put the back of her hand on her forehead like she was going to faint, but he doesn't even look at me. Like what? Candace asked. Juvia sat up straight, normally. She took a deep breath, fidgeting a little more. Well, I've left him little lunch boxes at his door with love notes. I've done my love's laundry on days when he's left overnight for a quest. I've cooked food for him at the dining hall, even when Myra is on kitchen duty. She looked at Candace with pleading eyes. I would do anything for my darling Gray. I don't care if you don't believe in love. Juvia exclaimed, leaning over the table, face inches from Candace's. I'm madly in love with my beloved and nothing you say can change my mind. He's the most wonderful man in the entire world, nay, the universe, and I must have him. Juvia was breathing heavily now a little. Okay, Candace said, a little creeped out. I take back what I said. She has it bad for him. And it's kinda cute. Juvia, getting a hold of herself, sat back down and stared at her hands in her lap. Ever since I was little, rain followed me everywhere. People always thought I was dreary and gloomy and no one ever wanted to be friends with me. Candace gasped. That sounded an awful lot like. Hey, come on. I can play baseball. I'm fast, you know. We wouldn't want you to break your glasses for eyes. Besides, girls shouldn't play baseball. You might break a nail. Candace bit her lip, swallowing. I had a boyfriend once, but he left me for being too gloomy. Another memory flashed back. This time to finding a Valentine Candace had given a boy in 4th grade in the trash. And then in Phantom Lord, no one really accepted me. I'm almost certain I was simply both feared and respected because I was strong, not for who I was. I Juvia suddenly found Candace covering her mouth with her hand with a finger over her own lips. She looked at Candace's eyes. They were verging on tears, pupils shrunken in, mouth twisting unnaturally. Juvia was surprised by this. Candace was also breathing heavily, trying to keep it together. Taking a deep breath, Candace grabbed a beer bottle and chugged the whole thing in one go. She then panted for a bit. Then with another deep breath, she wiped her eyes with her arm and then said very quietly so only Juvia could hear, "If you tell anyone, especially Bambi, what you just saw, a toaster in a bathtub will seem tame compared to what I'll do to you." "You understood," Juvia stuttered. Candace took another deep breath. From there, she was back to her usual cocky, witty self. "Okay, Raindrop, you want Gray to get to notice you." Juvia nodded firmly twice. Candace jerked a thumb at herself. "Then you've come to the right woman. I don't know if I can get you into a relationship with Gray, but I know I can teach you things so that by the time I've done with you," she wiped her palm across the air, "it will be impossible for Gray to ignore you." Juvia grabbed Candace's other arm and tugged it over the table, looking touched, 2 tears dripping. "Thank you. My life is in your hands." Candace chuckled, grinning. "Don't thank me yet. We've got a lot of hard work to do," Candace said. The next day at Fairy Tale, by the time lunch rolled around, the guild hall had still not borne sights of Candace. Heck, no one had heard from her or Juvia since breakfast the morning before. "I have a bad feeling about this," Bambietta said. "You don't actually think those two are together, do you?" Jade asked. "Don't they have to be?" Wendy asked. "She means together like Candace and Kana have been together," Bambietta sighed. Wendy blushed. "Oh good, at least she got the message." "Juvia's not here today?" Gray asked. "What's it matter to you?" Totomaru asked him. Gray shrugged. "Not much, just weird not seeing her around is all." "Oh, Bambi, if you see Candace, tell her thanks for folding my clothes yesterday." Bambietta drew a check mark in the air. "Seriously, what are those two up to? Are you quite certain about this?" Juvia asked behind the curtain of a changing room. "Come on, would I steer a friend the wrong way?" Candace asked. "No, but if you keep acting like a wallflower another girl is certain to snatch up Gray." "Do you want that?" "No." Juvia exclaimed frantically. "Then do it for him. Do it for the one you love. Make him notice you, girl. Now come out." Juvia walked out dressed in a blue halter top and a matching, pleated mini-skirt with high heels and stockings. She felt exposed. "Please let me have my coat back," she said, covering herself. "Not a chance. You gotta learn to be confident. Pick your head up high and shit like that." But nothing." Candace exclaimed. "Look, I wouldn't try so hard if I didn't think it would work. Gray is almost as dense as Natsu, but at least his head knows how to communicate with his crotch. Sneaking around and admiring him from afar hasn't worked, so you've gotta be assertive, okay?" Juvia covered herself with the curtain. "No. I can't go out there. I shall catch the chill of death. And also die of embarrassment," she exclaimed, red in the face. "This is going to be harder and take longer than I thought," Candace thought, scratching at her bangs, trying not to laugh. "Bambi, you're paranoid," Lil Tato said to her. "Am I now? I'm telling you, we're going to be getting calls from the council to go bail those two out of jail," Bambietta exclaimed. "Have a little more faith in her," Jade said dryly. "Isn't she supposed to be your best friend?" "You have no idea what she's capable of," Bambi said, looking stressed out. "None of you do." "Someone needs to switch to Dekoff," Lucy thought, sweating. "Are you quite certain I should cut her hair?" Juvia asked, sitting with an apron draped over her, the back of her head next to a sink. "I didn't say cut, I said styled. I looked it up in a magazine. It's amazing what this place can do with hair. Now let the stylist do her thing when she comes by. You just need to feel out for a look that suits you," Candace told her. She massaged Juvia's shoulders. "Do it for the one you love." Juvia snapped to attention like a soldier with a determined expression. For my beloved Gray. Atta girl. Candace exclaimed, patting her on the back. Bambi, what are you doing? Lucy asked. Even though I'm afraid to know the answer. Writing a will, Bambi said. Why? Because it's been 3 entire days since we saw Jovia or Candace, and I'm pretty sure that whatever happens when they come back is going to make my heart stop out of sheer what the foxtrottery. Lucy sighed. Candace, please come back. Jovia and Candace stood outside a magazine store. The Rain Mage had styled her hair to be relatively short, curling slightly, but not like she originally had her hair styled. She was currently wearing her coat, but that was because she was still too embarrassed to wear the clothing that she and Candace had picked out for her. What are we doing here, Candy? Jovia asked. Look, you said you read up on romance in all those cushy trashy romance novels, right? Candace asked. Jovia gasped in horrified shock. They aren't trash. Shed exclaimed. They're trash, Candace nodded, judging Jovia with her gaze. Jovia instantly suffered tremendous emotional shock to have Candace dismiss her favorite novels so casually. Don't get me wrong, they're fun to read, but good God, do they overblow and poorly represent how real relationships actually work. But, I want a true fantastical romance like in my books, Jovia said, twisting her ankle back and forth, the tip of her shoe squeaking against the tile she was standing on. Trust me, romance ain't like it is in most novels. As they say, sex in porn isn't like sex with your spouse. You gotta work hard for it, and one of the key elements to any successful partnership is understanding your mate. If Fiore is anything close like where I'm from, you guys have to have self-help guides on this shit. Now come on. Candace dragged the reluctant Jovia inside. When Lucy entered Fairy Tale that morning, the guild didn't have that many people in the hall. That made it easy to notice Bambietta sitting at the usual table with a huddle of coffee, twitching. Bambi. Not back yet, I will not lose. She will not beat me. Lucy, do something. Wendy whined, running into her arms. Bambi's acting weird. Bambietta chuckled a joyless, hollow laugh. One side, I got this, Lil Otto said, and decked Bambietta hard in the stomach, knocking her out. She then put Bambietta's head in her lap, the Quincy snoring as she slept. Lucy and Wendy looked at Lil Otto oddly. What? Lil Otto responded. Unbeknownst to the three of them, Urza was not that far away, nodding knowingly, and so proud of Lil Otto. Out in the wilderness, Candace had Jovia practicing posture and strides. Come on, are you proud of yourself or nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm completely exposed. Jovia exclaimed, addressing her very casual summer outfit. Candace sighed. This is going to be a long day. Do it for Gray, she said. Jovia snapped to attention. For my beloved Gray. Candace clapped her palms, fingers not touching, but spread out. Perfect. Now let's get down to business. It had been nearly a week since Candace and Jovia had stopped coming to the guild for work. Totomaru was starting to get the most worried, more for Jovia than anything else. As for Bambietta. Feeling better? Lucy asked as Bambietta sat sipping morning tea. Much. You guys were right, thinking about it was pointless. Urza and Makarov will punish her if she did something dumb, and we can all yell at her if she really screwed the pooch. Let's hope she didn't screw anything else, Lil Otto said dryly. Agreed, Bambietta said. Minutes later, the door opened and Candace strolled in with her usual swagger. Sup guildmates? She exclaimed, holding up the V for victory, miss me. Oh no, we barely noticed you were gone, Bambietta said, words dripping with sarcasm. Candace chuckled. Well, I'm back. No need to worry about me. You're not the one I'm worried about, Bambietta grumbled. Candace, where's Jovia? Totomaru asked her. That depends, where's Gray? Candace asked. Totomaru pointed to where Gray was eating by himself, seeming to read the morning paper. Perfect, Candace said, punching her fist into her awaiting palm. Yo, Sprinkles. I need a milkshake. And make it frosty. Bambietta and Lil Otto could both tell from the way she said frosty that was supposed to be a cue for Jovia. Whatever Bambietta was expecting, it was definitely not what she got. In strolled Juvia, her makeup perfect, hair styled so that it had a nice little upswing down by her ears, spiked on the ends, looking like a half of a wave as it trailed down from the top of her head. Juvia wasn't wearing a hat or a coat. On her top, she wore a nice, shoulderless cropped top with 2 gold buttons right under her bust, the rest of her chest exposed, sans for the bra poking out from over the shirt's fabric. In Juvia's glossed lips sat a blue lollipop that she was currently nursing like something that was most certainly not a lollipop. Her nails were sharp and polished deep purple to match her deep blue top. Her skirt was dark blue and pleated, barely reaching the midpoint between her knees and her waist. And the skirt seemed to hug at Juvia's ass, making it more pronounced, but not so much that it was obscene. Juvia was also wearing a garter belt connected to very sexy stockings connected to navy blue, almost black high heels. And all of this would have fallen flat if Juvia had walked into the guild hall like the shy, timid girl Bambietta had known her to be. However, Juvia was walking with her head held high with pride. Almost like. Eyes wide with surprise, Bambietta looked at Candace. "What did you do to her?" "Shit, what didn't I do to her?" Candace scoffed rhetorically, her eyebrows raised. "Besides you know what, of course." "Wait, so you two didn't? What kind of degenerate do you take me for?" Candace snapped, looking genuinely offended. "But, Kana, that's a completely different circumstance. I have a specific type for girls," Candace said with a grin. She folded her arms. "This was never about me. This was always about her. You probably can't tell, but she's probably nervous as fuck inside her head, but she ain't showing it." "Take the 75, I don't fucking care," Candace said, sitting on the table as she slipped Bambi a 50 and a 25 note behind her back. Bambietta's face scrunched up. "This is never going to work," she hissed. "All my money back says it will," Candace grinned. "You're on." Totomaru watched as Juvia passed by him, smelling like ocean water perfume. He never, in his wildest imagination, could ever describe Juvia Loxer as sexy, but that was the only accurate word on his mind right now. Candace laughed. "Friendly fire. Yo, skunk stripe, sit down before you hurt yourself and shut your mouth before you start drooling." Totomaru blushed and did precisely that. Almost all of the guild was watching Juvia walk towards Gray, except for Gray himself. "That's it," Candace smiled. "Nothing in your way. You got this. Own this moment." "Whoa, is that Juvia?" Natsu wondered aloud. "I want to say yes," Kana said, "and yet a part of me wants to scream." "Juvia looks really pretty," Wendy exclaimed innocently. Candace could tell from the look on Bambietta's face that she was screaming internally. Everyone that cared to, watched as Juvia put her butt right on the table Gray was sitting at. She put her back to him, crossing her legs as she licked her lollipop, holding it out in front of her like it was a cigarette. "Gray, darling," Juvia said calmly, the words hanging off her lips like it was a seductive phrase. Gray looked up to see Juvia in all of her transformed glory, and every hair on his head and the back of his neck stood up straight. "Juvia. When did you get here?" "For you, Gray, I'm always here," Juvia said, sliding her left hand across the table. "Nice." Candace thought. Juvia leaned back as she took her right hand and put it on Gray's shoulder, walking her fingers to his neck and then walking them down to the neck drop of his shirt. She elegantly put the lollipop back in her mouth. "This is never going to work," Bambietta hissed at Candace. "Double or nothing then," Candace said. She had faith in Juvia. It would work. It had to work. "You look nice," Gray said, sweating. Juvia only now brought her legs up on the table and then leaned on it like a piano girl at a fancy bar. "You like?" she asked, lounging her head in her hand. "It's, different," Gray responded. "Do I seem?" Juvia said as she licked her tongue all around the lollipop irresistible. That was a loaded question and Gray did not want to pull the trigger on this pistol. Juvia was thinking we could go on a mission together. Good. Good. Now comes the hard part, Candace thought. "You can do it, Juvia." Juvia reached in between her breasts and pulled out a mission scroll. Did you two sneak in here last night? Bambietta asked, realizing that was the only way Jovia could have gotten her hands on a relevant mission. Yup, Candace chuckled. When I said it was for love, you should have seen how fast Twizzler moved with the keys. I hate you, Bambietta responded. Candace laughed. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. This is so many kinds of wrong. She was cute and you turned her into a blue-haired version of you. It's what she needed. It's working, isn't it? Damn it, Candace, not everyone has to be a slut. Bambietta shouted, rising up from the table. Gray stood up to see what had gotten Bambietta so riled up, but Jovia was too far into being helped by Candace to let his distraction ruin the moment. With only one finger, she tilted Gray's head back towards her, putting pressure along the lower side of his jawbone by his chin. Ignore them, she said. She licked the lollipop. She blinked multiple times. Look at me, she spoke seductively. While Jovia was acting all confident outwardly, inwardly, her behavior was more like, everyone's watching me. I'm touching my beloved Gray's cheek. It's so warm. He's looking right at me. I shamelessly touched my chest in front of my darling Gray. Ah, okay. Gray, fortunately for Jovia, was as dense a moron as Natsu and hadn't yet put it together that Candace was partly responsible for the situation. Do you want to go with me? Jovia asked, sucking her lollipop. I would really like to spend some time alone with you. She took her free hand and ran a pair of fingers through Gray's bangs, brushing them aside. My beloved Gray. Ah, sure. That doesn't sound too bad, Gray responded. Yay. Jovia exclaimed, her actual personality bleeding through. That is, I am, delighted to hear that. Are you okay? Gray asked after a brief pause. I'm perfectly fine, Jovia responded, putting her forehead right against Gray's. Why do you ask? I can think of several reasons. Bambietta exclaimed inwardly. Sweating, pants bulging, nervous and blushing, Gray responded, never mind, can I finish my breakfast? Jovia smiled as she sat back up. Of course you can, stud. Do you mind if I join you? Sure, if you want. Jovia got something to eat and then sat down next to Gray and made sure to bump her hip right against his, much to his surprise. He slid away a couple of centimeters for comfort, but other than that didn't seem too bothered by Jovia's behavior. When Gray's back was turned, Candace gave Jovia a thumbs up and a wink. Jovia responded in kind. I hate you. I hate you both, Bambietta said. Why? Why did that work? Explain. You explain now. Candace laughed proudly, though it was more like a cackle. What can I say? When it comes to shy girls and dense morons, you need to be a little assertive. Candace folded her arms. I gave her this chance. The rest is up to her now. Bambietta spoke gibberish in a mocking tone. That's you, she then said. Whatever. You owe me cash. Oh no. She can still screw this up. I want a report by day's end. There is no way in hell this ends the way you want it to. Fine, triple or nothing. You're on. Bambietta exclaimed. Bambi, please. I know 450 jewels isn't a lot to you, but it is to me, Lucy responded. Pfft, it's coming out of my pocket. We'll still pay the rent on time. The group watched Jovia and Gray walk out together, with Jovia giving one last nervous look at Candace, with Candace giving her a serious expression and one last thumbs up. You're doing fine, Candace thought. She took a deep breath as Jovia and Gray completely left. Welp, if he's not interested in her at all, at least now she won't be wasting time. Say what now? Bambietta asked. What? Don't tell me you didn't notice that she has it out bad for him, Candace said with a smirk. Of course I noticed. Almost everyone in this guild noticed. Bambietta exclaimed, slapping the table. But when we say having it out bad, we don't mean making the bed creak so hard it breaks. Yeah, neither do I least this time. Ha. Candace folded her arms. I'm a lot smarter and understanding than you sometimes give me credit for, Bambi. Anyway, I'm parched. Yo, Sprinkles. How's that shake coming? Oh, sorry. Myra Jane responded. I was distracted. Candace laughed her ass off. That was certainly one way of putting it. She headed for the bar. Please tell me I'm not the only one that thought she looked like a prostitute, Jade stated. Bambietta slammed the swear jar in front of her. What's that for? Because now you have to explain that to Wendy. Bambietta shouted. Lucy sighed. Wendy. Short version, what Candace does with Loke and Kana except getting paid for it. Wendy's blush was so full, her face could double as a tomato. At this, Bambietta promptly smacked her head against the table. Her muffled, whiny groans were heard by all sitting with her. Lucy sighed, realizing there was only one way to calm Bambi down. Just this once, my bosom is your pillow. Bambietta fake cried into Lucy's chest. It's not fair. The mission that Jovia had asked Gray to go with her on was sentry duty at a small village. There was a merchant that traveled through their town once a month and too often thieves tried to steal his valuables. Starting last year, mages were hired once a month to guard the 4 entrances to the village to watch for suspicious activity. Of course, before the mission could even start, first came the train ride to it. Jovia and Gray rode in the same car, face to face, Jovia trying her best not to blush now that Gray could easily see how much she was laying to bear. Focus. She told herself. You got this far, Jovia. Don't blow it now. The train ride was only an hour, but Gray ended up falling asleep halfway into it. Jovia gasped at the prospect of switching her seat to move next to Gray and put his head against her chest or in her lap. Have to be assertive. Jovia thought nervously. She stood up and crossed the row to sit next to Gray, only for the train to lurch. Jovia tripped on her high heel and the next thing she knew, her bosom was square in Gray's face, his snoring lips buzzing against her exposed cleavage. Candace. You didn't prepare me for this. Jovia exclaimed, eyes spinning around dizzily. Gray's mouth was on her chest. Gray's mouth was on her boobs. Gee Gray, Jovia panted, turning red in the face. I should sit down. Jovia moved her hands from the wall and sat next to her darling Gray, looking at his sleeping form. He hardly seemed to have noticed what happened, being too out of it in his napping state. Jovia was redder than a boiled lobster as she slapped her cheeks. She wondered if the dampness below her navel was a result of her losing control of her fully human form, or something far more perverse. She dared not check. What she did do was look over at Gray and, breathing heavily, linked her hand with his. It was very warm. Gray's unconscious form, sensing warmth, shifted towards Jovia, head landing against her shoulder. Best day ever, Jovia thought, her face looking the most exuberant it had in years. She couldn't help but let out a happy squeal. Though she wanted the moment to last an eternity, it could not last. The train stopped and Gray, like clockwork, woke up and didn't even notice where he had been as he scratched his head and exited the train, Jovia close behind. They met with the town watch, showcasing their magic slightly to show that they weren't just talk. Then they stood at the south entrance to the village and began their 8-hour mission of standing around and doing nothing. They weren't allowed to move more than a few feet and their eyes always had to be on the road ahead. Another lesser guild had the north entrance covered so there was no need to look behind them. The two stood like sentinels with Jovia standing by and holding her hands folded in front of her stomach, sweating nervously a little, feeling exposed. She was really hoping Gray wasn't staring too much at her. Sure, it took this outfit to get this far, but it was still really embarrassing. I can get you as far as the start of the mission. Whether you sink or swim after that is up to you. Candace's words from the night before reverberated in Jovia's head. It was about 45 minutes into the mission when Gray finally said, "Okay, I can't take it anymore." Jovia gasped. Was Gray about to leave their mission prematurely, thus ruining her chances of having his babies and marrying him? "Jovia, what the heck is up with you today? You're normally, well you're not like this." Jovia swallowed. Do you, not like it?" "I wouldn't say not like it, Gray said, scratching his head, looking up and away. It's just, not you. I'm just, concerned I guess is the right word. But, you wouldn't notice me or talk to her until today, even though you were so nice to me when we met, Juvia said, staring at the ground, hands behind her. Gray wondered if it had really been like that. I just wanted you to notice me, because I like you, Juvia admitted. Gray pinched the bridge of his nose and put up a hand. Wait. 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 Back up. Was this all a ploy to get my attention? Well, Juvia, if you wanted my attention, all you had to do was just ask. But, I've tried and you just continued to ignore me. Tried, huh? Gray asked and thought about all the times Juvia had approached him in the weirdest of ways, or what seemed like weird ways at the time. Well then. I just want to be with you, darling. Juvia stared at the ground in defeat. But if you don't like me that way, you can just tell Juvia now. Well, I don't dislike you, Gray admitted. Juvia's head picked up. Look, I don't know. You're certainly not an average girl, but, you don't have to be. You're uniquely you. This. He said, gesturing to what she looked like right now. This isn't you. You know that, right? I was desperate, Juvia said miserably. I didn't want you to get snatched up by a nicer, prettier girl. Being prettier and nicer doesn't make you a better person, Gray said. Look, maybe I haven't been the most courteous to you or really tried to understand you, but, well, you've also been a bit overwhelming. Maybe we should start over. Start over? Juvia gasped. Like, I don't know. We've got 8 hours. Why don't we, just, talk about ourselves and learn about each other? That's how you become closer friends. It's why Kana and I get along so well. We've known each other for years. Tell me more about you, Juvia. What makes you uniquely you? Juvia smiled. Darling, do you like me just for who I am? I think you're better off with who you are rather than pretending to be what you're not. He likes me better the way I am, Juvia thought. Oh Gray. She leaped at him to hug him, only to fall on the ground. Okay. See, that's overwhelming, Gray said. Don't do that. But, Juvia said, only for Gray to help her up by the arm. I know I said be yourself, but, there's some parts about you I'd change. Rather than hear what Gray was saying, Juvia was too busy off in the clouds over the fact that Gray was helping her up. He could almost see the flower emojis. She's not listening. Juvia. Hey, Juvia. Juvia, however, it seemed, did not seem to be home and there was no answering machine to take a message. The flowers were quickly turning into hearts. However, she did eventually return to reality though, and she and Gray got back on track. Gray then told her that, when it came to talking about themselves, that Juvia could go first. Well, when I was little. The crickets and cicadas were out by the time Candace left Fairy Tale for the evening. Contrary to what most might be thinking, she was actually worried about Juvia. She tilted her head up and leaned back, wondering if she and Gray had magically gone too far and were already fucking like rabbits. However, as she waltzed down the road, much to her surprise, Juvia was standing there, walking into the streetlight. Juvia! Candace exclaimed, and then she got a good look at her. Juvia's hair was long again and she was wearing her coat and hat. Most of her makeup had been removed and she wasn't wearing her heels anymore. Candace's heart sank. Juvia, your outfit, what happened? Juvia smiled from ear to ear. Gray said he'd give me a chance. Juvia hugged Candace tightly. Thank you, Candy. I couldn't have done it all without you. Without me, but... Candace said, holding Juvia at arm's length. Juvia blushed as she played with her hands. My beloved said that he prefers me however I prefer me. So I'm just going to be myself. Candace sniffed, wiping a tear that she refused to accept had ever been there from her eye. You. She said. But, I could only be so confident because you were so helpful. I would have acted like a flustered mess if you hadn't taught me how to internalize my panic. Juvia smiled. We're friends, right? Candace gave Juvia a hug. Of course we're friends, Juvia. She patted her back. And I'm always here to help you. Juvia hugged Candace back. Thank you for being my friend, Candy. After the hug, the two let go of each other and stood outside each other's personal space. Hey, if you ever need more help, don't be a stranger. Gray is denser than rock. As long as he's still even remotely interested in you, I'll make sure to give you the best chance at finding your happy ever after with him, just like you want. Juvia bristled with joy, making squealing noises with only her throat. I will definitely get the romantic wedding and family of 14 I've always desired. Candace laughed. A big dreamer. I like that. Come on, Fairy Hills is this way. The two made it to the apartment complex and then parted ways when their rooms were in opposite directions. Hey, Juvia, Candace said before they went into their respective rooms. I know I made you change a lot who you were today on the outside, but never change on the inside for anyone else unless you think it's the right thing to do, Candace told her. Huh? Juvia looked a bit confused. Like I said when we started. You were too nervous to get his attention. I made you confident. You don't have to wear that gaudy, sexy crap if you don't want to. That's my shtick. It works, but it's not for everyone. What I'm saying is, if you want to be the shy cheerleader, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. At least now Gray acknowledges that you exist. Juvia blinked. Wait, you never wanted me to change. Candace shrugged. I couldn't outright say that until it was over, could I? We all find our own paths as we go through life. It's just that some people can't see what their path should be without help. I went down a path. I made mistakes, but I also found myself along the way. I didn't have anyone holding my hand or watching my back. I was young, reckless, and stupid. And I'm not gonna let anyone else make the same mistakes I made. I've got your back, Juvia. Candace cracked her knuckles. And if that dumbass makes you cry, you drown him and I'll zap him into next week. No, Juvia said. Even if my beloved turns out not to love me, I will love him regardless. She smiled, showing her teeth. Because that's the type of woman I am. Candace smiled back. I really do want to protect those smiles, she thought. Good night, Juvia. Good night, Candy. The next day was pretty normal for Fairy Tale again, with one minor change, Juvia and Gray eating at the same breakfast table. They didn't talk and Juvia spent most of it staring holes at Gray, but they didn't have to. God damn it, Candy, Bambi said, giving Candace 450 jewels. No, Candace said, keep it. What? But you won. They're a couple. No. They're not. He's giving her a chance. Nothing's really happened. I didn't win, but I didn't exactly lose either. Call it a stalemate. Who are you and what have you done with Candace? Bambietta asked, a little creeped out. Where's my badass foul-mouthed ass-kicking best friend that flips people off and doesn't care about anyone but herself? Bambi, 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 Candace said, shaking her head. You've still got a lot to learn about me. She's not wrong, Lil Toto said. Huh? Bambietta asked in confusion. Candace leaned back against the table. We all keep shit to ourselves we don't want other people to know about. The Van Den Rijk wasn't exactly a friendly place. We worked together, but we weren't exactly a family there. It's different here. You know a lot about me, Bambietta Basterbine, but you don't know everything. And I know I could say the same about you. Bambietta blinked and looked under the table. Bambi, what are you doing? Lucy asked her. Looking for portals to a parallel dimension. Bambietta exclaimed. Candace is weirding me out. Candace laughed her ass off. What, you want me to say a few F-bombs and hit on a few guys, would that cheer you up? It would make things less weird, yes. Bambietta shouted. Candace snickered as one of the doors upstairs opened and Laxus could be seen at the top of the stairs, inspecting the S-class job board. Whoa, who's that guy? He's hot. Bambietta followed Candace's gaze. No. Not him. What? What's wrong with him? He gay or something? He's an asshole. So was Bazby. I still fucked his brains out. She handed Bambietta a 50 note. This is different, Lil Tato said. Different how? Candace wondered. Jet. Droy. Laxus called from the top of the staircase. I heard you two failed your mission yesterday. Laxus, knock it off. Levy shouted. Urza already talked to them about it. Did she tell them how pathetic they are? I don't know why we haven't kicked them out yet. They're so weak they make a mockery of fairy tale and you're holding yourself back hanging out with losers like them, that's why you ended up nailed to a tree by Phantom Lord. They're not losers. They're at least better company than you. Levy shot back. You know, for someone so smart, you make pretty dumb decisions, Laxus said. You should ditch those two and join the girls' table over there, at least you're more likely to make something of yourself. Oh look if it isn't the high and mighty king of all jerkwads, Bambi said, now irritated enough to join in the war of words. What's up, Thunderjock? Not getting enough kicks from stealing candy from babies? Or should I point you in the direction of the nearest nerd for you to harass like the bully you are? Bambietta asked. Scathing, Bambi, Candace said sarcastically. Your friend's not wrong. You've lost your edge hanging out with children, Laxus said. You know what, screw both of you. I'm more than willing to go a round or two with you right here, right now. Oh hell no. I just washed my hair, Candace said. I'm not getting it covered in muck in the inevitable food fight. That sounds like the excuse of a loser that knows they're beat before the fight's even started, Laxus said. What? Fuck you. Candace exclaimed, getting to her feet, flipping Laxus off. I legitimately care about my hair. I'm a girl. I'm entitled. Or maybe I should start the fight by breaking your stupid-looking headphones. Hey, Bambi, tell your friend there to sit down before she hurts herself, Laxus said. I don't take it easy on anyone. Candace, sit, Bambietta said, wishing Candace would just fall over like Inuyasha. Fuck that, Candace said and marched up to the second floor. 20 feet now separated her and Laxus. Bring it, a laugh when I toss you off the... Candace vanished getting behind him. Sighed. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over how fast I am. Candace exclaimed, now appearing right next to him on the second floor with Hirenkyaku. Laxus blinked. He could keep up with Jet no problem and he completely lost sight of Candace and Bambietta knew she already had the bow trained on him. Question was, did Laxus? Okay, so you're fast. Speed's not everything, Laxus said. No shit, it's also about strength, skill, and stamina, Candace said. You got the whole package. Of course I do, Laxus said, turning to face her, not scared of her bow. I'm S-class. You talk big, but do you bite as loud as we both bark? Candace asked. You calling me a coward? Laxus asked. Well, I ain't calling you for dinner. Candace shouted. Laxus rapped his knuckles. Oh ho ho. You've got some spunk. Okay, let's see how you handle this. Laxus threw a punch at Candace, stopping just short of her face. Candace didn't even flinch. Everyone downstairs was kind of murmuring. You didn't duck? Laxus asked. I know a feint coming when I see one, Candace responded. Come on, you too scared to hit a girl or something? Or is the arrow I'm aiming at your junk making you have second thoughts? I'd rather not render you infertile if given the choice. Laxus looked down. Candace did indeed have her arrow aimed in between his legs. Nah, that was just a test, Laxus said, not even bothering to back up. This one's not a feint. If you don't move, I will punch you in the face. Do it then. Show me you ain't all talk. I fucking dare you. Candace shouted. Laxus reared back his fist to punch Candace in the face as Candace moved to get behind him, only to be surprised when Laxus pivoted around, predicting that she'd go behind him and smacked her hard in the cheek, sending her into the wall, smashing the wood. Thank Wywak for inventing blood venet. You get it, girlie? I'm the strongest in all of fairy tale. No one looks down on me. My God, all that piss, vinegar, and pride, Candace said, as she knelt on the ground on one knee, rubbing her sore chin with the back of her hand. You have a healthy release schedule, or did your parents never give you the talk? Not your business, Laxus said. But I'm impressed. Never seen a girl in this guild stand up to me other than Urza. Oh yeah? Candace asked, getting to her feet. Twizzler gives you a hard time? Not surprised. She is pretty great. You're looking out though. I've got divine intervention working against me, so I can't use my real strength. If I was at my best, you'd be in a crater looking like you got attacked by an exploding biogenic alien. You have quite the mouth on you, Laxus said, approaching her. Oh yeah? You want to see how I use it? Candace asked. The two stared at each other vigorously, neither one backing down from their stance, even if Laxus stood a few good inches over the lime-haired Quincy. Candy, I will not be responsible for teeth you can and will lose. Bambietta called from downstairs. Candace and Laxus didn't even respond to Bambietta's outburst. Maybe we should have this confrontation where there's less noise, Laxus said. I agree, Candace said, staring at him intently. I don't think I caught your name. It's Laxus Driar. You. Oh, the boss grandson. I dig it. Name's Candace Catnip. But for you, it's gonna be Mistress soon. Laxus cupped Candace's chin. You enjoy mouthing off to your betters. I make a habit not to show fear to jackasses that still suck their mama's milk, Candace insulted. Laxus smacked his hand along the unbroken part of the smashed wooden wall, forcing Candace to lean up against it. Candace could hear Laxus' enraged, loud breathing and see the strong, proud, unyielding look in his eyes. I could snap your neck if given the chance, Laxus said. And I'd rip off your sausage and meatballs before you got that chance, Candace said. You're not scared of me, are you? Not even a little bit. What's there to be scared about? I bet you got that scar from something dumb, like running with scissors. Laxus laughed. You know, why don't you follow me where it's nice and quiet? That way no one can hear you scream. Just don't cry like a bitch, Candace said. Bambietta was starting to realize that this conversation suddenly had a double meaning. They're not. She watched Laxus and Candace go into what she presumed was Laxus' room. And, after that, the guild business resumed like normal, even if some people still had lingering wonder of what the heck was going on upstairs. Though, if Candace or Laxus suddenly ended up breaking a table, that would say everything. It was a mere 10 minutes later when what sounded like a hammer banging the second floor floorboards could be heard. What the hell is that noise? Gray wondered aloud. That better not be what I think it is, Bambietta thought. Lucy, I'm gonna wait and make sure Candy's okay. Could you take Wendy out somewhere? I don't care where, just go. You don't think Jade started to say, but Bambietta cut her off. I'm going to kill her if she is. Of all the guys here. Seriously. Lucy kind of caught on to what Bambi was saying, and the banging sound took on a whole new meaning. She blushed. All right. Wendy. Let's go see if the restaurant needs waitresses. Come on. Sure, Wendy said, feeling like she was being shoved out the door. It was a good 40 minutes later when the door finally opened and out stepped a yawning Candace. Her precious hair looking, well, not perfect. Oh my God, Candace, you didn't. Candace noticed Wendy wasn't around. Oh, you know I fucking did. Oh man, when I tell you big, Candace held out her hands at the length of your average hot dog. Stoop. Bambietta exclaimed. It's always the prideful ones that have the most pent-up frustrations. Knock it off. I think I'm gonna be walking funny for a couple days. Bambietta put her hands over her ears. La 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 la. I can't hear you. Candace just laughed and laughed. One day she's helping people find true love, the next she's shagging the master's grandson. You're a piece of work, Candace Catnip, Jade thought. As Candace sat down at the bar and got a milkshake, Lil Tato slid up next to her. Say, Candy. What's up? So, you got Gray to notice Juvia and Bisksa and Altsak to stop being shy. Can you? No. But I didn't even finish my question, Lil Toto asked. Lil, I'm pretty observant. And I'm an expert, she said, tossing her hair to one side. Not a miracle worker. I'm not hopeless. Lil Toto exclaimed. You're kinda hopeless, Candace chuckled. That's not fair, Candy. Lil Toto exclaimed. I want my happily ever after too. Candace pat Lil Toto on the head. Look, I'm not saying it to be mean. Everyone deserves their happy ever after. I know what they say about opposites attract, but trust me, there ain't a trick in the book I know that's gonna put a square peg in a round hole, Candace said. Natsu's not gay. That's not what I meant, Candace laughed. Hilarious that that's what you thought I meant though. She cackled. Lil Toto growled. Look, Lil, you're a great friend and an even greater person, but if you don't want to trust my judgment, that's fine. You be you and don't change for anyone, Candace said, giving her a thumbs up. She then finished her shake and put the money on the counter. She then stretched. Now, if you'll excuse me. I've got a date with my shower so I can fix my hair back up. Catch ya later. Candace then swaggered out of the guild hall. That evening, Lucy and Bambietta were having dinner at home, just the two of them. After today, Bambietta didn't want to be breathing the same air as Candace. Ugh. She drives me nuts. And yet, you're still friends, Lucy said. That says a lot about your relationship. I wish I had a best friend I could fight with and still want to hang around with. I mean, I have friends and I even have you, but I guess I'm a little jealous of you and Candy. I actually value our relationship way more, Lucy, Bambietta said. Lucy smiled. Bambi. A best friend is a great thing to have, but they're not your boyfriend or girlfriend, Bambietta said. What I'm trying to say is. Lucy got up and kissed Bambietta on the cheek. I get it. Bambietta smiled. Lucy then sat back down. The two finished their meal and Lucy then did the dishes. Hey, she said as she put the last one away. Wanna make out on the couch? Bambietta wished she had a glass of water still just so she could do a spit take. Lucy, are you okay? What? You don't want to? I asked Rukia and Lil to keep Wendy out of the house until about 9ish. It's only 8. Plenty of time. Wow, you act all gung-ho and everything, but the minute I initiate it, you clam up. Real mature, Lucy pouted. And hurtful. What? No. 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 Bambietta exclaimed, panicking. It's not that, it's just, I just never thought that you've always been. I told you I'd come around eventually, didn't I? Baby steps. Just don't try anything funny. Bambietta's eyes lit up. Hey, don't let me stop you, she said, patting the couch rapidly. Sit. 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 Lucy dropped down onto the couch next to Bambietta and leaned towards her. The two women pressed their lips into each other, hands linking, Lucy eventually finding her way into Bambietta's lap. As they broke for air, Bambietta put her hand on Lucy's lower back. Hey, you mind if I? You get to, Lucy said and clenched her butt, figuring what was about to come. She gasped hard when Bambietta slapped her ass and grabbed it. Oh, I have waited for this for so long, she thought. You okay? Just adjusting. It's not at all what I was expecting. What were you expecting? Pain, lots of it. To be fair, you still have a skirt on, Bambietta pointed out. Or, wait, did you like it? I don't know. Lucy said, squirming. I said you get to. And don't you dare. Lucy's gasp ended up being accompanied by a small moan when Bambietta flipped up her skirt before giving her as a nice smack. WHWH, what the hell? I said no funny business, Lucy said, panting. Sorry, couldn't resist. Lucy sighed. God damn it, Bambi. Shit, I kill the mood. A little. I'm still getting used to all of this, Lucy said, fists balling up the front of her skirt. She turned her head over her shoulder. And that one kind of hurt. Sorry, lost control of myself in the moment, Bambietta apologized. Lucy kissed her cheek. Apology accepted. She then got off Bambietta's lap and snuggled up next to her, head on her shoulder, purring. This is nice. You can fall asleep like that if you want, Bambietta said. You know, I might take you up on that offer. I might not be here when you wake up though, especially if you start snoring. Bambietta sighed. You're gonna have to get used to it eventually. Ugh, fine, lay down on your back. Bambietta did so as Lucy then lay on top of her. She then grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch. Wait, shouldn't we? No. Too tired. Good night, Bambi, Lucy said. Good night, Lucy, Bambietta said, wrapping her arms around her girlfriend. Ha. Suck it, Candy. I've still got one thing you'll never have. However, despite her gloating, Bambietta's mind drifted off as Lucy drifted off to sleep. She wondered. Despite sleeping around, was Candace lonely? Did she long for a stable relationship the way Bambietta now ended up having one? At the thought of this, Bambietta snuggled Lucy closer to her, more fortunate than ever to have such a special bond with her. And, before Bambietta realized it, she too had begun to drift off to sleep. And Lucy would be there when she woke up. Far away from Magnolia was the town of Dahlia. It was a normally quiet town on the very edge of Fiore, bordering the country of Seven. It was entirely different from Fiore, possessing no guild of its own and being entirely unremarkable. The residents appreciated that greatly, finding their way of life entirely unremarkable. For those who called Dahlia their home, however, that was quite all right. Two such individuals were Yulian Yucantsafe and Bethany Backer. The latter had lived in Dahlia almost her entire life and found it the simple life suited her. She had tried the big city life but it had left her always feeling anxious and nervous. The untimely passing of her husband, Gregory having passed away much too young under unfortunate circumstances, had been the true push for her to return to her hometown. With her she had brought her final remaining joy from that time in her life, her daughter, Rachel. The former, however, was a newcomer to Dahlia. Bethany had found Yulian on the edge of town, laying in a grassy field. He had been more than a little confused at the time, having thought himself dead only a few minutes earlier. Bethany, out of the goodness of her heart, had given him a place to stay. At first he had been incredibly hesitant, as if an offer from the opposite sex had struck a fearful chord within him. However, he had relented, wishing to put his fears to rest. Fears, he had found out, that were entirely unnecessary. He and Bethany had found in each other kindred spirits. Then there was Rachel. She had welcomed Yulian into her life as if he was the father she had never known, the young girl having been but a baby when illness had taken her father from this world. It was a simple life, one that Yulian and Bethany greatly appreciated. Now they were simply moving about the quiet town, enjoying their time together. However, Rachel was different. She had little desire in a simple life. No, she dreamed big. That was clear even now as the would-be family in all but shared last name moved past a magazine stand on a street corner. Mommy. Mommy. Can I get Sorcerer Weekly? Of course, sweetie, Bethany said as she paid the man behind the stand. Yay. Rachel held the magazine in her little hands, looking over the cover featuring Titania Urza before thumbing through the pages with eyes wide with excitement. Oh, how she wished to put her magic to good use and join a guild when she was old enough. It was her fervent dream to be a master wizard. Yulian, meanwhile, paid it little mind. He had looked into the life of a wizard early on, having considered using his own special talents in a guild, but he had decided against it. Those talents were ones he would rather forget, and moving his newfound family to a bigger town to join a guild was out of the question. No, he much preferred the job he had taken on as a carpenter. It was basic by comparison to a guild-sponsored wizard perhaps, but preferable. For now Yulian simply intended to treat Bethany and Rachel both to the fair that had rolled into town this week. So who's the big story this week? Bethany asked her daughter, a hand on her shoulder to help guide Rachel down the sidewalk as she was far too engrossed in the magazine. Oh, it's Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord. Rachel exclaimed. The top two guilds ever. And they went to war with each other. Julian stopped in his tracks, flinching. Bethany was quick to notice that and crouched down beside her daughter to whisper. "Sweetie, you know we don't use that word around him." Julian blinked. It was true enough, the talk of war or soldiers or anything of the like was capable of bringing up bad memories. He had told Bethany of how he had enlisted in the military of the country of Seven to wage a war against Bosco. However, before the war had even begun, he had been betrayed by a superior officer and left for dead. It had been the truth from a certain point of view but not a matter of pure honesty. Julian had considered telling Bethany everything but had thought she would find him a madman. To prevent that, he had blurred and twisted a few of the finer details, the man unsure of how he had found himself where he was after being left for dead. "And no, it's fine," Julian managed to stammer. He had fought against his past trauma, not wanting to worry Bethany or to upset Rachel. Kneeling down by his surrogate daughter, he patted her on the head as he gave her a reassuring smile. He tried not to speak of how wars could bring out the worst in people, even among those who were on the same side. No, he simply played the role of a doting father. He had avoided speaking much of wizards with Rachel, having been uninterested in the conflicts they were involving themselves in, but he knew he had to do better for her. "So you like this fairy tale, huh?" "Of course," Rachel shouted with a smile as she brightened up. "When I grow up I'd love to join them. I mean they've Titania Urza and a girl dragon slayer who's only a couple of years older than me. How cool is that?" "Wendy Marvel, age 12, Bethany said, looking at the article in the magazine and the short biographies it had on the guild's newcomers. "Sweetie, she's still got 7 years on you, so don't get any ideas about running off to a guild anytime soon." I know, Rachel whined. "So those two are your favorites?" Julian asked. "Of course," Rachel shouted. "Oh. Wait. There's that girl who blows stuff up." "That doesn't sound like a good role model," Bethany said, eyes closed as she wore a fake smile. "Who's that?" Julian asked innocently enough. "Her name's real silly. Let's see." Rachel began to flip through the pages, skimming over the interviews with the Fairy Tale Guild members who had been willing to speak of the Phantom Lord conflict. She stopped then, on page 61. There she is. There were a few pictures above the short interviews, one of an embarrassed-looking woman with blonde hair, another of the famed salamander of fairy tale. Then, at last, was a picture of a woman dressed in white, a hat atop her brunette hair. She was smiling broadly, her right hand raised up in a victory sign. She had clearly enjoyed posing for the photograph. "Bambietta Basterbine." Rachel giggled, unable to prevent herself from trying to say the name 3 times fast. "Bambietta Basterbine, Bambietta Basterbine, Bambietta Basterbine." Julian froze on the spot. Any attempt at avoiding a panic attack as he had just a few moments earlier falling by the wayside. He had told the broad strokes to Bethany, having changed the details of the big picture. However, he had never forgotten them himself. Of serving in an army hidden away in the shadows of the afterlife. Of proudly choosing to fight those who wrongfully considered themselves gods of death. Of falling for a superior officer. Of being invited to her room. Of the false pretexts behind her invitation. Of the blade that had cut him in two and ended his life. Of his finding himself on a grassy field in a new world alive and well. He had never understood how he had gotten here, but he had welcomed the second chance. Now, however, he was seeing his past right before his eyes. He was not alone in this world. The one who had ended his life was here as well, and she was happy. Bambietta Basterbine. Chapter 43, A Distasteful Reunion. It was late into the evening when Lil Tata Lampard had returned from her latest guild quest. It wasn't anything too hard, just a simple monster destruction job. However, the long distance between the job site and Magnolia was what caused her to return so late. If not for Hiran Kyaku, the young woman wouldn't have returned for a whole day. While this was, at most, a minor inconvenience, Lil Tata was still a bit upset at this. She had hoped to see Natsu once more before heading off to sleep. She blushed just thinking about him. Something about the Dragon Slayer made her heart beat just a little bit faster and brought her a kind of comfort she never thought she would have experienced. "Natsu," she said affectionately as she sat down on the park bench. Oh, how she wished she could get him to notice her in a more meaningful way. To have him look at her the same way she did for him. Looking at her hand, a heart-shaped arrow appeared in it. After having eaten pepe, an experience that she wished she could forget, the taste especially, she had managed to gain control over his shrift. A little-known fact about her shrift, the glutton, was that it allowed her to take the powers of whoever she had devoured a portion of. However, in order to keep the powers, she would have to devour the person fully. Anything less would result in her only having the powers temporarily. She had never used the love once she had ended up in Earthland, her disgust of the ability being the main reason why. She doubted it would have been all that useful against the likes of Jose anyways, his shade magic had been more than capable of stopping a simple the love arrow. But as she looked at the arrow, she couldn't help but wonder. I could just use this and then, he would be mine. No one would know it was possibly her, Lil Tato never having shared the knowledge of her having this shrift with anyone else. All she would have to do was hit the pink-haired dragon slayer with her arrow and then Natsu would belong to her forever. Lil Tato then quickly shook her head. No, I couldn't possibly do that to him. I need to earn this. If I just did this, I would be no better than her. Lil Tato stood up from the park bench then, the thought of the necromantic stern Ritter giving her a feeling of unease and guilt. She knew that Bambietta had forgiven her now for not intervening when she should have, but the young woman couldn't help but berate herself over another thing she did. She had saved Giselle's life, without a moment's hesitation, a stark contrast compared to what had happened with Bambietta. What the hell was I thinking, saving that maniac? I should have just let her rot like her shrift. Ah, Lil, I finally found you. Lil Tato's eyes widened in surprise as she slowly turned around to face none other than the Quincy she had been thinking about seconds ago. With a goofy expression on her face, hands behind her back, Giselle Guel stood before her. What are you dash? Isn't it obvious, silly? Giselle interrupted as she approached Lil Tato. I've been looking all over for you today. I see, Lil Tato said as she took a step back. Bambietta had told her about her brief encounter with Giselle and even now Lil Tato was beyond surprised that she had left Giselle alive. Truth be told, Lil Tato had hoped she would never have encountered Giselle ever again. She was the reason everything had gone straight to hell during the war for her. Yeah, I was thinking about stopping by at Fairy Tale to ask where you were, but I didn't want to let Bambietta know that I was here, Giselle said as she continued to smile. She was pretty mad the last time we had some girl talk, but luckily for me, she's out of town on a mission, so all I had to do was just wait for you to show up. What do you want? Lil Tato asked as she stopped backing away from Giselle. She was not going to let herself look like she was intimidated by the woman before her. I would suggest you get out of here before Bambietta shows up. She'll be back home soon enough, and knowing her, she'll likely shoot first and ask questions, well, never with you. She wasn't saying this out of concern for the zombie but merely to avoid any potential destruction or injury to Magnolia's citizens. It was the only reason she hadn't done anything to Giselle herself. Oh, but that's why I need you, Giselle said before she sighed. I really don't know why, but Bambi was so mad when she saw me. Maybe it's because you turned her into a mindless slave that you treated like your own personal punching bag, Lil Tato thought to herself. But I just figured I could ask you to work things out between us, Giselle said. You're the smart one after all, and I've seen you calm her and Candace down more than anyone else. I'm sure we can get this whole mess sorted out. Why in the hell would I do that? Lil Tato asked, her anger beginning to make itself known in her voice. Well, we're friends, right? Giselle asked as she leaned in to hug Lil Tato. You, me, Meanie, Candy, and Bambi, we're dash. However, before she could wrap her hands around Lil Tato, Giselle felt herself being hit by a massive force that sent her flying through one of the trees in Magnolia's park. She landed with a thud, several pieces of wood sticking out of her body. If she was in pain however, she hid it well. She looked over at Lil Tato, who had her fist extended. Lil. Let me make one thing to you perfectly clear, Giselle, Lil Tato said. You are not my friend anymore. You lost that right a long time ago. Lil? What's gotten into you? Giselle asked as she began to stand up. Of course you're my friend. You saved me. A mistake that I've never stopped regretting. Lil Tato yelled. Do you know why I bothered to save you? It had nothing to do with you. Giselle tilted her head in confusion. Don't get it. How does saving my life have nothing to do with me? Lil Tato growled before she began to speak. Ever since my parents sold me into slavery, all I've ever wanted was a family. A real family. When I joined the Vanden Reach Academy, I had nothing. No friends, no family. All I had were my grades and our teacher. None of my classmates ever liked me. I excelled in all my classes to the point where they thought I was either a freak or a cheater. When I graduated and became a stern ritter though, it all changed. Bambietta came to me. She wanted me, as a friend. She then slowly walked over to Giselle. She didn't care that I wasn't the strongest of the stern ritter, or that my power was weird. She didn't care that I always called her out on her over-the-top and idiotic plans. She didn't care that I graduated the top of my class or any of that. She liked me, for me. She introduced me to Candy, to Minnie, to you. For the first time in my life, I finally had what I wanted. She then looked down at Giselle, her eyes narrowing in fury. But then you had to go and ruin everything. You killed her. No, I saved her dash. Shut up. Lil Tato yelled, not in the mood to hear another word. You told us that you could fix it. You said you had a way to get around Waiwaka's rule for stern ritter who lost. You said everything would go back to how it was. She threw her right hand to the side. But you lied. You killed her and warped her mind into someone else. Warped her mind? What are you talking about, silly? Giselle said. Bambi was still Bambi dash. No. Don't you even try to tell me for even a second that was Bambietta. Lil Tato shouted. Bambietta is confident, proud, arrogant, battle-hungry, and a true warrior. That thing was not her. Tears began to flow down Lil Tato's face as she continued. Do you know what it's like to see one of your closest friends treated like dirt? How hard it was for me to not demand you to stop, Waiwaka's wrath in response to infighting being the sole thing that kept me from doing so. Do you want the truth, Giselle? The only reason I saved you was because I was so damn desperate to keep whatever part of my family I had left. You were all I had at that point. Lil Tato clenched her fist. But it's clear to me now beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're not a part of my family. You never were. You're just a vulture, Giselle Guel. An animal that preys on the weak and dying. If you were really a friend, you would have never hurt Bambi the way you did. Now who's been feeding all these lies to you? Giselle asked as she got up. First Bambi and now you? I'm starting to think Fairy Tale is having a bad influence on you too. No. They're the light that got me out of the Vanden Reach's shadow. Gosh, you're so serious about this whole thing, Giselle said as she frowned. Honestly, Lil. But I think I get the idea. You're not exactly fond of me anymore, are you? That's putting it mildly, Lil Tato responded. Golly, that's such a shame. I thought we were so close, Giselle said as she looked down. We used to spend so much time together when the others were so busy. No. We were, Lil Tato said. You were my friend. Sure, you could be a bit odd at times, but I knew that you really did like me. You weren't just hanging out with me because you had nothing better to do, and I appreciated that. Lil Tato then looked down to her feet, not wanting to look at her former friend any longer. But those days are over now, Giselle. Even if I could get Natsu to love you. Lil Tato turned around instantly. What did you say? She asked, more out of shock than anything. How do you even dash? Oh, I've been watching you from a distance up until TWP weeks ago. I had other stuff to take care of. It's pretty obvious to me that you got quite the crush on Mr. Pink Hair. Really, I find it hard to believe that he hasn't noticed. The realization that Giselle had been watching her and Natsu from afar gave Lil Tato a sense of dread and anger. Fear that she hadn't noticed her at all, and anger that someone had been spying on her during such emotional moments she would have rather kept private. But that's not all that important. I can easily get some of my blood into some of his food when he isn't looking, and then I can make him love you just like you always wanted. All you need to do is just dash. Giselle was interrupted before she could speak another word, the Quincy feeling a powerful pain hit her in the chest. A large hole was now where her stomach once was. She looked at Lil Tato, a bow now in her hand. Before Giselle could do anything, Lil Tato then grabbed a hold of one of Giselle's arms and threw her with a yell, sending the Quincy out of Magnolia and into the nearby wilderness. She fell with a loud thud, the ground around now a small crater as she began to finally realize what had just happened. She began to get up before she was hit with another arrow, this time destroying her throat. Stay away from Natsu. Lil Tato looked down at Giselle, any attempt at hiding her anger now gone. If I see you anywhere near him, no, if I see you anywhere near my family, I swear to you, you will regret it. I think I get it, Giselle said as she looked at Lil Tato with sadness. Good. Now get the hell out of here, and for your sake, I hope I never see you again. Lil Tato turned around and began to walk away. It looks like I don't have much of a choice now, do I? Giselle thought to herself innocently enough as she began to get up, her throat and chest wounds healing. Here I was thinking you could do me a solid and talk some sense into Bambi and make her see things my way, but now I see I'm going to have to use more unfortunate methods. Giselle then drew a knife from her uniform as she looked at Lil Tato. It's such a shame that things have to be this way, Lil, but don't worry, you won't feel a thing. With a sprint of Hyrenkyaku, she appeared right behind Lil Tato, her knife just about to cut the small woman's throat. Soon, we'll all be together forever and ever. Giselle brought down the knife expecting to have caught her fellow Quincy off guard, but instead of hearing the desired gurgle of pain and the sensation of cutting flesh, all she felt was her weapon hitting something hard. Looking down, she could see Lil Tato's throat now glowing with the use of blood venet. What? Before she could wonder how Lil Tato had activated her blood venet fast enough to block her surprise attack, the Quincy was rocked with pain as Lil Tato elbowed her chest, causing her to let go. A surprise attack? Seriously? With a powerful kick, Lil Tato sent Giselle flying once more. This time she had acted with no restraint, causing Giselle to crash through several trees. As she struggled to get up, however, Lil Tato was already in front of her and pulled Giselle up by her hair. Did you really think I'd turn my back on you and drop my guard for even a second? Or were you just that desperate to make up with Bambi that you would try something so asinine? Giselle tried to reach forward, but Lil Tato's mouth extended and bit off her hand. Giselle cried out in pain. It looks like someone needs to be reminded of the pecking order, Lil Tato said as she spat out Giselle's hand before she threw a punch, breaking Giselle's nose in the process. To begin with, your shrift doesn't work on your fellow Quincy unless we're already dead, but I don't have that disadvantage. Lil Tato threw another punch, causing more blood to splatter onto her hand. Giselle then kicked at Lil Tato as her arm began to heal, causing her to let go. Moving away with Hyrenkyaku, Giselle formed her bow and began to fire at Lil Tato. However, the smaller Quincy was able to dodge her arrows without much trouble, bobbing and weaving through the volley of projectiles. You were always the weakest out of the five of us. Candy being stronger than you by a fairly large margin, and I was stronger than her. Mini's a powerhouse that I would have never managed to take down if not for Pepe's influence letting her fall into one of my traps, and Bambi, well, she could beat all of us at once if she wanted to back in the day. Lil Tato then caught one of Giselle's arrows with her hand as she looked in her direction. So if you honestly think you can beat me in a fight like this, you're more insane than I thought. Lil Tato then formed her own bow and spoke out. Lick Dragon. Thousands of arrows began to fire from Lil Tato's bow, easily overwhelming Giselle's own arrows. The Quincy tried to dodge the oncoming attack, but the arrows were too numerous and she soon found herself skewered by them and left in her a pool of her own blood. Gasping out in pain, Giselle began to remove the arrows that remained stuck in her body, but, with a quick burst of Hyrenkyaku, Lil Tato appeared before her. The former stern Ritter, having finished removing the projectiles, tried to vanish with a Hyrenkyaku of her own. However, as she flashed away, Lil Tato was behind her already and kicked her to the ground. Giselle quickly got up and drew out her knife as she tried to slash at Lil Tato, but her attacks missed their mark, Lil Tato managing to avoid each of her strikes. Lil Tato soon formed her serrated blade and began to swing her weapon at her enemy, Giselle barely managing to block most of her attacks. Several of Lil Tato's attacks had managed to hit home, however, and she began to slowly cut away at the Quincy, her regeneration being the only reason the fight was still continuing. Giselle formed a bow in her spare hand and fired it straight at Lil Tato, the smaller Quincy barely managing to duck her head underneath the arrow that was fired. Finally, she had enough and caught Giselle's wrist, and by merely squeezing her hand, a loud snap was heard, the bones crushing underneath Lil Tato's monstrous strength. Giselle growled out in equal parts anger and pain and tried to pull away, but Lil Tato's grip held firm. "Let go," Giselle demanded. "No. You're the one who started this whole mess, but I fully intend to finish it." Lil Tato's weapon forming in her right hand, she swung her serrated sword, cutting Giselle in half, separating her belly and legs from her chest. Giselle landed on the ground with a thud, and once more tried to get up, but as she tried to do so, Lil Tato's blade quickly removed both of Giselle's arms and then lodged itself into her throat. Giselle tried to speak but found that she could only sputter out loud gargling noises with the blade wedged inside. "You know, I've been resisting a certain temptation ever since I saw you tonight, but I've been fighting it because I've turned over a new leaf," Lil Tato said as she watched Giselle slowly heal. "Ever since I've come to my senses, since I've come to this world, I've wanted to kill you." She began to move the blade up slightly, slowly inching it closer and closer to Giselle's head. "It wouldn't take much. All I have to do is just destroy your brain and not even you could come back from that." Giselle's eyes widened as she realized just how serious Lil Tato was about this. "The only thing holding me back was this," Lil Tato said as she showed Giselle her guild mark on her left hand. "They value life quite a bit, even for scum like you." Lil Tato's blade had worked its way up to Giselle's chin now, the Quincy looking at Lil Tato with pleading eyes. "Lil, you wouldn't, we're both Quincy. That didn't stop you from murdering Bambi now, did it?" Lil Tato asked as she spat onto Giselle's face. "But you've made something very clear to me. You're not going to stop until you make Bambietta yours again, are you?" "That's not true," Giselle said as tears formed in her eyes. "I just want Bambi and me to be friends again, that's all." "Liar!" Lil Tato shouted as she then forced her blade up into Giselle's mouth. "If that were true, then why the hell did you just try to kill me earlier? You're too dangerous to keep around. I know now that if Bambietta is going to enjoy her life here in Fairy Tale, there is one thing I have to do. Get rid of you." Having healed one of her arms in the time she spoke, Giselle managed to grab the blade and tried to slowly remove it. "But, if you do, Fairy Tale will dash. Kick me out? Hand me over to the Magic Council? That suits me just fine. I've been willing to pay for my sins for quite some time now. If it means Bambietta gets a chance to be happy, I'd gladly pay that price. If you met her again, I don't know if she'll be able to stop herself from killing you, so I'll take responsibility for it instead." Lil Tato narrowed her eyes as she got ready to deliver the finishing blow. Soon, all of this nonsense would be over. You do not need to take such responsibilities. All of Fairy Tale will share them with you. Lil Tato froze as she was just about to plunge her blade into Giselle's head, Urza's words from long ago entering into her mind, all the while she could see members of Fairy Tale looking at her sadly as she was taken away by the Magic Council. Urza with a sullen expression, Natsia yelling at the Magic Council to not take her away, and Bambietta crying into Lucy's embrace. Was this what she wanted? No. Slowly, the small Quincy removed her sword from Giselle's body as she looked down at her. "This isn't the way to resolve this. I don't have to do this all alone anymore." "Lil?" Giselle asked, surprised that her life had been spared. "Did you change your mind?" "You were right, in a sense," Lil Tato whispered. "Fairy Tale has been an influence on Bambi and me. And a good one." Slowly, the Quincy's wounds began to heal once more as she stood up. "I knew you didn't mean what you said. Thank goodness. I'm having such a hard time getting this Bambi situation figured out that I really didn't need any more drama." "No, I still hate you," Lil Tato said as she began to walk away from Giselle, the Quincy not even bothering to look at her. "But I'd only end up hurting my guild in the long run if I disposed of you. Besides, Bambi told me that you're on our side in this war. As much as I hate the idea of that being the case, your ability would be invaluable in the coming battle. So for that, and that alone, I'm going to let you live. She turned around once more to face Giselle. But if you ever come close to my guild ever again, to any of my friends, I swear I will make you regret it. Oh gosh, are we really going down that road again? Giselle whined. Lil Tato sighed. She really just didn't get it, did she? Well, fine. She made her point. With how much damage Giselle had taken from her fight, she doubted that the Quincy would be a threat to anyone in the guild, her Ryotsu levels at a considerably low point. Lil Tato began to take another step forward, only to find that she couldn't move. What? Lil Tato thought as she tried to do whatever she could, to move an arm, or a leg, anything. However, no matter how much she tried, she couldn't find it in her to move, unable to even blink. What did she do to me? Finally, I was wondering when it was going to take effect. Giselle slowly approached Lil Tato. You remember what you said about my shrift earlier? How I couldn't zombify a Quincy unless they were already dead. It's true, my shrift can't does that, but luckily, I've been learning some handy-dandy magic since my last meeting with Bambietta went so awry. She was now within arm's length of Lil Tato as she drew out her knife. It's called paralysis pathogen. When my blood ends up on my opponent's body, I can't cause their body to no longer move. Giselle's knife soon found itself on Lil Tato's cheek as Giselle slowly rubbed the blade on her soft skin. It takes a while to work when my enemy is a lot stronger than me, but I knew it would just be a matter of time before you could no longer move. Slowly, she began to trail the knife downwards. You'll be unable to move for about 1 whole minute. More than enough time for me to work my magic. She pressed the knife gently against Lil Tato's throat, a small cut being made. You really hurt me earlier. But that's okay, you can make it up to me by talking Bambi into seeing the light. Then you, me, and Bambi will be together again. While outwardly, Lil Tato had a calm expression on her face, her mind was anything but calm. No. Don't you dare, Giselle. She could see it now, being made to forcefully hurt her own friends, to taking Bambietta by surprise and allowing Giselle to repeat the horrible events of the past all over again. No, not just Bambi, all of her friends could end up as Giselle's servants. Slowly, a single tear fell from one of her eyes. Natsu, Bambi, Urza, someone. Why so glum? Giselle looked at Lil Tato's face, honestly confused. Now, Lil, let's put a smile on that face. Thunder break. A large bolt of lighting came hurtling down from the sky, striking Giselle dead center and Lil Tato sent flying back. The blood now removed from her body, Lil Tato was able to stand up. Giselle was charred by the lighting, her skin burned and muscle tissue exposed all over her chest and arms, half of her hair now gone as well. She fell with a thud and was silent. Now that's what I call bringing down the thunder. It was Candace, Lil Tato smiling as the tall Quincy landed in front of her. Candy, how did you dash? Know you were in trouble? I and Jade just got back from a mission when I sensed your Ryotsu spike like crazy. Figured I'd come and see what the deal was. Wasn't expecting to see Cockroach though. Candace grinned. But I don't think we'll have to worry about her anymore. You really are unbelievable, aren't you? Lil Tato asked. Still, I can't thank you enough. I thought I had everything under control, but she surprised me with a new trick. Yeah, she tends to do that. A cockroach is many things but predictable was never one of them, Candace said. So what now? Lil Tato asked as she began to approach Giselle's body. Do we tell Fairy Tale the truth? Your life was in danger, so I'm sure they'll understand, Candace said as she joined her. Besides, I'm sure Bambi will be more than pleased to know that the cockroach is now, the fuck. Confused by her friend's sudden change in tone, Lil Tato got a better look at the cause of Candace's outburst. Once she saw Giselle's corpse she could understand why. No longer was the long black-haired goofy Quincy laying down in a pool of her own blood, but rather what looked to be a bald man with blue eyes and a mustache. When the hell did this guy get here? I swear I was throwing a blot of ass-kicking at that bitch, not some old fart. Kneeling down, Lil Tato got a better look at the body. She was silent for a few seconds before she sighed. It was a clone. Excuse you? Candace asked as she looked at her short friend in confusion. You mean like the White Twins? No, not quite like that, Lil Tato said before she continued. It's a technique Giselle was trying to perfect before the war started. She wanted to see if she could use any of her zombies to act as duplicates of her. All she had to do was just change the body's structure and voice with her power, and then, presto, a perfect look-alike. She never got it quite right when she showed it to me, but that's clearly no longer the case. She then groaned. I should have known. She went down way too easy. Giselle may be the weakest one of us, but she at least knows how to fight. It felt like I was dealing with an armature straight out of the Van den Rijk Academy than proper Sternritter. Which means that the real one is still out there, somewhere. Odds are she just sent this clone as a scout to get a better feel for how things are for when she wants to plan something more elaborate. Well, that's just fan-fucking-tastic, Candace said with a roll of her eyes. So you're telling me we're still gonna have to exterminate her down the road? No. We're fairy tale, Lil Tato said to Candace. We both made a vow once we became part of this guild, and I'm going to stick to it. You should too if you know what's good for you. You're not in the high tier of the food chain anymore, Candy. Yeah, thou shall not kill, I get it. Candace placed a hand on Lil Tato's head. I was just using a figure of speech was all. Somehow Lil Tato doubted that. If that were the case, then why did you go for a kill shot first thing? She wanted to press more, she really did, but decided against it. Candace wasn't the kind of person you could just poke at to get information out of. Unless you were a superior officer, if Candace wanted to keep a secret, she would. It would be best to let someone like Urza or Makarov handle it down the line. Come on, let's go home, I'm sure Urza is getting a bit worried about you as it is, Candace said as she placed a hand on Lil Tato's shoulder. Yeah, you're probably right, Lil Tato said. Oh, one more thing, let's keep what happened tonight a secret from Bambi, Candace said to Lil Tato. What for? Lil Tato asked. I'd rather not have Bambietta freak out over the cockroach showing up, especially since she was going to put you through the same thing. Once Bambi starts to worry about something, she tends to not stop until the problem is dealt with, and I'd rather not have her worry about this 24/7. Lil Tato was about to object, to tell Candace that Bambietta wasn't that bad with stress, until she recalled that the former Sternritter couldn't sleep when Candace and Juvia disappeared for a whole week. Fair enough. Okay, now let's get you a shower, you're covered in dirt from that scuffle. Only because your lighting bolt made me hit the ground. The two looked at each other, then snickered before finally going home. Chapter 44, My Sins of the Past. Ugh. It was late into the night when Bambietta had finally made it back to her home. The monster-slaying mission this time was much more of a hassle than she was used to. A wyvern didn't seem like all that big of a challenge to the Quincy at first, having dealt with wizards, saints and the like, but she quickly found that fighting the creature was anything but. Her sword unable to cut through the creature's scales, and it took everything the Quincy had to take down the powerful creature. That is the last time I go wyvern hunting, Bambietta said as she slowly walked in, the pain she was feeling making it impossible for her to brag about her latest accomplishment. Hey Bambi, Lucy said, coming out of the kitchen, a towel in her hands. Rough day. Yeah, you could say that again, Bambietta said as she casually tossed her head onto the coat rack. She walked over to Lucy, her eyes barely able to keep open. Well, I have good news and bad news. Oh. Lucy was taken aback. I guess you should start with the bad news. Leave the best for last, right? Bad news is. Everything hurts, and I want to go to bed, Bambietta said as she began to walk over to her room, the Quincy not being in the mood for a lengthy conversation. I'm not going to take another S-class mission for, at least a week. Ah, baby doll, Lucy said as she moved in close, draping her arms over Bambietta's shoulders. You had me at bed. Cant. Too tired, Bambietta said as she tried to open the door, her hand not managing to get a good handle on the doorknob for a few seconds until she finally grasped it. Maybe, in the morning. She slowly opened the door and she eyed the bed. She turned over and looked at Lucy. Scratch that, defiantly in the morning. All right, Lucy said softly. But, what's the good news? The good news is, I got enough rent money to last us 5 years, Bambietta said as she put her hands on Lucy's shoulders. That means a lot of private time for us, like tomorrow. Bambietta then moved her hand down and squeezed Lucy's butt, smirking as she did so. Lucy giggled in response. Oh, you devilish Quincy you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed, Bambietta said as she walked over to the bed. Not even bothering to change her clothes, the Quincy fell down and closed her eyes. Nighty-night. Well. Lucy stood alone in the main room then. You get some nice shut-eye, Bambi. You too. A few minutes passed before Bambietta heard the door shut and she felt some added weight come onto the bed. She slightly turned her head and noticed her girlfriend now on the bed next to her, clearly trying to sleep. She looks so peaceful. Bambietta thought to herself as she stared at Lucy. She must have taken a hard mission herself, because the celestial wizard was already sleeping, faster than Bambietta had ever been capable of. She was about to turn over and fall asleep once again when she felt something. It was an itch. No, that wasn't quite the right way to describe it, it was an urge. An urge she hadn't fulfilled in quite some time. Bambietta soon rose up out of bed then and placed herself on top of her girlfriend. Lucy's eyes fluttered open and she looked up at Bambietta. Got a second wind, huh? Oh, you better bet, Bambietta said with a smirk. Because I've just felt the desire to do something fun that I haven't done in a long time. Guess I kept you waiting, Lucy whispered, reaching up to touch Bambietta's face. My bad, Bambi. Yeah, don't worry about it Lou, Bambietta said as she looked down at Lucy. She continued to grin. But this wasn't like her normal friendly smiles she would give to her friends back in the guild, no, this was a grin that most dreaded to see. Bam, bye. Lucy felt herself grow nervous. Is something the matter? Oh no, nothing's wrong, Bambietta said as she picked up the pillow that she was sleeping with. Well, for me anyways. She then used her one hand to force Lucy's head down to the bottom of the bed before she then forced the pillow over Lucy's face, smothering her. MMMPH. Lucy gasped, arms waving up as she clawed at the pillow. Bambietta felt herself chuckle as she continued to press the pillow down onto her girlfriend's face. Oh, it had been far too long since she had last indulged herself in one of her favorite activities. She wasn't sure why she was doing this though, it was as if an invisible force guiding her actions. MPMMHH. Lucy's right hand stopped clawing at the pillow, reaching up. Her fingers touched Bambietta's cheek. Beamfy. Bambietta continued to hold the pillow down before she formed her sword in her right hand and grinned. It was time she put an end to this. Terror seized Lucy's heart then, her hand going limp. It slipped down and settled atop Bambietta's own, right atop her chest. NPMH. PLPHM. Bambietta smirked once more time before she removed the pillow and swung her blade, the spiritual weapon making contact with Lucy's throat, blood splattering all over the Quincy and coating the sheets with the red liquid. Lucy gasped then, her voice nothing more than a wet gurgle. Blood exited her mouth just as it did her throat, the celestial spirit wizard's eyes growing dim. The hand that had reached out towards Bambietta's heart, the very heart that trust had been put in, fell to the bed. Never to move again. Bambietta continued to look down in glee. The Quincy chuckling as she did so. Oh yeah, I forgot how good it feels to let it all out after such a shitty day. Bambietta then stretched her arms and yawned. Well, that was fun. She thought to herself before she looked down once more, and stared right into Lucy's face. Instantly, she was hit with the realization of just what it was she had done. Her jaw began to drop, her eyes widening more than they ever had before in her life, her hands quivering in response. What? What did I do? She screamed out in utter agony. She placed her hands onto Lucy's body, shaking it in an attempt to wake her up, all the while tears began to form in her eyes, the Quincy hiccuping as she struggled to speak. No. 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 Lucy. Lucy. But there was no response, no voice to come from the blonde in trying to scold her, no smile to reassure her that everything was going to be all right. All there was Lucy's empty eyes staring right at her. No. No. Not like this. I don't want it to end like this. Bambietta shouted as she then held Lucy tightly. Tears fell from her eyes and fell onto the blood-coated sheets as she cried into Lucy's body. I never wanted to hurt you. I'm not that kind of person anymore. I'm not. I'm not. Oh please, we both know that's a lie. Bambietta froze as she heard a voice from behind her. It was strangely familiar. She turned around and noticed a shadowy figure in the room. You, who are you? The Quincy demanded, her eyes red from the tears she was shedding. Oh? Have you forgotten about me already? The shadowy figure said. The being took a few steps forward before she then stood in the moonlight that entered through the window of their room. Right before she stood none other than Bambietta Basterbine herself, the woman clad in the uniform the Van Den Rich, the Quincy cross clear as day right on her hat. We are one, the spectre said. Well, to be more specific, I'm the real one, you're just a pretender. What the hell are you talking about? Bambietta said as she got off of Lucy. Don't try to mess with my head you damn fake. I'm me. Bambietta Basterbine. Proud member of Fairy Tale. She picked her sword then, getting ready to force the intruder out of their home, when her eyes caught sight of the blood that coated her weapon. She gasped before she tossed at the other Bambietta who casually sidestepped out of the thrown weapon. See? A charlatan, it rasped. You wouldn't catch me dead without my weapon. You shut up. Bambietta said before she used Hiran Kyaku and grabbed the other Bambietta's throat before she slammed her against the wall. You did something to me didn't you? She yelled out, each word filled with anger of which she had never known before. You made me kill her. Ha ha ha. The spectre laughed. Oh, you're so damn delusional. We are one. To deny that is to deny reason itself. I am your every awful trait. I am everything Fairy Tale has taught you to be afraid of. Stop lying to yourself. No one forced you to do anything, you did this of your own violation. The spectre glanced at the corpse of Lucy. Fairy Tale filled your soul with such sweet poison. On how you could be so much better than you actually are. Ha! What a load. A bunch of fairy tale nonsense. They're lying to you. She was no exception. How dare you? Bambietta said before she punched the other Bambietta and sent her through the wall. I'm not that kind of person anymore. I can't be. I've changed. She walked over to the spectre as she began to form an orb from her shrift. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to her. Do you hear me? Make me pay. The spectre shrugged off the hit, not even paying attention to Bambietta beginning to draw on the explode. Haven't you been listening to a word I've said? We are one. To kill me would be no different from cutting off your own arm. To hell with you. Bambietta said as she was about to throw the orb. I am nothing like you. However, as she did, she felt a hand stop her from throwing it. She turned around to see none other than her fellow guildmate, Jade Lodro. Why, you? Are you really? Jade asked with sadness as she looked at Bambietta. After all, you almost killed me. That, I wasn't thinking when I did that. We made up. And what about me? Bambietta turned her head as she heard the gruff voice, this time seeing none other than the Iron Dragon Slayer from Phantom Lord, Gajeel Red Fox sitting on one of the couch in the room. You practically tortured my ass before you tried to off me. You hurt Levy. I just wasn't thinking straight. Oh yes, because being angry is totally a good excuse for your actions, the other Bambietta said. Just like it was with Jade. Face it. You would have killed someone sooner or later. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Bambietta yelled out. It's true Bambi-chan, I don't know what would have happened to me if Levy and Wendy hadn't shown up. Bambietta turned around as she looked one of the last people she had ever hoped to see. Giselle. Oh like hell. You deserved everything that happened to you. And us. As she turned her head one final time, she could see them all. All of the people she had killed in her time at the Van Den Reich. The men and women who served as soldat, all of them were standing right before her. What did we do to deserve this? I wasn't, I mean dash. Face reality, the other Bambietta said as she walked forward. You're a murderer, Bambietta Basterbine. Always have been, always will be. No. No. I am not. Bambietta began to say as she fell to her knees. I'm not. Slowly, all the deceased began to approach her, the other Bambietta now in front of them all. Oh? Then what do you say to all these poor souls? The other Bambietta then pointed to Lucy, her skin now red as she was lifted up by Giselle, now fully revived with her shrift. What do you say to your lover? Why, Bambi, why? Lucy asked as she slowly walked over to Bambietta, the woman now drooling much like she had when she was under Giselle's control. I thought, you loved me? Bambietta looked at the approaching Lucy and tried to get up, but she felt her legs begin to shake and soon she fell to her knees. As the army of the dead slowly approached her, she looked all around them, looking for someone, anyone to tell her that they were wrong. But there was nothing. Not a single word was uttered in her defense. And Bambietta screamed. Lucy found herself waking up to the sounds of her girlfriend's screams of terror. Bolting out of the bed, she threw the door to her room wide open and raced over to Bambietta. Bambi! Lucy yelled out in concern. She soon found her tossing and turning on her makeshift bed on the couch, muttering incoherently. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rushing over to her, she soon grabbed Bambietta by the shoulders to hold her down. Bambi! Bambi, calm down. It took a few seconds of Lucy holding down the Quincy as she struggled to keep her down before her eyes began to flutter open. Lucy, is that you? Of course it's me. What happened? Lucy said as she slowly got off of Bambietta and sat down next to her on the couch, her concerned look only slightly easing up. Bad dream. Bambietta merely stared at the celestial wizard for a couple of seconds, as if she was trying to process what was going on. Her eyes slowly wandered, but unlike the usual look of lust on her face when her eyes wandered her body, this time Bambietta looked rather worried. You're alive. Bambietta rushed forward before she captured Lucy in a powerful hug. Oh, thank God. I thought I lost you forever. Defiantly a bad dream. Lucy thought to herself. Hey now, it's okay. Everything is going to be fine, Lucy said as she returned Bambietta's embrace. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Bambietta cried onto Lucy's shoulder as she continued to hug her. The realization that this was all a dream was still so fresh in her mind. The bloody body of the blonde woman was still so clear. You have no idea how happy I am to see you're okay. As the two continued their embrace, the three other inhabitants of the house began to walk into the room. Lucy? What happened to Bambi? Wendy asked as she approached the crying Quincy. She had never seen the older woman like this before, and it worried her. I think she just had a nightmare, Wendy, Lucy said as she looked down at Bambietta. But for her to be crying like this. Just what happened? Rukia looked on in silence, observing the situation from a distance. Carla, however, was more vocal. Good heavens, I have no doubt she woke up the entire apartment with the racket she was making. Bambietta finally stopped her crying before she looked at Lucy, her eyes red from all the crying she had just done. Lucy It's fine Bambi, I know what it's like to have a bad dream. Trust me, I've been there, Lucy said comfortingly. No, you don't get it, Bambietta stopped talking before she slowly got up and out of Lucy's grip. Bambi. I'm sorry Lucy, but I need to be alone for a while. With that, the Quincy vanished from the room with the use of Hirankyaku, surprising everyone in the room. Bambi. Lucy said with worry. There was no doubt in Lucy's mind now that something was seriously wrong. She began to go over to her room to put on a change of clothes. I'm going to go find her. I'll come too. Wendy said. I'm really worried about Bambi. No, you two should stay here, Rukia said as she walked over to the window. Lucy turned around, confused. On your own? Why? Bambietta doesn't want to be found now, and knowing her, she's likely made some distance with her speed. You two need to get some proper rest for tomorrow morning for your job requests. I'm a soul reaper, I can handle a sleepless night or two. Lucy wanted to object, her concern over Bambietta clear, but as she was about to speak up, she heard the young dragon slayer yawn. I can't put Wendy through that now. All right. If you're sure about this, Lucy said as she began to go over to Wendy. Come on, let's let Rukia handle this. But I want to help. What you need, child, is sleep. Carla insisted. Bambietta is more than capable of handling herself, and Rukia is more suited for this than we are. I guess, Wendy said sadly. She looked over to Rukia then, as she looked into her eyes, her own concern clear as day. Just, please, make sure Bambi is fine. You needn't worry. I'm sure everything will be fine, Rukia said as she then leaped out of the window and began to make her way to find the Quincy. Bambietta Basterbine had absolutely no idea where she was going and she didn't care. As she walked outside of Magnolia, her head hung low, she couldn't help but think about what she had done. Yes, it was a dream, yes it wasn't real, and yes Lucy was still alive, but that did little to cheer her up. It had been 1 month since the potentially fatal incident with Jade. Bambietta was guilt-ridden with what had almost happened, but the Quincy was positive that those feelings would go away with time. For the first few days, that seemed to be the case, but as she began to take a few missions with the emerald-haired woman and befriended her, those feelings slowly resurfaced. She began to have bad dreams of her going through the horrible deed, but the dreams didn't stop there. From the Iron Dragon Slayer to the Guild Master of Eisenwald, Bambietta had nightmare after nightmare of her killing someone and being thrown out of her family. But as problematic as those had been, nothing had hurt her quite like this. Lucy wasn't like the other people she had nearly killed. She loved her. Any day she could spend with Lucy was one that she could find some way to enjoy. To see her die like that, by her own hands, words couldn't begin to describe how horrible it felt. I guess it's fitting punishment, huh? Bambietta thought to herself as she continued her walk. I've spent so many years not giving a damn about the lives of those I've taken and now, it's come back to bite me in the ass. She let out a groan of misery as her mind began to wander. That's not to say I give a damn about all those soul reapers I killed, those bastards had everything that was coming to them, but, am I really any better than they were? All of those people I killed back in the Vandenreich, I didn't have any reason to kill any of them. No, she had her reasons, but to call them justifiable would have been utterly foolish. From venting her anger to getting a sick thrill out of it, those were the only reasons she had done what she had, and it was only now that she realized just how terrible it really was. How many of them had friends? A family? How many of them already suffered from the Soul Reapers before I made things even worse? They could have had a life, a good life, but I took that away from them. The Quincy turned around as she finished walking up the hill and looked down at Magnolia. As she did, her eyes wandered from the guild hall to her apartment, to the cathedral. Tears began to work their way out of her eyes once more. In the end, I ended up just the way Father raised me to be, didn't I, Mom? I'm so sorry. I couldn't be the good girl that you wanted me to be. I'm just a monster. She spoke aloud before she sat down on her knees and tucked her head between her legs. Truth be told, she was terrified of herself. What if she did end up killing someone? What if it was somebody she actually cared about? Natsu, Gray, Lil, Kendi, Jade, Rukia, Urza, Levi, God forbid Lucy and Wendy. In the end, I'm no different from Giselle. I took advantage of people's trust and stabbed them in the back when they least expected it. Face it, it's only a matter of time until I end up hurting one of them again. I don't know what to do. Bambietta cried out. Then let me help. A hand touched down upon Bambietta's shoulder, Rukia appearing by her side. The Reggae sat down beside the Quincy then, knees propping her arms up. She did not say much, willing to give Bambietta space while still being there for her if she wanted it. Rukia, you shouldn't be here, Bambietta said before she looked back at her new home. It's not safe here, not with me around. The Quincy buried her face back between her legs then, not wanting to look at the artificial Soul Reaper, as if it would somehow keep her safe. Really? Rukia refused to take her hand off of Bambietta's shoulder. Funny, I feel quite secure right now. If anything. I get the feeling you're the one worried. You don't understand, Rukia, Bambietta said. There's a lot about me that you don't know about. That only Makarov and Erzin know about. If the others did, I wouldn't be able to stay there anymore. I'm sure of it. She looked up then at Rukia, a sad look on her face. I've done terrible, terrible things. And from what everyone in Fairy Tale has said, you've also done extraordinary things. Rukia sighed. Do you know how many times Wendy has told me about how you fought off a hollow in Clover Town? That's because she didn't know the old me, Bambietta said sadly. If she did, she'd be afraid of me. Bambietta finally stopped tucking her head between her legs and looked at Rukia. Before I came here, before I became part of this guild, I did something they would never forgive me for. She didn't know why she was opening up to Rukia like this. Maybe it was because the woman just knew how to make Bambietta comfortable, maybe it was because she just wanted to finally vent about what happened, or maybe it was both. Rukia, I'm no better than a fucking Black Widow. I was raised from a very young age that if I wanted to take my anger out on something, I should do it on the weak and inferior. They didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, that's what my dad taught me anyway, and I tried to tell myself so badly, so damn bad that it's all his fault, that I could blame this habit just on him, but I know that's a lie. I kept doing it long after that bastard was dead and buried. When I joined the Van Den Reich, I took advantage of my good looks, and when I was angry, or just plain bored, I killed my comrades. There it was. She said it. No doubt the Soul Reaper before her would be appalled by her actions and chastise her, her time in the light, with her family, now over. Rukia stared at Bambietta then, unblinking. I see. There was a moment of silence then, the Reggae trying to find the right words. This was not quite what she had expected, no, but she refused to simply walk away. That would be unbecoming of this situation. You did do terrible things, Rukia at last sighed. I cannot deny that. But... Rukia paused again before speaking once more. Just tell me honestly, Bambi. Do you regret it because of how you feel, or do you regret it because of what you fear others will feel? Bambietta remained silent for a few minutes, before lowering her head back between her legs. If you had asked me before coming to Earthland? Neither. I would have just laughed in your face about how stupid the whole thing is. But now. It's both. Tears began to fall from her eyes once more as she choked. At first, I just didn't want to lose the friends I made, you know? I just wanted someone, anyone to show me that they cared about me. I know that sounds greedy and selfish, but at the same time, I don't want to let those people down either. Makarov knows exactly what I did, I told him up front. I don't know if anyone else would do the same, or if they even should do the same. No matter how much I try to be better, I keep relapsing. Do you know how close I was with killing Gajil, Hansa, the guild master of Eisenwald? She then lowered her head in sadness and whispered. Or you for that matter. I'm still here, Rukia replied. And tell me, those others are still alive as well, right? Lucy even told me that you went out of your way in the end, to save Hansa from his Bakota. Those weapons. The Reggae paused, memories of her original coming to the forefront of her mind. Such hellish instruments of war, she finished, a chill running down her spine. What I'm trying to say is... You stumbled. But you pulled yourself back up. No one's died because of you. Not here. So don't take about relapsing. You haven't. I don't see you taking out your frustration or your boredom on Fairy Tale. But, what if I change? What if I go back to how I was? I just don't know, Bambietta said. I'm afraid I'm going to slip one of these days. I almost killed Jade just for pissing me off for Awatch's sake. Do you know how fucked up that is? I can't imagine you would want someone like that on your side. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Rukia replied. Your sins are great. But you know that better than anyone. Rukia let the silence fall for a moment before she continued. But I know a thing or two about sins. No, the original Rukia. She took the life of someone who put his trust in her. So much so that he trusted her to kill him if his battle to defend his honor cost him dearly. And she knew of another who could not stop blaming himself for a death that was not his fault. Rukia's eyes wavered slightly, the juxtaposition of memories that felt so real up against the truth that they were not her own haunting her deeply. However, she still pushed forward. They couldn't move forward on their own. Locking their feeling away, they just kept stumbling about, unsure of what to do. Hating themselves. Feeling that others blamed them. They let the rain sweep them away until they found each other. Rukia stood up then, a cold wind sweeping across the landscape, her hair aflutter. Have you not found Lucy? And Levi? And Wendy? Urza and so many others? Perhaps even me? Even at Rukia's lowest, she knew that helping others was the only way she could even begin to make up for what she felt was her greatest failing. The Regai continued. And I believe you know that as well. Why else would you have been willing to throw away your pride to protect Wendy? Rukia turned to look down upon Bambietta. Perhaps, they do deserve to know the truth. All of those you hold dear. You need to have greater faith in your new family. But, even if they lose their faith in you, even if none believes in you. Rukia brought a closed fist up towards her collarbone as she continued to speak. Stick out your chest and scream in your defiance. Tell them that you will earn back what you lost. What you find most precious. That you will make up for your past and become the woman of fairy tale you were born to be. Not for yourself, not for others, but for both. Bambietta sighed, realizing the Regai Soul Reaper spoke the truth. However, Bambietta being Bambietta, her pride as a Quincy would not allow her to admit it so easily. God, you're a noisy one. Rukia took no offense to it, the Regai knowing what she was dealing with. We should get back to the apartment. Lucy and Wendy are no doubt still worried about you. Bambietta pulled herself up then, looking at Rukia, a smile slowly forming upon her face. Thank you. Oh, don't thank me just yet. Lucy and Wendy were both more than a little concerned about Bambietta. After all, the Quincy had taken off in a hurry. They had wanted to go out and talk to her, but Rukia had made it clear she would do her best. Still, despite the confidence, they both shared in the roommate who considered a closet one of the finer things in life, they could not help but be concerned even now. Thus they felt great relief at seeing Rukia appear in the doorway to the guild hall. So much so that they did not even take notice of that Rukia was dragging Bambietta across the floor by her cape. Nor that the Regai was running towards them with an extremely serious expression on her face. Ow! Ow! Bambietta, meanwhile, was taking being bounced off the floor and jostled by Rukias about as well as she could. When the Regai had suggested they return back to the guild in a hurry, this had not at all been what she had expected. Crazy excitable Regai Reaper! Lucy! Wendy! Rukia exclaimed, stopping on a dime before the celestial spirit wizard. She pulled Bambietta up then, spinning her around. Bambi would like to apologize to you both for running off like that. That's okay. Lucy stammered. But... Bambi, are you okay? I'm better, the Quincy replied. And I'm so sorry for worrying you both. I shouldn't have run away. There's nothing to apologize for, Lucy said, hugging Bambietta. I'm just glad you're here now. Are you sure you're okay? Wendy asked as she approached the two of them. I've never seen you so scared. I was, but I had a friend help me out, Bambietta said before she looked at Rukia and gave her a wink. The Regai smiled before Bambietta slowly petted Wendy's head. Don't you worry about a thing, Wendy, I'm not going anywhere. The Dragon Slayer gave Bambietta a hug once Lucy finally let go, Bambietta smiling as she did so. Someday, I'll do what I can to make amends for what I did. But until then, I need to move on and live life to the fullest, for them. It was around 8 a.m. when Lucy and Wendy had arrived at Guild Hall the next morning. Bambietta and Rukia had gotten up earlier to continue their sword training with Urza, and likely wouldn't be back until 9. That meant that the Celestial Wizard had some time to kill before she and her girlfriend set out to take another mission together. As she entered the Guild Hall, she spotted Levi, who waved and motioned for them to sit next to her. Hey, Levi, Lucy said as she sat down. Having a good morning? Oh, it's fine. Just waiting for Jet and Droy to come on in so we can pick out a job request. I'm guessing Bambi's busy with Urza. Yeah, pretty much. Lucy replied. She debated wanting to tell her friend about what happened last night, but decided against it. The situation seemed to have settled down, and she doubted Bambietta would have wanted her to tell anyone about it. I wish I could get some training done like that, Wendy said. I always feel like I'm holding you all back during our job requests. That's not true at all, Wendy, Lucy said as she gave the Dragon Slayer a smile. You're plenty strong as it is. You just need some more confidence is all. That's what Bambi always says. Wendy said with a slight hint of doubt in her voice. Well, she isn't wrong, Levy said as she put down the book she was going to read. You've proven yourself against all kinds of monsters. But if you want to get stronger, you could always ask Bambi to give you a hand in training. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt, Wendy said. As the three of them continued their discussion, however, a man with short black hair and blue eyes walked into the guild, holding a pen and notebook. He didn't look like anyone Lucy recognized from the guild, and he looked rather lost. Hey, guys, I'll be back in just a sec. Getting up from the table, Lucy walked over to the man. Hey, can I help you out with something? Oh. Yes, actually, you can, the man said before he chuckled. I'm a journalist from Sorcerer's Weekly, and it's my first time coming here. Truth be told, this is my first assignment, so I'm a little overwhelmed. This guy's from Sorcerer's Weekly? Lucy thought to herself. Wait, if I make a good enough impression, he might write something about me. I've always wanted to be featured in their articles. Oh, there's no reason for any of that, Lucy said as she shot him a smile. We're not gonna bit you or anything. Why don't you sit down with me and my friends and we can help you out? Thanks, that really means a lot, the man said. No problem, I don't think I caught your name, Lucy asked. Oh, how rude of me. It's Robert Knox. The two sat down and Lucy introduced the journalist to all of her friends. After they exchanged pleasantries, the man began to feel calmer and at ease. Lucy smiled, happy that she could help and hoping for that spot in the magazine. Front page article, here I come. Lucy thought to herself. So, I hear that Fairy Tale's gotten new members recently, Robert asked them. Some of them having magic not like anything we've ever seen before. Do you know them? It took her a few seconds before Lucy answered. I'm actually pretty close with most of them when I think about it. Could I ask you a few questions about them then? Our readers would like to know more. Let's start with names. Well, we have our newest members Candace with her friend Jade, though I heard they had breakfast plans today so I don't think they'll be here anytime soon. There's also Lil Tato. She's got this really crazy power to eat anything. Oh, and then there's my girlfriend, Bambietta Basterbine. Robert seemed quiet for a minute, as if he was deep in thought, his right hand covering his mouth as he tapped his pencil repeatedly on the table as if he was nervous. Are you okay? Lucy asked, slightly bothered by the silence. Oh, yes, sorry. I just spaced out for a sec, he said before he chuckled. I'm just nervous like I said earlier. So, she's your girlfriend? I've heard some of the new members are kind of violent. Aren't you worried about her by any chance? Oh, not at all. Bambi's saved my life more times than I can count on one hand. I trust her with my life. Lucy responded. With your life, huh? That's interesting. Robert replied. She's done a lot for the guild in the time she's been here, Levy spoke up. She hasn't been here nearly as long as most of us, but she's practically part of the family now. She's the bravest person I know. Someday, I want to be just like her. Wendy said with a smile. She's really nice too. Is she now? Robert said, the man seeming rather confused by what he was hearing. And she hasn't hurt anyone. Well, I wouldn't say that. She's constantly getting into fights in the guild, but it's all in good fun, Lucy said. Sure, she gets a little kill happy when it comes to monsters, but I don't think she'd ever actually kill anyone in the guild. Robert seemed to whisper something under his mouth. Confused by his recent behavior, Lucy was beginning to think she made a mistake by helping this man out. However, just as she was trying to figure out what to do about the situation, the wooden doors to the guild hall burst wide open. Fairy Tale. I have returned. Bambietta yelled in joy as she slowly walked in, Rukia and Urza coming in shortly after. I've got some rent to pay and mouths to feed, so move out of the way of the request board, because this Quincy's got first dibs. Bambietta looked over to Lucy, Wendy, and Levy and smiled. Ah, there you guys are. I'll be back with you in a jiffy, I just got to pick out our next mission and dash. However, just as she was speaking, Bambietta's eyes wandered over to the man sitting at the table with the rest of them. For the first few seconds, she didn't think anything of him, but as she continued to look at him, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Hey, have we met somewhere before? Oh, this is Robert. He's a journalist from Sorcerer's Weekly. Lucy explained. Yeah, we've never met before, Robert said quickly, a little too quickly. Bambietta narrowed her eyes as she began to feel like she somehow knew this man more and more. Something about him was shooting off all kinds of alarm bells, but she couldn't figure out why. This man had barely enough magic to be considered a B class. Just who is this guy? She couldn't help but wonder. Yeah, sorry, but I'm really sure we have met somewhere before, Bambietta said before she stared back at him. So how's about you spill the truth before I make you? Bambi. Lucy gasped. How could she just say such a thing to a total stranger? The man looked back at Bambietta before he sighed. There was no point in delaying the inevitable now, was there? He knew from the very beginning that this little stunt might get him killed. Well, better to face death with some dignity. You seriously don't remember me, do you? No, I shouldn't be surprised, of course, you don't. He then got up and out of his seat. Well then, how's about a little hint? You promised me the night of my life, and it almost became my last. Bambietta's eyes widened in response as it finally began to come together for her. No. Don't tell me this guy is one of them. Candy, are you sure about this? Oh, relax, Jade, I got plenty of cash to burn after that Vulcan extermination job I just took. Paying for breakfast is the least I can do after you saved my bike from being burned by Natsu during the last guild brawl. Well, if you insist. Jade reluctantly looked over the menu for the restaurant that Candace had decided to treat her to. She wasn't used to such charity, having to spend most of her life stealing to survive. Still, Candace had made it quite clear that she was doing this because she wanted to, and wouldn't take no for an answer. At least she wasn't doing it for some favor Jade would have to pay back later. She didn't pick anything too expensive, however, not wanting to take too much of an advantage of her friend's generous offer. A simple order of pancakes and some eggs. Candace ordered some bacon, hash browns along with some orange juice. As Candace leaned back against her chair, the woman shot Jade a smile. Man, I got to say, beating up some jackass and stealing their cash was fun and all, but man does it feel good to get money by kicking some ass and not get in trouble for it. Yeah, it's preferable to being on the run, Jade said with a smile of her own. Just having a constant place to call home and eat, it's really nice. Not to mention all the men, Candace said as she drooled a little. Heck, yesterday I talked to Max and Dash. Please. Not here. Jade interrupted. You can tell me all about your sexual adventures after we get some grub. Candace sighed. I swear, sometimes you're no fun at all. It's called time and place, and a family restaurant is not the place. Yes, Mom, Candace replied jokingly. As Jade's salad arrived, the emerald-haired woman took a bite out of the meal before she spoke. Still, thanks, Candy. Aw, come on, what are friends for? The Quincy said. It's not like this meal comes anywhere close as expensive as getting a new bike. I kinda owe ya this much at least. Well yeah, but I wasn't just thanking you for the meal, Jade said. I mean, I like the free meal, don't get me wrong, but you've really helped me out when I needed it when you first found me. I wasn't exactly in the best of spirits back then. Honestly, I probably would have ended up in some drunken one-night stand that I know I would have regretted. Hey, what can I say? I know a said drunk when I see one. Yeah, don't need to really thank me for that, I just did that because I don't like seeing people taking advantage of that kinda situation. Candace replied as their meal finally arrived. She took a bit out of her bacon and smirked. Oh man, Lil wasn't kidding about the food here. Well, it's more than that, Jade said as she took a sip of water. Honestly, it just meant a lot to have someone I could count on again. You were honestly the first friend I've had in a very long time, and now that I'm in Fairy Tale, I've honestly never been happier, and it's all thanks to you. So I want you to know I appreciate that. Oh God, don't be such a sap over it, Candace said. You don't need to go into some long speech on how grateful you are on the whole thing. I kept you around because you were convenient to have, and, she shrugged. You've kinda grown on me. And she shrugged again. Be too much of a hassle to just cut you out of my life. I've become complacent. You're fun to have around. Not to mention great eye candy. I don't keep myself surrounded by people just so they can suck up to me, so please, stop with the feels trip and just be yourself, okay? Yeah, sure thing, Candy, Jade said. That was one other thing about Candace Jade liked. Straightforward and to the point. Candace didn't bother to hide what she really felt about a situation. If she felt someone was being a jerk or an idiot, she would happily voice her opinion on the matter. It meant Jade didn't have to worry about Candace lying about her. So, I was thinking we could go to see Oil Groove together sometime. Bambietta told me your favorite movie was based on it. Candace's eyes lit up as her brain made the connection to Grease, but she soon frowned. Sure, I'd love to go see it, but those tickets are like, super expensive. I'd rather not have to work on a whole job request just to see a play, Candace said as she got ready to take another sip of her drink. I know I made a lot of money from that last job, but not that much. I still got rent for Fairy Hills to pay for after all. Well, looks like you're going to have to owe me another meal, Jade said before she smiled and placed 2 tickets on the table. Because I already got us tickets. Candace soon found herself spitting out her drink, nearly missing Jade with the projectile liquid before she grabbed one of the tickets. What? How did you dash? You're not the only one here that can take a class missions, you know, Jade said with a smirk. Candace stopped looking at the ticket, then back to Jade, back to the ticket, and back to Jade before she leaned forward and gave her a hug. Oh, you're the best. Candy, can't breathe, Jade said as the Quincy held her in a tight hold while unknowingly using her Quincy strength. Oh, sorry, Candace said as she let go. But are you sure about this? These cost a fortune. Look, you did something for me, and I wanted to do something nice for you, Jade said. Like you said earlier, what are friends for? Kicking ass and buying shit. Candace said as she grabbed her drink. Cheers. Cheers. Jade said as she knocked her drink against Candace's. The two laughed and began to enjoy their meal. However, as they continued to eat in peace, a pair of eyes was watching them. Stella Upland, otherwise known as Emberella Rodo P., having returned from business regarding the Balam Alliance, watched on in interest. So, it seems my dear daughter has joined Fairy Tale. Well, that suits me just fine, it saves me the trouble of having to find her again. Truth be told, Emberella had regretted leaving her surrogate daughter behind in her quest for vengeance, but it was for the best. She didn't want Jelal nor Altair to know of her existence. It was best to leave one of her trump cards a secret just in case. Besides, she knew full well that Jade could take care of herself. She smirked as her eyes focused on Jade. Soon, Jade, thanks to your help, I'll gain control of the most powerful guild in Fiori and have my vengeance sooner than planned. Those fools in the Magic Council must pay for their crimes. Bambietta stared down at the man before her. To think just a few hours after the freak out she had about what she had done in the past, that her sins would catch up to her so quickly. If he wanted to, this man could tell everyone in the guild just what she had done long ago, and destroy her life in this new world. She had come to accept the responsibility of her actions, and to live on with her life despite that, to not let her fear of hurting those she cherished to haunt her dreams any further. But this was different. This wasn't a fear of what she might do, but a fear that could very well cost her everything. Bambi, what is he talking about? Levy asked with worry as she looked on in confusion. Bambietta's eyes widened in shock, but only for a moment. Damn it. I have to think of an excuse and fast. Think, Bambi, think. Oh, he's just exaggerating is all. Really? He's my ex-boyfriend. Yeah. That's the best way to put it. Smooth. Rukia thought as she watched on. Totally not suspicious at all. It was quite obvious to the petite guy that something was clearly up. Still, it would probably be best if Rukia played along. I do believe you told me about him a few weeks ago. Robert looked at Rukia in confusion as she spoke up. She's friends with the Soul Reaper as well? Damn that bitch. It wasn't enough to just trick these good people into thinking you're some hero, but now you're allying yourself with our mortal enemies. I don't recall that being the case, Robert said as he stood up. I remember things much differently in fact. Ex-boyfriend, one-night stand, it's about the same thing, Bambietta said nonchalantly, her years of battle experience being the only thing that kept her from letting her fear show on her face as clear as day. Robert, however, was beginning to put things together. I see, they really don't know, do they? About the real you. I think we should take this conversation elsewhere, Bambietta said as she took a few steps closer to Robert. Really? Because I think it's better we have it right here, he said as he looked at her. Unless, you don't want anyone to hear about how you used to dash. In that instant, Bambietta placed her hand over his mouth and looked at Lucy. Reladontuan Tainionto Harthis Ekredat Supermebarisigonaganau thanks bye. And in that instant, the two left the room, leaving a very confused Lucy, Wendy, and Levy. What just happened? Levy asked. I don't know, Lucy said, equally baffled at the situation. I think he was going to tell us something Bambi didn't want us to hear. Wendy, however, got up from her chair and began to head over to the door. Wendy, where are you going? I'm going to find Bambi. Wendy said. I couldn't do anything to help last night, but I won't let that happen again. She's done so much for me, it's about time I did the same. I agree, Lucy said as she stood up. Let's go find her, together. I'll go get Urza. Rukia said as she joined them. It would be best to make sure she's around in case this is part of something more nefarious. The four women left the guild in a hurry, desperate to find their friend as soon as possible. Lucy determined to do what she could for Bambietta. Besides, I think I know what the problem is. Robert was thrown against a wall as Bambietta stared at the man who not moments ago was terrified of. No, not him, but the words he could have spoken. That her friends would hear. Now however that was no longer the case, and Bambietta had no reason to fear this man. The same could not be said for the man before her. He was clearly afraid now, terror clear on his face. Good, that meant she had the first advantage. Okay, Robert. Let's get down to business, shall we? Let's start with your real name. I sure as hell know I wouldn't have fun bedtimes with a man who shares the same name as one of my teachers, so out with it. Robert began to stare back at her now, the man trying to put on his best determined face, but it soon faltered to the gaze of the woman before him. It's Yulian Yukantsev. Bambietta's stare lessened as she began to prod her memories of the man before him, name after name of all those she had taken to her room going through her mind until she was finally able to recall the night of her chosen target. Ah. I remember you now. You're the last one that I think we're both well aware of what happened. Oh, I remember it quite well, Yulian said as he began to slowly raise up to his feet. I was with my friends when you asked for me to come with you to your room. I was honored to think that you were interested in me, but now I know what you really are. Murderer. If the Quincy had been accused of being such a thing several months back, she wouldn't have cared. Hell, she would have thrived on the fear that Yulian had shown her earlier. But it would seem that her time in Fairy Tale had affected her in ways she hadn't truly quite realized till last night. Being a killer of her own comrades, was something she could no longer take pride in. It was a pain that was now all too real for the Quincy, one she had experienced a mere few days after she had killed Yulian. But for now, she had to carry a brave face. If she showed how much this bothered her, it would only let him realize just what kind of power that he had over her. So just what were you thinking, coming to my guild then, huh? I sincerely doubt it was for journalism, so give it to me straight. You want to know what possessed me to come to your guild? Yulian asked as his face quickly became one of anger. It was you. Me? Bambietta asked with surprise. Yes, you. When I found myself in this new strange land, I didn't know what to do. I had nobody. No friends, no family, no other Quincy I could rely on. It was just me in this place. It took me a while, but I began to adjust. I made a new life for myself. Friends. I even found a nice woman named Bethany. I was just starting to think that I could start over here, a new life, a world without hollows or soul reapers, but then I heard about you. After that, I never had a moment of peace, knowing you were out here, somewhere, no doubt doing to others what you did to me. So I had to check it out, to see if it was really you, and lo and behold, here we are. He then threw his hands up in the air. So go ahead and just get it over with. I know full damn well why you brought me over here. You don't want me to spoil your fun for next poor person you're about to execute. That poor blonde has no idea what she's gotten herself into dash. That's enough. Bambietta shouted, not wanting him to remind her of the events of last night. I'm not going to kill you, Julian. I'm not going to even hurt you. Her eyes looked over to the side before she continued. Been through a lot since we last met. More than you can imagine. Are you seriously expecting me to buy that you've changed? Julian asked her with disbelief. You? The Blood Knight of the Van den Reich? The woman who gleefully slaughters her enemies with a smile on her face. What, am I supposed to buy that you're some goody two-shoes now on the side of justice? Julian tossed his right hand to the side. Don't try to fool me with any of that nonsense. Bambietta sighed before she continued. Yeah, I don't expect you to just take my word for it, and quite frankly I don't blame you. If I were you I'd be beyond pissed. You're a killer out and about, having a good life in a world that you were just about to enjoy until she comes back to bring it all crashing down on you. I don't blame you one damn bit. In fact, I know what that's like too, believe it or not. Bambietta thought as her mind drifted to think about her Giselle once more. She then took her hat and placed it down onto a wooden barrel, as well as her cape before she continued speaking. And you're likely not going to stop thinking about this until this is resolved in some shape or another. Not a moment of peace, so I'm putting myself at your mercy. Excuse you? Julian asked, his eyes widening in shock. This woman couldn't possibly be for real now, could she? It had to be a trap of some kind. It was her style after all. Surely you can't be serious. Oh, I'm very serious, and don't call me Shirley, Bambietta said, wanting to make the mood just a little less bleak for her own sake. I doubt you'll believe me, or even give a damn, but I've had nightmares about what I've done. About what I may do, so if it'll make you feel better, if it'll let me finally make amends for what I did to you and everyone else, feel free to do whatever it takes. Julian continued to stare at the stern Ritter, seemingly unable to take her words seriously. Bambietta however stood her ground, unmoving. She was not afraid. Pain and her were old friends ever since her mother died. She was positive that nothing Julian could do to her would possibly compare to the emotional trauma that was the night before. The stare down continued until the young man moved forward. Whenever it was because he finally took her words seriously, or because he simply let his anger towards his murderer to finally burst out, he threw a powerful punch infused with blood artery that knocked Bambietta over, the Quincy rubbing her injured face as her nose began to bleed profusely. Ah, fuck that smarts. Bambietta thought before she felt herself getting lifted by her collar. She looked up to see Julian, his face contorting with rage before he threw another punch, causing more blood to splatter on the concrete below them. However, she made no attempt to defend herself, the female Quincy allowing Julian a chance that she knew she would have desired with her own killer should she meet her once more. Damn you! I lost everything because of you! Julian yelled out, tears now flowing out of his eyes as he continued to throw punch after punch. I had a little sister back home. I had friends. Now because of you, I'll never see them again. Blood continued to fall and it was only now that the Quincy was letting out groans of pain. Sure, she had taken far more powerful and painful blows in the past, but that hardly meant that she couldn't feel any of it. She wasn't bothering to protect herself with blood venet however. If this is what it would take to let him move on, then so be it. She was positive by now that her nose had been broken, and that she undoubtedly looked like a bloody mess, but she didn't care. This is how it has to be. Julian finally stopped punching Bambietta, only to look down at her. He could hardly believe that she was keeping her end of the deal. It was still very likely that all of this was part of some sick plan of hers, but just as his rational mind began to speak up, anger clouded his mind once again, and the man formed a bow in his right hand. It was about time for her to experience all the pain she truly deserved. Sky Dragon's roar. In that moment, Julian felt himself struck with a powerful gust of wind that sent him flying to a nearby concrete wall, the man groaning out in pain. Bambietta slowly turned her head to see none other than Wendy, Lucy, and Levy. "You guys. Don't you worry about a thing, Bambi," Lucy said. "We got your back." "Yeah, no one hurts one of my best friends," Levy added in. "I won't let you lay another finger on her," Wendy shouted as she ran over to her injured friend. Instantly the Quincy began to feel the healing effects of the Sky Dragon Slayer's magic and her pain slowly began to vanish. "Don't you worry about a thing, Bambi, I'm going to make sure you're all better." "No. You guys don't understand." Bambietta tried to speak before Lucy interrupted. "I don't know what your game is, pal, but you just messed with the wrong guild," Lucy said as she got her keys out of her pocket. "I hope you're ready for a world of pain." "No, I don't want any of you to dash," the Quincy tried speaking up once more, only to be interrupted yet again. "That goes double for me," Levy said. She may not have been as powerful as the likes of Natsu and Grey, but her wide variety of spells and how she could use her magic was let Levy become one of Fairy Tail's A-class wizards, and she was not about to let some stranger get away with hurting Bambietta. "Anyone who hurts my friend won't get any mercy from me." "Your friend, you say?" Julian spoke as he slowly rose to his feet. "You won't let me have any mercy? Oh, the irony. You three have no idea that you're housing a wolf among your sheep. She isn't just another mage, your friend has dash." "I don't care what you have to say," Levy said. "She's fought to protect us time and again. If you think we're gonna just sit back and watch you wail on her, you have another thing coming." However, Levy's words failed to convince Julian. If anything, they only encouraged what he was about to say next. It was quite clear to him now that these three were Bambietta's closest new friends, and what better way to get back at her for all she had done than ruining that very friendship. Bones and wounds could be healed over time, but broken trust and bonds were an entirely different matter. He spoke up once more, practically shouting. "Your friend is no better than a Black Widow. Back where we hail from, she would take any man she could get from the soldiers to use as some toy before she decided to discard us in blood. I thought nothing of those rumors, but it was the truth. She's a woman who gleefully slaughters her enemies without a hint of remorse, a woman with no heart. She dash." "I don't believe you," Wendy shouted out. "Bambi would never do such a thing." "The same goes for me," Levy responded. "I know Bambietta, and there's no way that she would ever do such a thing." "Really? You think so?" Julian said. "I suppose it is rather hard to take the word of a stranger, so go ahead. Ask her." "We don't need to ask her a thing. It's obviously dash." "No. Everything that he's saying, it's true." Everyone's eyes widened as they heard the words come out of Bambietta's mouth. Slowly the Quincy began to walk away from Wendy, and turned around, her eyes once again flowing with tears as she looked at them. "I can't run from this anymore. I'm tired of keeping this secret. Tired of the worrying. The fear. The rejection. They need to know everything. I told you all how I used to be part of a dark guild, that's true, but I never really wanted any of you to know just what I was like back then, and everything Julian accused me of is the truth. I was a monster. I used to kill for nothing more than the thrill of it. Monsters, enemy soldiers, even my own men, it didn't matter to me. I just got a sick thrill out of it. There's no excusing it. I was a terrible person." Bambietta began to hiccup in sorrow as she struggled to speak further, her tears now making it hard for her to even see out of her eyes. Her head now hung low, but she continued despite it all. "But, after I was betrayed, after I found you all, it let me finally put things into perspective. I found out what really mattered in life wasn't just killing your enemy, or having sex with whoever I wanted to enjoy for a night. No, what really matters is all of you. Not just you three, but my fairy tale family. I used to think Makarov was full of it when he told me that the guild was like a family. Nothing more than some bullshit leaders feed to increase morale, but he was right. You're all such good people. Too good for someone like me. She raised her head as she whipped away her tears, her sadness still on display as she trembled and cried out. But I'm not the same person I used to be anymore. I've changed. Whenever you chose to believe me or not is all entirely up to you, but I just want you all to know, I value our friendship more than anything else in the world. The only thing that could be heard now is Bambietta's cries of sorrow as she once again fell to her knees. Yulian began to smirk as he watched the woman before him become a sobbing mess. Finally, after all those sleepless nights, he had finally managed to hurt her in a way that she could never recover from. I already know. Bambietta's gaze slowly drifted over to the voice who had just spoken what she was sure was a possibility. She looked into the eyes of none other than her lover, her girlfriend, and her beloved, Lucy Hartfilia. You knew. I've known for the last few months, Lucy said as she slowly got closer to Bambietta. When we finally became a couple and Master Makarov returned from the Wizard Saint meeting in the Pegranda Kingdom, he took me to his office to discuss some things. You wanted to see me, Master Makarov? Lucy asked as she entered the Guild Master's office. She wasn't quite sure why she was summoned personally. She knew she hadn't done any wrongdoing. Certainly not to the same extent as Natsu had in any rate. Yes, please, take a seat, Makarov asked Lucy before the young woman pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. In all honesty, I should have told you about this much sooner. You'll have to forgive me for that, Lucy. I've just been very busy dealing with all the damage reports the council has given us, as well as the recent Phantom Lord incident. Hey, it's no problem at all, Lucy said as she tried to get comfortable in the chair. Better later than never. I'm not so sure if you'll be feeling that same way by the time we're done here, Makarov said before he sighed. I've heard that you and Bambietta have been living together in an apartment for some time. Is this true? Oh yeah. We've been living together almost since she first joined Fairy Tail. Lucy said with a smile. She can be a bit loud at times, especially with her snoring, but I'm happy to have her with me. It makes planning dates much easier too. I see. Yes, I heard that you two had also formed a relationship, Makarov said before he sighed once more. Lucy, there's something you need to know about Bambietta. What do you mean? Lucy asked in confusion. Is it that she was a member of a dark guild? She already told me about that. No, there's more to it than that. Normally I wouldn't discuss something this sensitive about a member of this guild with another, but I feel that this particular circumstance requires a special approach, Makarov said with a glum expression. I'm afraid to inform you, that in the time she spent in her dark guild, Miss Basterbine killed her own comrades, for nothing more than the sheer enjoyment of it. Lucy gasped and one of her hands quickly covered her mouth, her eyes widening before he continued. I was aware of her habit for quite some time. But I figured that as long as I had Urza keeping a close eye on her at all times when she returned, there would be no need to be concerned. However, when I found out that the two of you were living together just yesterday, I realized I hadn't taken nearly enough precautions. Lucy stared at Makarov in silence before the man continued to speak. I know that the two of you are rather close, and while I certainly doubt that Miss Basterbine has any ill intentions regarding you or the guild, I figure it was best you were informed for your safety. Makarov took a sip of a cup of water he had on his desk before he continued. If you no longer wish to have her as your roommate, I can let her know. There's no need for you to deal with such a hardship that only happened because of my lack of diligence. Lucy stared, the reality of the situation hitting her like a train. She had always known Bambi had a dark past. But this was much more than she could have ever expected. To have killed her own guild mates just for the sheer thrill of it all, she couldn't believe it. But just as those thoughts entered her mind, she remembered just how hard the Quincy had fought for her own safety. The immense mental trauma the Quincy went through from the hands of Hansa, and the battle with Jose, the Quincy had endured throughout it all, not for her own life, but for Lucy's. Lucy remained silent, as if in thought before she opened up her mouth to speak. She knew exactly what she wanted to say. You've known, all this time. Bambietta said, still unable to process just what she was hearing, her jaw agape. But, then, why? Why didn't you tell me? I thought it would be best if I waited for you to bring it up, Lucy said. I didn't want to force it out of you or anything. I figured that it would be best if I let you decide when you wanted to talk about it, but if I knew it was hurting you this badly, I would have never waited. The blonde woman walked over to Bambietta before she wrapped her arms around the Quincy and gave her a tight hug. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. You're sorry? Bambietta asked as Lucy looked her in the eyes. How can you be the one that's sorry? I'm the one who's done all of those horrible things. I'm the one who should be apologizing to you, not the other way around. You've lived with a murderer for over half a year now and you're not gonna even yell at me for keeping it a secret. Because like I told Master Makarov, I know that's not who you are anymore, Lucy said as she gave her a smile. People change. What you did to all of those people, it was horrible, I won't try to sugarcoat it. But you've clearly made an effort to not be that kind of person anymore. The Bambietta I know, she cares for her friends. She puts her life on the line again and again for all of us. During Clovertown and when you went through hell to protect me when you fought Hansa during Phantom Lord's attack. Not to mention the fight with Jose, you've waited patiently for me to be ready to move our relationship to the next level. If you were really the kind of person you used to be, you would have just taken me by force. Lucy looked over at Yulian as she held Bambietta tightly. I'm sorry for what she did to you, and you have every right to be mad at her for what she did, but I won't stand by and just let you hurt my girlfriend. She and I have been through too much to let it end over her past. She then walked in front of Bambietta, both arms outstretched as she did so. She never cared about my family name or wealth. She didn't just want me because of how I've looked. She loves me for who I am. If Bambietta were still the same monster that you claimed she would be, I wouldn't be standing here now. Eisenwald, Galuna Island, our time in Clovertown and our war with Phantom Lord and countless other adventures, I've seen the kind of person Bambietta really is. So if you want to hurt her, you'll have to hurt me first. Lucy, no, you don't have to do this. Bambietta shouted as she walked over to her and held Lucy by her shoulders. I'm the one who did all of those horrible things. These are my sins. Not yours. I don't care. If they're your sins, then we'll just take them on together. Lucy said, a look of defiance clearly on display. I agree with Lucy. Wendy said, the small dragon slayer standing before the two of them before she also held out her hands wide like the celestial wizard before her. Bambi, I don't care about what you did back then, like Lucy said, that's not who you are anymore. You helped me find all of my new friends at Fairy Tale, you're the person I admire the most. You're always looking out for me, always protecting me. You've always encouraged me to believe in myself. You helped me find all of my new friends at Fairy Tale. Urza, Lucy, Levy, Natsu, Gray, and everyone else. If it wasn't for you putting on that glove that you hated so much, we would have all died at Clovertown. You could have easily just left all of us to die and save yourself, but you didn't. You stayed and helped us all. So, I won't let him hurt you anymore. I've known Bambietta the minute she entered the guild, Levy said as she then took her place among the group. She was impulsive, crazy, and more than a bit eager to prove herself. I knew from the first day I met her that she is more than a bit violent when she brought back a severed Cyclops head. But I still took my time to get to know her, and I don't regret it one bit. She's one of the nicest people I've ever known and is one of my best friends. When Phantom Lord first attacked, I was one of the first victims of that little guild war. I was left hanging on a tree, bloody and beaten. Bambi was the one who found me. She thought I was dead, and the first thing that I saw when I woke up was her crying. Yes, she almost killed the man who was responsible, and yes, what she did before coming to the guild was terrible, but the fact that she stopped herself from killing Gajil, the fact that she was so sad at what happened to me, is more than enough proof for me to believe that she's no longer that kind of person anymore. So go ahead, do what you have to do, but you'll have to get through us first. Yulian just stared at the three of them in disbelief. You heard her say it herself, you know what she's done, how can you possibly defend someone so horrible? She'll kill all of you someday. That's the kind of person she really is. The rest of them said nothing as they looked at Yulian with the look of hardened veterans and simply stood their ground in front of their friend. Bambietta watched on, in complete disbelief. They know what I've done, but they still accept me. I truly am blessed to be a member of this guild. Bambietta smiled before she spoke. Everyone, thank you. Still, despite their kind words and their support, Bambietta knew that she couldn't let them suffer for her. Not like this. She would have to think of something to resolve all this, but what? Julian was having enough of this, however. Fine, if these people wanted to get in his way, he would just get rid of them first. He formed the bow in his hand once more and slowly took aim, the blonde woman now in his sights, but as he looked at her, and then down to the dragon slayer that stood before the woman he loathed, he lowered his arrow. In their place stood Bethany, his girlfriend, and her young daughter Rachel, as well as his little sister. No, I can't do it. The bow of light dissipated and the man fell to his knees. If I hurt these people, I could never look Bethany or Rachel in the eye ever again. They didn't have anything to do with this. They're just helping out their friend, but still. Why? Why? She's a monster. He yelled out. No. That's the person she was. The Bambietta I know is of much stronger and kinder of heart that you could realize. Turning their heads, the five of them saw none other than Fairy Tale's strongest female mage. Urza Scarlet, Rukia standing right behind her as the red-headed mage walked forward. Julian could sense sheer raw power emanating from this woman. The likes of which he had never sensed from anyone else in this new world. This woman, she could be powerful enough to fight a captain. It was quite obvious at this point that he could do nothing to the woman before him if she chose to intervene. Urza then turned her attention over to the man who had started all of this. I've known about her sins since the beginning. But when I first found her, what I saw wasn't a murderer, nor a monster, but rather someone who needed help. Someone who was betrayed by those she trusted the most, someone who had been through a truly horrific experience. I won't privy you to the details. I believe that my words alone couldn't possibly describe what she went through. What I can tell you, however, with great certainty, is that Bambietta has changed. Yes, she struggles with her desire to take life, but every time she almost falters, she always manages to stop herself. I've told her time and time again that I made no mistakes in saving her, and I still believe that to be true. Bambietta stared back at Urza, one of the very few women she had ever looked up to, her words filling her with pride. It always means a lot when I hear you say those words, Urza. Finally, feeling confident, Bambietta slowly walked over to Julian, the man looking down to the ground muttering to himself. I can't, I just. Finally she slowly walked over to him. The man slowly looked up at her. Her face wasn't one of anger, nor calm fury, but one that had a small smile. Opening her mouth, she began to speak from the heart. I know my words won't mean a damn thing to you, but I truly am sorry for what I did to you. I don't expect you to forgive me. But, we can't go on like this anymore. I've let this haunt my dreams for far too long, and you have a new life to live. A second chance. A lot of people would give anything for that. It's something that I've never taken for granted once I've come here. So for your own sake, please, let's move on from all this, and just live our lives. Julian looked at Bambietta, his mind having such a hard time believing the words coming out of her mouth. Do you really think it's that simple? To just let it go? He asked her. Of course I don't. Bambietta told him. The truth of the matter is, I went through something very similar to what I did to you. When we invaded the Soul Society for the second time, I was confident and rushed straight into battle. As always, I was more than eager to spill the blood of the Soul Reapers. But when I fought two captains, I lost. One of them had become much stronger in the short time that had passed, and he became immune to my ability. I barely managed to survive that fight, but then the others found me, and Giselle, she took my life. I don't have the best memories of what happened after that, but I remember enough. I was nothing more than her submissive toy. A slave to her will. Someone she could use to kill whoever she wanted, to protect her, to abuse when she got mad. She used me. She was one of my best friends, but when I needed her the most, she stabbed me in the back. Bambietta then placed a hand on his shoulder. When I came here to this world, I wanted nothing more than to get back at her. To slowly make her suffer like she did with me before I finally took her life. But I thought that would never happen now that I was here in this strange new world, and I made friends, and they're honestly the best thing to have ever happened to me. They showed me what really matters. Living every day to the fullest with those you cherish most. I went through a lot of hard times since I've been here, but they've always helped me stand back up every time I fell. Bambietta smiled then as she continued. I'm positive that you have people like that here too. A friend, maybe a girlfriend. Maybe just a co-worker you get along with really well. Regardless of the truth, the people we've met here can give us a new start and I'm proof of that. She's right. Julian thought to himself. I have met some people who have helped me out in my time here. That old woman who took me in when I had no place to stay. Bethany, Rachel, if not for them, I'd have no idea where I would be now. He looked at the former Sternritter once more, but not with a look of hated. Maybe, just maybe. You're right about one thing. I haven't forgiven you, Julian said as he grabbed Bambietta's hand and took it off of his shoulder. But you're also right about everything else. I've made plenty of new friends since I've come here, people who I cherish, and if I were to continue down this path, I'd lose them all. He began to walk past Bambietta and began to exit the alleyway the group had found themselves in. I don't care what you do with your new life. Quite frankly, I'd rather not see you ever again. But we both have our new lives to live, and I won't let this old nightmare haunt me anymore. And then, with the use of Hirankyaku, he was gone. Bambietta looked over to her friends, the ones that she was so sure would turn her away for what she was, and had instead chosen to side with her. You guys. I can't begin to thank you enough. Hey, don't worry about it. I'm guessing the nightmare you had last night was related to all of this. Lucy asked Bambietta. Yeah. You could say that. Well, from now on, no more secrets from either of us, Lucy said as she took Bambietta's hands. We're in this together, so you don't have to take on these sorts of things by yourself anymore. If anyone else from your past shows up, I'll be right there with you. As she finished speaking, she gave the Quincy a quick kiss to the cheek. Always. Yeah. I realize that now, Bambietta said with a smirk. Don't worry. From now on I'll let you know when I'm having any trouble. Don't think you can leave me out of all this, Levy said as she popped up next to the two of them. It's not just Lucy who has your back. Yeah, we'll be there for each other no matter what. Wendy said with excitement. Not just us, but all of Fairy Tale. Urza added in as she put a hand on Bambietta's shoulder. Now then. Let's go back home. I'm sure everyone else is also worried. Yeah, let's. Bambietta said in agreement. The 6 women soon made it back to the guild, Bambietta explaining the situation to all who had asked. Natsu in particular was the most curious of all and wouldn't be satisfied by anything less than an answer from Bambietta herself. However, as she finished talking with the Fire Dragon Slayer and went to sit down at a random table, the Sky Dragon Slayer walked over to the Quincy. Say, Bambi, I was wondering if I could ask you something. Yeah? What is it? Well, the thing is, I've been wanting to get stronger ever since I couldn't do anything when Phantom Lord attacked. Wendy, you did more than enough. You practically healed the whole guild. Bambietta said supportingly. Look, we didn't really have a lot of healers back in my old guild. Trust me when I say someone like you would have been really valuable. But I don't want to just heal people. Wendy shouted. I want to be strong like Natsu. Like you. So please, I want you to train me to become stronger. Bambietta merely stared back at the Dragon Slayer as she imagined just what kind of training she would put the Dragon Slayer through, picturing herself and Wendy in a rocky wasteland on top of a mountain. So Bambi, what are you going to teach me today? A brand new technique? How to sense energy like you and Lil do? What about how to fly dash? Dodge? Thwack? I don't think you're cut out for any training I would dish out, Bambietta said sheepishly as she came back to reality before she chuckled a bit. But I know what it feels like to want to be stronger than you are. When my mom died I wanted nothing more than to make sure that sort of thing would never happen again. So you'll train me after all? Wendy asked with excitement. No, Bambietta said. Like I said, I'm too rough for you right now, but the Quincy looked over to Rukia Kukai as a smile came to her face, memories of watching her train a teenager with an oversized sword and a young woman with breasts as large as her girlfriend's. I think I know just the right person to get you started. Jade yawned as she and Candace headed up the stairs to the top floor of Fairy Hills. It had been a busy day after breakfast, the two members of Fairy Tail going on an B-class mission to escort a caravan through a route infested with monsters of all kinds. The monsters themselves weren't all that tough individually, but they came in droves with multiple packs, the young woman having spent almost all of her ammunition to keep them at bay. Still, it paid well enough and was overall more than worth the effort. Next time, we bring back up, Jade said. Oh come on, it wasn't that hard, Candace said as the two reached the top floor. Just about a little over 100 C-class monsters. This coming from the woman who has enough stamina to keep going for several days straight. Sorry Candy, but I think it's smarter to take turns with others so we can get proper rest, Jade said. However, she smiled as she looked at her best friend. Still, I had fun today. Yeah well, any chance to kick ass is one I'll take any day, Candace said with a smirk. I got more cash to burn now than I ever have in my life. So tomorrow, let's say you and me go shopping for some new clothes. I saw this really expensive shirt that I can totally buy now and not have it burn a hole in my wallet. Sure. Sounds like fun. It'll be the first time I've ever been on a shopping spree or whatever they're called. Jade replied before letting out a yawn. But, I think it's time I get some sleep. Oh come on, it's only 11, Candace said with a grin. I'm only stopping by here to get some extra cash to see who I can pick up at the next bar. Come on, it'll be fun. Your sleep schedule and mine are very different, Jade said before she stopped by her room. She opened the door before she shot Candace one last look. But, thanks for the offer. Good night Candy. Yeah, see ya later. With that, the two green-haired women entered their respective rooms, Jade sighing as she did so. That Candy, always so lively, but, that's what I like about her. Even as Candace left, Jade was not alone. No, another figure was stepping up behind her, speaking in a hushed whisper befitting a bird of prey, a raptor, that had found its prey. Jade. Her eyes widened as she slowly turned around. That voice, it couldn't be. But it was, before her eyes was none other than Emberella. The woman's yellow eyes seemingly to glow in the darkness. She stared in silence for a few seconds before tears slowly flowed down her face. Emberella, Ember. She rushed forward then, hugging her adoptive mother in a fierce hug. Oh Ember. You have no idea just how much I missed you. I was looking all over for you. Oh Jade, Emberella whispered as she returned the hug. Haven't lost your spirit, have you? No. It's been so hard. She said as she cried into her mother's chest. I just came back from that mission and, you were gone. I looked all over Fiore through you. I slept in alleyways, in the forest, and I had to steal just to survive so I could find you again. She smiled then however. But now, it's over. I finally found you. There, Emberella replied, stroking Jade's hair. I've been a horrible mother to you, haven't I? I should have told you where I was, but I've had it rough, too. It's okay now, Jade said as she finally let go and looked her mother in the face. It hasn't been all bad. Fairy Tail, it's a great place. She then got up and smiled. I've made so many new friends here, and I got to say, they're all really nice. And strong. I think we'll like it here a lot. Yes, it's a wonderful guild. Emberella sighed. So much like the chicken fangs. I can't wait to introduce to you everyone. I think you might be interested in talking with Urza, she just might be as strong as you are, Jade said before chuckling. Well, almost. There's also Candy. She's the one who's helped me out since I lost you. I don't know what I would have done without her. She and her friends have some interesting magic I think you might find fascinating. Emberella stopped Jade then, putting a hand on her shoulder in a gentle fashion. Jade, stop. Ember. Jade asked with concern. Oh, right. I forgot. You're kinda in a bit of trouble with that chicken fangs idea you came up with. Look, I'm sure we can work things out. Two of my friends here were former dark mages. Look, I'm sure if we just come up with a good enough disguise for you, we can live here from now on. That's what I like about you, Jade, you're always so optimistic. Emberella smiled warmly, though the expression quickly faltered, her gold eyes taking on a faded look of despair. But you don't think this can last, do you? I don't understand, Jade said as she looked at her mother. I've gotten a pardon from my actions. I'm sure if we can keep your identity hidden until we gain enough of their trust, they'll accept you. She then noticed the look on her mother's face. A cold look that didn't show hardly any emotion. That's not what the problem is it? I want to be accepted for who I am, not some disguise, Emberella hissed. You know that. And, this guild isn't as perfect as it looks from the outside. You're new here, and while I've only been here a little longer, I've seen things you couldn't believe. Behind all this talk of friendship and love, there's something darker here. Someone. Emberella chuckled slightly, her voice cracking. Somebody like me? Somebody, like you? Jade asked, trying to figure out just who she was referring to. As much as she loved her mother, she knew she was no saint. Still, she couldn't think of anyone here that was like that. Not anymore. Ember, you're being ridiculous. Okay, yeah, I admit one of their members is a bit monster kill happy, and the others are a bit destructive, but I don't think we have to worry about Dash. How's about you ditch those two weaklings and get with a real team? In that moment, Laxus's words from several weeks earlier played out in her head. Bambi always had talked about how he couldn't stand the weaker members of the guild, and how he wanted control. Do you mean, Laxus? It hit her then, just what her mother was up to. Ember, don't tell me you're still trying to destroy the Magic Council? We can start over here. Live a new life. A new life. Emberella's shoulders sunk. I am going to give you a new life, daughter. A new world. It's too late for me, but... Emberella reached out, pulling her daughter into a hug. I'm going to burn this entire world down and make it worth your life. If not through the chicken fangs, then fairy tale. And Laxus, he's the key to it all. It was obvious to Jade what was going on now. She wanted to control this guild just like she did with Chicken Fangs and use its might to bring down the council. Bambi, Levy, Wendy, Rukia, Lucy, and all the others, they would end up as her mindless puppets. Just like their old guild master was. Ember, no. She said as she grabbed her mother's shoulders. I have friends here. They're good people. They don't have anything to do with what happened to your family. We can make this work, I know we can. I can't. Emberella snapped. This world won't let me. Even if I was perfect and pure for every day in our future. Emberella gasped, her voice ragged. Someday they will come for me, Jade. And they will take me from you, just like they took my parents from me. My brothers and sisters. My baby. And I. Emberella snarled, her teeth gnashing. I will use this guild to break them, to make them kneel before me in repentance first. Ember. Do you honestly think this place will accept you if they found out what you've done for me? Emberella asked Jade with a serious tone. All of the lives you've taken under my orders? Do you really think they'll just accept that? Wake up to reality. Jade's mouth widened, wanting to speak against what her mother had to say, but she couldn't find any words. She wasn't wrong. Jade had killed more people than she could count on both hands. If they found out, if her friends knew the truth, they would undoubtedly give her over to the Magic Council. Jade now found herself at a crossroads. On the one hand, Fairy Tale had taken her in and gave her a life that she was more than willing to live. So many new friends made, so many fond memories despite her short time here. But Emberella, she had been the one to take her in. The one to save her from monsters when she was about to die. The one who fed her, gave her an education. The woman who was always there for her when she had a bad nightmare, or make a terrible mistake. Not once. Not once, had she ever treated her as some disposable tool. She loved her. To just turn her back on her, on the woman who had raised Jade for over 10 years of her life, it was a decision that she just couldn't go through. I understand. Of course you do, Emberella said sweetly. Optimistic to a fault, but you're a smart girl. This guild isn't going to last. Laxus will tear it to the ground in his pursuit of making it greater. These Phi-tail wizards may seem like they're some big family, but I assure you it's nothing more than a front. When their lives are on the line, they'll eat each other just like animals. Laxus is just the prime example, but I'm going to make his med plans work in ways he could never dreamed of. And we. Emberella felt a tear run down the left side of her face as her emotions began to form on her face. We will bring down the Magic Council and from the ashes make a better world for you, Jade. I understand, Mom. Jade said. The two held each other for what seemed like an eternity before her mother let go of her. It's time for us to rest, dear Jade. Tomorrow, we'll meet up with Laxus to put my plan into motion. I see. What about me? For now, just do as you have. Continue to be with your friends. It'll be important to gain their trust before things fall into place. Those Quincy's will prove most useful for what I plan. Her mother smirked as she stood up, looking down at Jade. The world that I promised you is soon at hand, Jade. The grand magic world that Master Hades has told me about will be a paradise for all wizards. But to achieve that goal, the Magic Council must fall. I know, but please, may I ask for just one thing? Jade said. Please. Don't hurt any of my friends, she said. I just don't want to see them hurt. Of course. Don't you worry about a thing. Under my control, they'll still think of you as a dear friend. Her mother gave her a kiss on the cheek then before slowly walking out. Jade falling back down to her bed as she stared at the ceiling. In just 6 weeks, her mother's plan would begin. Even now, she wasn't sure if this was what she wanted. No, she knew she didn't want to see her new friends caught up in all this, but she knew that if she left her mother, it would destroy her. What was she to do? Side with the woman who saved her life and treated her like a daughter over the last decade? Or warn her friends? I just don't know. Confused, and torn by her emotions, the emerald-haired woman tried to fall asleep. She had time. Time to make a decision. Chapter 45, Treachery of the Mind. It was a dark and stormy night when Candace Catnip and Jade Lodro had decided to check in at a hotel. It was far from 5-star luxury, but it would suffice to keep the two green-haired women out of the rain for the evening. Candace had picked out a job request that would have the two of them out of Magnolia for about 2 days, which suited her just fine. While she would never be one to admit it out loud, Candace just wanted to spend her time with one of her new best friends. Jade could be a bit of a killjoy at times, but the woman knew how to have a good time. From baseball games, to rock concerts and even the occasional boxing match, Candace had to admit that there was never a dull moment when her friend decided to treat her to something fun and exciting. Candace wasn't quite sure where Jade got the money for all the tickets, which Jade swore she didn't steal, but Candace had to admit it was nice having someone who found her abrasive nature endearing and not something to change. Granted, Bambietta and Lil Tato had always been that way, and it seemed that the rest of the guild felt that way as well. But Jade had been the first friend Candace had made in this strange new world and had loyally stuck with her despite some of her foolish actions over the last 3 months. As far as Candace was concerned, that was a sign of a friend you could trust, which was why she was currently so frustrated. For the last 2 days, Jade hadn't been her usual self. She no longer rolled her eyes at Candace's attempts to get in her pants or stopped her from getting into unnecessary trouble. Her usual snark was instead replaced by a simple yes, Candy. Or whatever. Something was going on. Now Candace wasn't the kind of woman to get herself invested in someone else's troubles, it wasn't any of her damn business, but when it started to affect her attempts at having a fun night out of town, that she wouldn't stand for. Okay Jade, what the hell is going on? Candace demanded to know as she looked over to Jade's bed. You've been acting strangely for the last 2 days. I'm fine, Jade said before Candace scoffed. Bullshit. You hardly talk as much as you used to. Candace accused Jade before she continued. You didn't eat lunch at all earlier today. Your aiming with your pistol was piss poor when those bandits came to loot our stuff. And you didn't even bat an eye when I flirted with the bellhop. Jade sighed before she turned over to look at Candace. I'm sorry, Candy, I have something on my mind is all. That it? Aw, come on, what's the problem? You know you can always tell me, right? Sorry Candy, but this is personal, and I don't exactly feel like sharing right now. Candace rolled her eyes in annoyance. Okay, fine. I get it. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Been there before, trust me. I'll leave you be if that's how you feel, just let me know if you change your mind. With that, Candace went under the covers of her bed and attempted to sleep, the Quincy soon dozing off into slumber. Things weren't so easy for Jade, however. For the past 2 days, she had been thinking constantly about just what it was she was doing. Betrayal, there was no other way to phrase it, no matter how much she tried. All of her friends, Candace, Bambietta, Bisksa, Lucy, and Levy, even little Wendy, soon all of them would be under the control of her mother, Emberella, their free will sapped from their bodies. To say that she felt guilty about the whole thing would be an understatement. Sure, she had more or less stood idly by and had little to no remorse when Emberella had tried the same trick with the Chicken Fangs Guild Master, but things were different now. She had never once bothered to make friends in her old guild, her mother making it clear that she didn't need friends so long as she was at her side. It made watching the guild fall into chaos incredibly easy. But now? She knew these people. Fought alongside them, laughed with them, ate with them. They weren't just names that she could place a face to, these people were her friends. They had taken her and Candace in when they were out on the run and gave them a new life. A life that Jade honestly didn't want to trade for any other. But Emberella had been there for her for far longer. For 10 long years, she had been all that Jade ever had in her life. Jade knew that, even if she had somehow survived the monster encounter that Emberella had saved her from, she would probably not have lived much longer. The closest town was a crime-infested hellhole, and she was positive that if she had set one foot in that town without Emberella, she would have ended up dead sooner or later. That wasn't even considering everything else the woman had done for her. A warm bed, food, and education, Emberella provided all of these things for her. As far as Jade was concerned, Emberella was her mother in everything but blood. She was family, the only real family she ever had. Candy, everyone, I hope that you can find it in your hearts to forgive me, Jade thought to herself as she stared up at the ceiling. This isn't how I wanted all of this to end, but I just can't abandon her. Not after everything she's done for me. She didn't bother to try telling herself that it was the right thing to do, that it was necessary. She had cast out her sense of morality ever since her mother had given to Jade her first assassination mission. But she still had some code of honor that she at least tried to live by. Family always came first. No matter what. As someone who had desperately wanted a family when her parents abandoned her at a train station, it made perfect sense. At least to Jade. Nobody should ever go through that sort of pain, she thought as she turned over to her side, facing a nearby window. When you have no one else to turn to when you need help, your family should always be there for you, not just left for someone else to pick up like some unwanted toy. It was for this very reason she had chosen to side with Emberella over the guild. She would have done the same for her, she knew it. But despite this, despite her knowing that this was what she felt she had to do, that it was the only logical choice, it did little to ease the pain of what she was about to do. Jade wanted to yell, scream, cry out with how much it ate away at her, but she had to keep it all bottled in. If she let herself slip even just for a moment, it could ruin everything. Right now, I just have to sleep. Just try to get through these next few weeks and act like everything's fine. That's all. Then, it'll all be over. She closed her eyes and finally, with a heavy heart, soon fell asleep. Coarse, rough and irritating. That was what Jade felt as she soon found herself opening her eyes. As she groaned and slowly rose to her feet, she began to shake her head. Ugh, what did I say about dragging me on your drunken adventures when I'm asleep, Candy? I don't like waking up in the middle of the desert. Sure enough, what Jade was seeing couldn't be described as anything else. White sand far as the eye could see, with nothing more than the occasional dead tree in the distance. It seemed to be still night, the moon shining down as the only source of light to let Jade see anything at all. She groaned before she began to move forward. "Candy, I swear to God, if this is your idea of a joke, I'm going to dump a whole can of beer all over your hair the next time we share a room." She trekked on for what seemed like an eternity. For hours she walked this vast landscape only to see nothing but the endless sea of sand. Throughout this whole thing, she had yet to encounter another living thing. No humans, no birds, or rats. Hell, she hadn't even seen any sort of insects in all this sand. That's all there is in this damn place. Sand and dead trees. I'm gonna go mad if I don't see anything else in the next 5 minutes. Fortunately, the former thief didn't have to wait that long. Just as she finished walking over a small hill, she could see something in the distance. It appeared to be a large structure of some kind. No, it was more like a massive fortress. The main building had a dome-like roof, several large towers surrounding it. Despite its overwhelming size, it looked rather plain. Looks like one hell of a walk, Jade thought to herself as she was only now realizing just how far away it was. But it's not like I have any better options now, do I? Let's just hope they're hospitable. She began to make her trek down over to the large castle, traversing the sandy landscape once more. However, what she had expected to have taken her several hours had only merely taken 10 minutes. She frowned as she approached the building. Okay, there is no way I covered that much ground that fast while walking. Something's going on here and I don't like it one bit. Honestly, she was quite positive that this was some sort of trap. What else could it be? However, Jade knew that she would much prefer her chances inside the massive castle than outside on the vast sandy wilderness that surrounded her. Still, not wanting to take any chances, she spotted a window and made her way towards it. If this is a trap, I may as well not bother taking the front door. Sneaking in was fairly easy. Almost too easy. There were no signs of traps or any kind of guard patrols. As she slowly explored the large empty hallways, she began to wonder if all of this was a waste of time. Had she come across some abandoned fortress? No, that didn't make any sense. This place was too clean and well run for her to consider that possibility. She supposed there might have been only a few people who lived here that she just had yet to encounter, but she had a hard time believing that was the case either. The only reason a place like this would be so damn large would have to be because whoever the hell built this castle in this damn desert had a large staff of some kind, or an army. I guess it could be from some kind of eccentric millionaire, but you would still need the assistance of hundreds to maintain this kind of place. Finally, after an hour of exploring the large fortress and still finding nothing, she had enough. Just where the hell is anyone? She yelled out, finally getting tired of being all by herself. Screw this desert, screw this castle and screw wherever the hell I am. There's no reason for you to raise your voice like that, Jade. Her eyes widening in response, Jade turned around to find herself now looking at a rather tall man. He had brown eyes and short brown hair, with a single strand going down his face. He was wearing a white uniform that had black lines going around it as well as a cape of sorts. A katana with a green handle in its sheath hung around a red belt made of some sort of cloth. What? Who the hell is this man? I didn't sense him at all. I couldn't hear his footsteps or anything. More importantly, how does he know my name? All of those were questions racing through her mind as Jade looked at the man in fear, but she didn't dare try to run. She couldn't quite explain why, but she could just feel the power radiating off of him, more so than anyone she had ever met in her life. Urza, Emberella, Makarov, they all paled in comparison. Her instincts were screaming at her that running was not an option. But she had to do something. Say something. Anything. Where am I? The man smiled as he stopped just a few feet away from her. This, my dear, is my palace, Las Noches. Your palace. Jade said as her mind began to race. Oh, this is just great, I've been caught breaking into the home of some king in the middle of nowhere. By the king himself no less. Great job, Jade, no really, spectacular. Emberella would be so proud. Now, there's no need for you to be so tense, Jade, the man said as he finally stopped. The truth of the matter is, I haven't had guests or anyone to talk with for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I've just so happened to have brewed up some green tea. Would you care to join me? Jade only stared at him in disbelief, her jaw slightly dropping from his request as her brain tried to process what was going on before her. Is this guy for real? A king in the middle of nowhere finds an intruder breaking into his fortress, and instead of calling for his guards to imprison, or worse, execute me, he instead invites me over for a cup of tea? I'd love to, Jade said as she put on a false smile. Running was pointless. Either the man before her would just stop her, or she would just die out in the middle of the desert from dehydration. Even if this was some sort of elaborate trap, this would at least give her time to think of something. Glad to hear it. Please, right this way, the man said as he began to move to a door in the hallway. Jade slowly walked behind him, more nervous and scared than she had ever been since joining Fairy Tale. Still, she may as well try to get on the man's good side. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Oh, I haven't introduced myself fully, have I? The man said as he opened the door. Forgive my lack of manners. Please, call me Sosuke. Thank you for your hospitality, Sosuke, Jade said as she walked inside of the room. It was mostly dark with a long table with 11 chairs surrounding the table. Not exactly comforting, but she didn't have the gall to call him out on it. She took a seat, and Sosuke soon joined her, 2 cups of tea now in his hand. It's been a while since I've made a cup, so forgive me if it's a bit bitter. He sat down and slowly moved the cup over to her. Jade stared at it for a moment, debating what to do next. It could easily be poisoned, but why bother to go through something so elaborate when he could just as easily kill her now? Trusting her instincts, she took a sip. Delicious. It surprisingly really was. Jade was far from what one would call an expert in tea, but even she could tell this a well-brewed cup. At least she wouldn't have to have a fake persona of happiness about everything. I'm glad to hear it. I was afraid I had lost my touch after all this time, Sosuke took a sip of his tea before he looked back at her. So, what brings you here to Las Noches? Oh, I can't exactly say that I'm here by choice, Jade chuckled nervously before she continued. I just woke up in the middle of the desert and I've been trying to find some kind of civilization or any form of life for that matter. Yes, the desert of Hueco Mundo can appear to be lifeless at times, Sosuke said as he smiled. You must have had quite the long and exhausting journey to get here. Well, it's not an experience I care to repeat, that's for sure, Jade said before Sosuke spoke up once more. Do you require any food? Surely you must be starving after such a long journey. No, I'm fine at the moment, thank you, but just what are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere anyway? She asked. It was best to get as much information as she could. For all she knew, this would be her only chance. It's out of necessity, I'm afraid. I've long since left my old homeland. Its kingdom was a bit too old-fashioned to my liking. Its leaders were too incompetent. It was all just too much for me to ignore. So I came here, to begin my revolution. That explained some things but not much. She needed to investigate further. Which kingdom did you come from? Bosco? I hear that place is a hellhole for non-wizards. I'm afraid you won't find where I hail from on any map. I will say however that its populace is ignorantly unaware of just how they're mistreated. Some say that ignorance is bliss, but I believe that a life filled with knowledge is far superior to living a lie, a life filled with false happiness. I see, Jade said, trying to soak all of the information in. I guess you have an army of some kind then? To be honest, I haven't seen anyone besides you since I came here. He sighed as he finished taking another sip of his tea. I used to. It was a rather powerful army, filled with some rather unsavory individuals. However, their power was what I needed to overthrow that abomination of a king. I spent many years amassing it, but in the end, they all fell during the conflict. I am all that remains. I see. I'm sorry to hear that, Jade said as she looked at Sosuke some more. So in the end, she just wound up in the castle of some would-be revolutionary? She could tell he was powerful, but no one single man could hope to take down an entire kingdom on his own. It would be best for her to get out of here before their next battle would begin. The last thing she wanted was to be caught in the crossfire of some war that she had no investment in. Now then, tell me why you're really here. Huh? Jade was confused. She had been entirely honest with what she said. Unless... Oh, I didn't try to sneak in to steal anything if that's what you're dash. Nothing of the sort, Sosuke interrupted. No, what I'm referring to is the difficult task your mother gave you 2 days ago. Rising out of her chair, she backed away from the table. How do you know about Umbrella, about me? I do believe I told you before that you don't have to be raising your voice, Sosuke said as he turned to look at her. Let's just say I've had my eye on you for the past few months. He's been spying on me? But how? No, better more importantly than that, why? Jade thought as one of her hands began to reach behind her back for one of her guns. There's no need for any violence, I can assure you, Sosuke said as he took another sip of his tea. I have no intention of speaking to anyone in your guild or the Magic Council about what we're discussing. And if I don't believe you? She asked with more than a hint of doubt in her voice. That is entirely your choice, Sosuke said. But believe me, if I harbored any desire to see you harmed, you would have been the moment you set foot in my palace. After all, why would I bring you to this place if I just wished to see you dead? No, I brought you here for a different reason. She wanted nothing more than to pull out her guns and fire, try to make a desperate attempt to escape, but her mind continued to tell, no scream at her that doing so would be suicidal. Besides, if this man was the one to bring her to this horrible place, who knew what else he could do? Maybe if she just played along, he would tell her how to get out of that desert hellhole. Thus she slowly sat back down. What do you want? Nothing of material gain, Sosuke spoke. I merely just wish to know, why you're considering going through with your mother's desire. I have to, Umbrella needs my help. I owe her everything. But don't you owe a debt to your friend as well? Sosuke spoke. To all of Fairy Tail? Jade couldn't help but glance to the side as she answered. Well, yes, I do, but I've known Umbrella for so much longer. She's done too much for me to just turn my back on her. I won't deny you that. She certainly has done more for you than anyone else has. Even I can tell that she has at least some form of affection for you. But tell me, Jade, is this what you want? What I want doesn't matter. Umbrella is counting on me. She trusts me. She was no longer looking to the ground, her eyes now glaring at him in anger. Doesn't the rest of Fairy Tail? Miss Catnip? They seem to view you as a valued companion. I know they do, damn it, but Umbrella will always be there for me. The minute they know what I've done, they'll cast me out. It seems to me that you're letting the fear of the unknown cloud your judgment, Sosuke said. Have they not shown just how forgiving they are in regards to yourself? With Miss Catnip, Basterbine, and Lampard. I. Jade tried to speak, her eyes darting across the room as Sosuke continued. Has Umbrella ever once asked you what you wanted? If the world she wants to create is the one you desire? Does she not care for the pain she's putting you through? She isn't, I mean she promised me they wouldn't get hurt. She looked down to the floor now, shame now coming to the forefront of her mind. Sosuke slowly got out of his chair as he continued. It seems to me as though your mother has merely told you what you want to hear, and I think you know that. You don't know a damn thing about her. Jade yelled, her anger now overriding her common sense as she pulled out her guns. I've admired her almost as long as I've lived. I understand her better than anyone else ever will. Sosuke couldn't help but chuckle as he heard her speak. Oh my dear Jade, I do believe you've made a grave error in judgment. You've indeed admired her more than anyone else in your life, but the truth is, Jade, that admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. Shut up. Jade said before she pulled the trigger of her pistols. The 2 bullets flew over to Sosuke before he moved his hand faster than her eye could follow. He opened up his palm, revealing the bullets now in his hand. What? No one had ever stopped her bullets before, not with their bare hands at least. What was she going to do? Sosuke spoke once more, interrupting her train of thought. When you admire something too much, it's as though you're viewing it through rose-tinted glasses. It makes it all but impossible for one to see reality for what it is. Be it a musician, an actor, or a family member. It blinds you to the truth. To your mother's true desires. The man was speaking as if Jade hadn't attempted to end his life, as if he was still having a casual conversation with an old friend. She loves me, damn you! Jade yelled out as Sosuke walked over to her, her voice cracking in a strange combination of anger and fear. More than her desire for revenge? More than she wishes to see the Magic Council burn for what they did to her family. Jade tried to pull the trigger to her gun once more before Sosuke laid his hands over the gun. Where was she when you were out on the streets again? When you were all alone once more? When you stole to survive? When you nearly starved to death? When you had to spend many nights out in the cold rainy nights? When you became so burdened by grief that you turned over to alcohol for release? Where was she, when Miss Catnip took you in as her traveling companion? She was, I don't know, okay. Jade yelled out before she fell to her knees, tears flowing out of her eyes. Her confidence in what she was going to do, what she was so sure she had to do, was now shattered. No longer did she know what she had to do. Help out Emberella? Side with Fairy Tail? Her mind was too much of a mess to decide. I just don't know. As the tears stopped, however, she noticed that the darkness of the room began to grow more and more, slowly approaching the two of them. Too mentally and physically tired to move, she merely looked at Sosuke once more as the darkness was about to overtake her. Why did you bring me here? He gave her a confident smirk before answering. My reasons are my own. I can assure you, however, that it's mutually beneficial. She tried to raise to her feet, but she found it impossible to move, the darkness swallowing up her body more and more. Just as it was about to engulf her head, she found the strength to ask just one last question. Just, who are you? If you must know, it's Sosuke Aizen. And with that, the darkness overtook Jade completely, and soon she was gone. Aizen sighed as he soon sat down, now surrounded by darkness. As he did, however, his attire changed. The white clothes were replaced with black leather, an eye patch now covering his left eye. Bindings of all kind covered him now as he remained in his chair, unable to move at all. Such a shame. I was beginning to enjoy our little chat. It's been too long since I've had a proper conversation, would you not agree, Sylphia? Behind his chair, a flash of light could be seen and the goddess of camaraderie slowly approached, a frown on her face. It was clear that she was not in a chipper mood. I didn't give you permission for you to speak to her yet, Sosuke. I am aware, yes, Aizen said as he slowly turned his head to look at the goddess. However, I believed that it was entirely necessary for me to step in on my vessel's behalf. That wasn't your choice to make, she responded in a low tone as she walked over to look at him face to face. I wanted her to make that decision on her own. Did you now? I know that if the rules of divinity didn't prevent it, you would have preferred to have guided her on her path as much as you wanted. But you are only allowed to intervene so much with those you've brought over. The only reason you can even interact with Bambietta and Miss Miffone is that they acted as your pieces on the chessboard of war. But your dear Jade was nothing more than a charity case made out of pity. You know this as well as I do, that people sometimes need proper guidance to make the right decisions in life. She was never really given that in life unless we count her mother, but I think we can agree that she's hardly been the positive influence in life that you were hoping for. Don't ignore reality like Jade. In the end, I'm only doing what you wish to do yourself. She stared at him, her eyes narrowing as he continued. Or are you just afraid that I'll end up manipulating her like I have so many others? He smirked before continuing. You can relax, I have no need for such tricks in this situation. I would have had to make myself known to her sooner or later. All I did was simply speed up the process. You'll have to forgive me if I find it difficult to take your word at face value, she said before she made a chair for herself from thin air. She sat down, one leg crossed over another as she did so. You are the great deceiver of the Soul Society after all. You say that as if it's something I should be ashamed of. He replied with a smirk. Not entirely, I suppose, Sylphia said before sighing. I will admit, I suppose I am slightly grateful for your assistance in this matter. Do you mean in regards to helping one of your children or the deal we made regarding the Quincy Kaiser? Both, she said as she took on a more serious look to her face. That man is far too much of a dangerous anomaly to ignore. It is for that reason, and that alone, that I placed you inside of my dear Jade. It's such a shame that you couldn't find anyone else whose magic was compatible with my Kyoka Suijutsu, Aizen spoke. Are you quite sure that you're fine with that? I'd much rather prefer if you just allowed me into Earthland in my own body. And give you the chance to overthrow us once you find a way to access your full power? A power that transcends both Hollows and Soul Reapers alike and allows you to set foot into the realm of the divine. Sylphia scoffed before she continued. I am indeed desperate to make sure that Wywak is dealt with before he can do any lasting harm to my world, but I am not foolish enough to allow you to become just as much as a threat as he is. And thus you gave me a human host that has seals working against me. Seals preventing me from committing any action that you would find unsavory while in control of her body, as well as allowing you to keep an eye on me at all times. Your plan is quite thorough, just as I'd expect from a goddess. Though I must admit, I do find this situation to be quite ironic. Aizen closed his eyes, his mind wandering back to the past. To think that the host of my future body would be traumatized by the act of betrayal, and for me to be the one to correct that choice. Fate certainly does have a sense of humor at times, it seems. I don't see it that way, Sosuke, Sylphia said as she smiled slightly. While I still would have preferred for Jade to have come to the correct choice on her own, it does please me to see you being so generous. Don't mistake this as a mere act of kindness, Sylphia. Even if I had access to all of my powers, I know that defeating Wywak on my own is an impossible feat. His eyes narrowed as he continued. The battle I had with him along with Ichigo Kurosaki proved that to me quite clearly. I may be able to trick his almighty eyes, but I can't hope to inflict any lasting damage on my own. No, if victory is to be mine, I need allies, and I sincerely doubt anyone from my world would be willing to lend me aid. If Fairy Tail is truly the strongest guild in the entire country of Fiori, potentially all of Ishgar, then they are at the moment the best potential option available to me. To lose them to some third-rate anarchist who wants to watch the world burn simply won't do. It seems to me that you've taken a personal interest in Fairy Tail, Sylphia spoke happily. I can hardly blame you. Of all the guilds in all of Earthland, their bonds of camaraderie are easily the strongest. Yes, it's rather easy for me to see why you favor them so much, Aizen said. However, my interest in them isn't for their strength of character, but rather, their potential. Oh? She asked with curiosity. Do go on. As it stands now, Fairy Tail lacks the power needed to defeat Wywak, but in time, that could very well change. The vast amount of potential I sense from these mages is truly remarkable. Titania is already on par with most of the captains of the Soul Society, and Salamander is slowly but surely catching up with her. Not to mention all of the other considerable variables I have yet to take into account with the other members of this guild. Once I get a proper read on them while in this body, who knows what other talents I may discover. Given a few years, their power could eventually surpass that my strongest espada. No, if I am to succeed in defeating Wywak, Fairy Tail's assistance is a necessity that I can't afford to lose. I think there's more to it than that, Sylphia spoke as she formed a cup of tea in her hand and took a sip. You felt all of the emotions Jade was going through and you couldn't bear to feel it anymore, now could you? After all, you two do share the same body now. She smirked as she looked at Aizen. Guilt isn't an emotion that you're used to dealing with. So I can't imagine it's made the last 2 days very pleasant for you. Aizen narrowed his eyes but said nothing in response. His silence told Sylphia everything she needed to hear. In any event, unless you feel it absolutely necessary to intervene, I'd prefer it if you left Jade to her own devices for now on. At least until you two form the contract. I brought her into this world to see if she could become a better person, and I'd rather not have you meddle with the results any more than you have. You speak as if it actually matters, Aizen spoke with confidence. After all, in 8 years, she'll dash. That's enough. Sylphia said as she slightly rose her voice. You will speak no further on that matter. Is that understood? As you wish, Aizen said with a smirk. At the very least, he managed to get under her skin just as she had done with him. Is there anything else that you need to discuss? No, I believe I'm done here, Sylphia said as she stood up, the chair that she was sitting on now disappearing into thin air. "But if I find that you're doing anything I find distasteful, then you will feel the extent of my wrath. You may be immortal, but there are some things far worse than death, and I'd presume you would wish to avoid such a fate." "Indeed." With that, Eisen vanished from her sight. Several seconds passed before the goddess sighed. "He really has changed from the nice young boy he used to be. What happened to you, Sosuke?" "No. No. No." Jade yelled before she found herself opening her eyes. Panting and in a panic, she quickly looked around to discover that she was no longer in the strange land she had found herself in moments ago, but rather the hotel room she and Candace had chosen to stay the night in. Turning over to her right, she saw the Quincy sleeping as if nothing was wrong with the world. "Just a dream, it was all just a dream," Jade said to herself as she began to catch her breath. Oh, thank God. Jade had many unpleasant dreams in the past, but none of them had ever felt so real. How on Earthland had her mind managed to come up with someone like Sosuke Eisen? Then again, dreams were hardly ever consistent. From finding her mother to making it rich, to even a night with Candace in bed, she shook her head as she blushed. Now really wasn't the time to be remembering that dream. The realness of the dream wasn't what was truly concerning after all. No, it was what it had done to her mind. She had spent the last 2 days trying to decide what the right course of action was before she had finally settled on her mother. It was by no means an easy choice, but she had just been so happy to see her again that it was ultimately the choice that won out. But thanks to that man in her dreams, she was beginning to question her decision all over again. The guild or her mother? That's all there was to it. She just had to pick a side and she could just move on with her life. Hell, she had made her choice. But now, new questions had begun to voice themselves in her head. How much did Emberella love her really? She was positive that Emberella wasn't faking it. The two had shared far too many emotional moments, on both sides, for her to believe that. Too many years of living side by side, of her mother showing her more compassion to her than anyone else ever had. But when Jade thought back on it, her mother did seem to prioritize her mission above many things. I was so sure that I was an exception to that, but she didn't even take a moment to consider my ideas on starting over when we met again. That wasn't even counting how Emberella had left her all alone when her plan to take over the Chicken Fangs had failed. Jade kept on trying to tell herself that it was absolutely necessary. But now, looking back on it, Emberella may have just been too focused on her mission to think about anything else, including herself or Jade. No, no. Damn it, Jade. You are not about to let some stupid dream trick you like this. She loves you. No suave man with damn good tea is going to change my mind on the matter. But try as she might, she knew now that she was back at square one. Words couldn't begin to describe just how frustrating this all was. Why couldn't she just make up her damn mind? She groaned as she buried her head in her pillow. No, no, everything was fine. She still had over a month to figure out this mess. She just, really had to take everything into account was all. However, as she heard Candace snore for a moment, she frowned. Candy, you took me all the way out here so we could just be with each other. I'm sorry I haven't been honest with you, I still can't be, but until I know what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure to make the most of the time you and I have together. When Candace had finally made her way out of bed, it was past 8:20 a.m. With a yawn, the Quincy made her way to the kitchen before she caught a wonderful scent off of her nose. It smelled sweet. I smell blueberries, Candace said as she walked into the room. Instantly, the green-haired Quincy could see why. 4 pancakes, covered in maple syrup were sitting on a plate, with a side of bacon and sunny side-up eggs. She could see Jade over to the right, currently making another pancake. Oh, good, you're awake, Jade said before she lifted her pan and tossed it up, flipping the pancake inside. I made your favorite, blueberry pancakes are your favorite, right? It's been a while since you told me. Damn straight they are, Candace said as she cut out a piece of her meal and took a bite, letting out a soft moan as she could sense the taste. If there was one thing she missed when she ran away from home all of those years ago, it was her mother's homemade blueberry pancakes. They weren't exactly a common food item she could always get while on the go. Oh yeah, that hits the spot. I take it you like them? Jade asked as she sat down with a plate of her own. I mean, it's blueberry pancakes. You would have tried to screw this up, Candace said as she took another bite. Unless you're a shitty cook. That's good. First time I made them. I'll take what I can get. Candace replied before she looked at her friend. So, you feeling better now? Jade chuckled as she began to cut her meal. Yeah. Sorry for being so distant. I was just so worried about something that might happen that I wasn't focusing on what mattered now, and that's spending time with you. Your sad sap side is showing again. Jade couldn't help but roll her eyes. Oh, screw you. That's more like it, Candace said with a smirk. Anyways, you ready to go kick some ass? Jade smirked as she gave Candace her answer. With you? Anytime. Check the description for the links to the author.